Now, let's talk careers, medical careers, and talk to a consultant in family medicine. Dr. Mufaza Azra Rashid is joining us over Zoom. Dr. Mufaza, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Morning. I think you might be muted, Dr. Mufaza. That
There
could
we go.
be. There
Oh,
you
great.
go. It's, do you know,
Right.
it's always the way with Zoom. You know, you're always muted when you never think you are. And with
Yeah,
me,
absolutely. Although it was right in front of me.
it's
But yeah,
that's,
thank you so much, Tim. It's a pleasure being with you.
well, it's nice to meet you. Let's start with your credentials, I guess, first of all, just to find out a little bit about you. You're close to what, 25 years as a qualified doctor, 15 years with the National Health Service in the United Kingdom. There really are a few areas I'd like to cover with you today, starting with what you do, the
Mhm.
role of family medicine. I think that's really important to take a little bit of a deep dive on. The research you've taken part in and created, and also your charity work, because there are many strings to your bow, Dr. Mufaza. But first of all, what inspired you to pursue a career in family medicine?
Well, it is quite an interesting question actually, because when you qualify as a doctor, there's so many fields in front of you, and you just have to kind of choose because it's whatever suits your personality, whatever you're passionate about. So if you're choosing a particular specialty, that means that you're only exposed to patients of a certain type. Whereas in family medicine, you are working across a whole age group range, across a whole condition range, and there's a lot you can do which you would not do if you were in a particular specialty.
Mm.
When I say that, I mean that you're kind of a jack of all trades, but you are kind of making a difference across the patient's uh, whole life, rather than just one particular problem in one particular system of the body. So when a patient comes to see you, you are interested in their social aspect. You're interested in their financial background. You're interested in everything that they're about, so that you can make sense of why they're experiencing the problem that they have, and what impact the other things in their life can have on it. You know the whole family, because if you are, as a family physician, looking after their whole family, you know the family dynamics, and those things influence health a lot. There's no condition that you cannot discuss as a family medicine, although obviously you have limitations in terms of how far you can go, and how far you can pursue independently, and then you have to refer at a certain point if you not manage cannot manage it on your own. But as a whole, you know the person as a whole, and that makes a huge difference in the health outcomes.
You see, I find this really interesting because family medicine is exactly that. It's that understanding of the whole kind of health dynamic of an individual, or, obviously of a family. Consultants in particular areas, I have some experience of this. I've had a few medical issues over the last few years, and I've talked to a number of different experts in different things. And sometimes I kind of think to myself, where's the bedside manner with you? Because it can be a little bit more matter of fact. Whereas a family doctor like yourself, you've really got to be able to drill down and understand people. And I think that's a very particular kind of calling, a particular kind of skill.
Yes, absolutely. And also, it just builds up a patient relationship that is quite unique, and the patients trust you. And so, a lot of the times when they may not disclose certain symptoms or certain things that they've never met the person before. Whereas as a family physician, if they've seen you over and over again, they know exactly, they feel comfortable talking to you. So that discloses a lot of information that can be so much helpful in managing their conditions, and which can range from physical to mental to anything.
Mm. One of the things we do here at Mira Business FM, on probably about a weekly, bi-weekly basis, is we talk to people in particular careers just to get an idea of why they decided to follow the path that they've followed. I'm wondering, with you in particular, a career in medicine is a huge number of years studying. It's a huge amount of work. It's really a life commitment, and it's, I guess, a vocation. But what do you think, if you can put this into words, the most important qualities for a really successful family physician are?
Hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right there because it's a long process, and I think the times that we're living in now, it's the children or the up and coming young generation have a lot more options than I did at the time.
Mm.
But at the same time, if you are passionate about it, if you like working with people, if you like making a difference to people's lives, I think that's very important because I still meet certain young people because I have worked with the faculty of Royal College in and the University of Nottingham with the careers advice with students. So you see those students who do stand out in terms of their commitment, and they regardless of anything, the number of years or the hard work involved, they do want to pursue that because they have that in them to make a difference to somebody's lives. Because medicine, although it varies across countries, but it is less money focused, but that can be argued. But it's because there's so many lengthy numbers of years of training involved with probably not as much remuneration as some of the finance or economics sectors, or so it does involve certain amount of commitment which is for less benefit for a certain degree, and then more focused on, particularly in when you're training in the NHS, it's very very patient focused, and it's not driven by cost or profits as such. Well, it may differ in other parts of the world, but the ethics of it and everything comes down to the fact that there's there's ethics of being a doctor is that you are putting a patient first and you're putting everything else secondary. So if you have that in your personality, if you feel that you can you have got an academic head and you've got a thinking head, and the fact that you're good with people, you can speak to people, then it is a career. But for you, but you have to think it through because it's years and years of a lot of hard work, and the learning never stops.
There's a sacrifice to be made, isn't there? Particularly in terms of, if you do a 7, 8 year, however long your particular medical degree is. So it's kind of a calling. You kind of have to, take a Hippocratic oath. You kind of have to make an oath to yourself, I guess, as well, if this is something that you're going to pursue. Um, could you just talk us through, describe some experiences of working with patients of different age groups, because you're really in that bracket where you can really speak to
Mm.
this, I think, from infants all the way through to seniors.
Yeah, so it's an interesting day you have, particularly if you're a GP in the NHS, that your day can be seeing anywhere up to 40 patients. Plus, if you're on call, then you're taking phone calls and emergencies from patients at home. So you 1 minute you'll have a baby brought in by a mother. The next patient might be a young person, mental health issues. The third person might be an elderly patient. So you have to. That's why the training is very geared around how to do this in a time efficient way and not missing any serious concerns. So this is just what our training is all about. So if it's a child, you approach it differently. You have to consider all aspects. You have to consider the safeguarding aspect, and often you will realize that once you are speaking to the mother or somebody, you pick up signs of where the child may be at risk, or health wise, or the safety. So that all those aspects, and it's playing in the back of your head all the time, that what things you need to think about with the elderly. As you know, as the UK and elsewhere in Europe as well, there's a rise in elderly vulnerable population, so a
Mm.
lot of elderly with chronic disease. So you have to allow them time, you have to adapt your consultation skills to their needs. You may need to wait longer, you may need to speak to them in a loud tone. You may sometimes they're just there to vent, and they want to somebody to speak to. So you have to have the patience and the skill to actually to have a conversation of that sort with them. You can have a patient come in with who's young but has severe mental health issues and doesn't open up and is sitting there quietly, and you have to make sure that they're not self-harming, or they're not going to, when they walk out, they're not going to harm themselves. So there's a lot of challenges. In addition to all the daily simple stuff, you have to keep your eyes open in terms of not to miss anything significant, because in the countries where your primary care physician is the first port of call, you will see all sorts. You will see the minor stuff, and hidden amongst that will be quite serious conditions which you have to identify and do something about.
So it's really a profession that needs a real level of emotional intelligence, isn't it? And I guess a sense of, what is it? A sense of community, a sense of kinship as well. So if that's you, it's a great thing. But kind of put the financial element aside in some ways, perhaps. What do you think the biggest challenges are that are faced by family physicians, Dr. Mufaza?
Hmm. It varies from place to place. I can speak from a country to country.
Mm,
If you speak from Dubai perspective, I feel that because it is not a very uniform system across the whole place, and different insurances, different hospitals do it differently. So you may not have a lot of access to your patients' past medical history, or the systems are not integrated, so you don't know where they've been, what's been done for them. And I think the patient expectation sometimes is different. So the type of patient you see here is very different to the one you see in the UK. So I'll tell you the comparison in a minute. But also the fact that they're once you have if you manage to refer them on, often you don't see that patient back, and that gets taken on by another specialist, and so the continuity may break there. It's not a generalization, it may be different as well, but often you see that you might lose the patient if whereas in the UK, if they're registered with your practice, they will come back to the
mm,
same doctor,
mm.
or more or less at least the same practice, and their notes are there. Even they're often integrated, so you can look at them wherever they've been, what hospitals they've been to. So that helps a lot. So in the UK, the challenge is that the appointment times are short. You're looking at 10 minutes, which is often not enough to help with the problem that is severe. Also, to have enough communication, to show the empathy, to build that communication for the patient to open up to you. However, we do continue to do this, and the appointment times have not changed. Also, there are NHS is under cost constraints, and we are seeing problems with access, patients not getting appointments in time, and the government obviously is always focusing on helping with that. But those are the biggest challenges in terms of the cost saving, plus what's best for the patient, and constantly balancing that out.
Do you think that there is a different expectation of on doctors here in the UAE because it is an insurance-based system rather than a state healthcare system? Because there are fees involved here, whether it's a copay or perhaps somebody doesn't have insurance that covers whatever procedure they may require. Are you treated in a different way by patients, do you think?
Yes, definitely. Over here, we have the luxury of time. So, because you're not seeing as much volume of patients, so even with somebody with a simple cold, you can end up giving them half an hour of your time. Sometimes the expectation is to do that, and then you're actively told by your practice that give them as much time as they need,
Mm.
even no matter how simple the procedure is, because the condition is, because they are often they're either self-paying or insurance covers them. Also, the patient expects that you do there's a prescription, or if there are tests, they do have a low threshold of expecting tests, which if they're not needed, then you really have to explain to the patient why you don't need a blood test or a x-ray or something, which is obviously sometimes can be a challenge with the expectation.
Yeah, I do find here I do get sent for tests a lot, and I do tend to come out with armfuls of medicines. But here in the UAE, let's stick in the UAE for a moment. I know that you're a school physician currently. You also get to engage, I guess, with the community in a slightly different way with that. I know that you're keen on promoting healthy behaviour, for example. You hold educational talks and events. How has that added to your skill set?
Yeah, no, it works perfectly because as a school physician, that's part of the role that you have to engage with the community, because it's all a public health sort of role where you helping prevent disease and instill healthy behaviors, especially in children here, the healthy eating.
Mm.
We do diabetes day. We talk about that. We've had breast cancer day. We do mental health. We in this week, I'm doing a talk for staff and parents around perimenopause. And so we do a variety of stuff which ties in nicely with the work that I do in general, plus with the school and involving parents. Because if I am present here as a specialist and make the most of it, that we signpost parents, because obviously we're not doing a lot of active management here, but we are spotting things. And if the parent, if say if a child has some mental health issue, or if they have some sort of we've picked up a sign of some chronic illness, then we can advise parents exactly the pathway they need to take and guide them and follow through the process. And if there's a diagnosis, then we do put an individual healthcare plan in place, so that because the child spends so much time in school, so they're correctly managed if they need in school. So it's a great concept, because if you see how much a proportion of their time can spend in school, this health presence, and having not really medicalizing their presence at school, but if you're looking at 1,800 to 2,000 kids in a place every day, a medical presence and kind of guiding the parents, and it's quite reassuring for them as well, that if anything goes wrong, so we're in an emergency, or if the child has a condition that needs to be looked after, they have an active presence. We do have children with type 1 diabetes in school, so it just adds an extra layer of reassurance for the parents. We have severe allergies, kids who need EpiPens.
Mm.
We do run trainings for staff, first aid training for staff. So all that, so just helps.
It's also useful, isn't it, when it comes to attitudes towards healthcare, I suppose, to have that presence, because healthcare is changing. Longevity has become a buzzword, and rather than, treating symptoms, it's now more about, or moving towards, preventive healthcare for patients. I'm wondering how you see this kind of shift, because ultimately, I guess, we're monitoring our health a lot more with wearable devices, and there is a change coming, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Because even comparing it to what it was like 10 years ago, I think because of social media, social media has given voice to a lot of people who have brought around this awareness, even though not always all correct. But before the medicine was all about, you go to your doctor if you have a symptom, and then you get the medication for it. That's the standard route.
Yeah.
But whereas now, because there's awareness about spotting things earlier, how to be there's a lot more about exercise and muscle mass, and awareness around perimenopause for women, mental health and all that, so people are more aware of their health, and they are much more in control, and they have a lot more information available to not just wait for a 10-minute appointment with a doctor to understand what's going on. So I think it has its pros and cons, because you don't know what information around is authentic, which we always advise that you do speak to your doctor before you do anything, or take any particular medication, or any lifestyle change. But these things have helped change the shape how people feel more in control of their health.
Well, they have. But what do you think, though? I mean, I know that it's really best not to Google symptoms. You do need to go and see a doctor, and that's clearly the best advice. But what do you think when you see, I don't know, influencers on Instagram talking about, medical issues, the medical field in the wrong way? How frustrating for you is that?
Mm. Yeah, it just makes the conversation a little bit longer, because if somebody has come in with the preconceived idea, then you have to undo that first without sounding patronizing or without sounding dismissive,
Mm.
and then you have to introduce a new idea. So I feel that geographically as well, the health beliefs vary a lot, depending on what cultures they're coming from. So you have to first. I think the patient. What I've learned along the process of this career is that as long as the patient feels listened to and understood, and shows and the doctor showing empathy, they will agree to anything that you say, and they will take it on board. If a doctor sounds dismissive or condescending, or not interested, then they're often less likely to follow your advice.
Yeah, I see. This really interests me because I always feel that I'm very much a vaxxer rather than anti-vaxxer. I'm very much a
Mm.
person that follows a doctor's advice, because in my head it's very clear that this is a person who's studied. This is a person who has passed a rigorous test to get to where they are, and I get very frustrated by the anti-vax community. However, I have to understand, and I realise this, that you know ultimately it is your body, your choice, isn't it? And as long as
Mm.
you're being listened to, I guess it's always going to be that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's autonomy, there's health autonomy, but you
Yeah.
have to. Our job is to help people make those informed decisions. So if they know the correct information, often they may have read it somewhere, they may have read the wrong research. So if you explain it the correct way, then it's after that it's their own choice.
Mm.
But the informed decision side of things is important. That they have the correct information so that they can weigh up their own ideas.
Let me ask you a little bit about research. I was reading your bio this morning again, and I know that I really wanted to talk about your career, and I want to talk about your charity in a moment. But I'm interested in research that you're involved with. What are you involved with at the moment?
Yeah, that project I have mentioned in my bio is the something I got involved in 2011. I went to this talk by a renal consultant, the kidney specialist,
Yeah.
who worked at the local hospital, and he talked about a new idea of introducing some safety measures in the primary care to prevent people from developing acute renal failure. It used to be called, like, failing of the kidneys.
Hmm.
That a certain awareness and changes could be made early enough for before patients got really worse and ended up in hospital. So that appealed to me, and I got involved with their project. And that was I was the only GP on their on the commissioning group, what they used to call at the time, doing is in the primary care. So what happens is with it can happen to a healthy kidney, but there are certain people more at risk of developing acute kidney injury, which is, it doesn't mean physical injury. Injury means damage or failure.
Right.
So it is abbreviated as AKI. So it can happen if somebody is severely ill, if they're dehydrated, and the blood flow to the kidney drops, and that can cause problems with the kidney in the short term. And often, when they're recovering, a healthy patient may recover, but sometimes it might lead some chronic problems. But there are people at risk who are taking certain medication. If they're elderly, if they're diabetic, if they already have chronic kidney disease, they are much more likely to have that problem earlier than a healthy person. So you have to spot those at-risk people, and then in the community, what we could do was raise that awareness amongst the GPs and the practice nurses to if the patient comes to you with an acute illness where they might be at risk of being dehydrated or severe infection like chest infection, stomach infection, do look at their medication. Do make sure that you look at their blood test previous and arrange a blood test in a 48 hours to make sure they haven't dropped their kidney function. So that was a step to have that decrease the morbidity
Mm.
from this particular, because when they present to the hospital, often it's a bit late, and they end up having a hospital stay too long, end up picking other problems on the way, and then kidney health may not come back to normal. So that was really something that was promoting a very active, healthy prevention, which would have a huge impact on the NHS cost as well as patient outcome and all the morbidity.
I want to talk about your charity work. I know you support a charity that was founded after the earthquake in Muzaffarabad in, what,
Mm.
20 years ago, 2005 that happened.
Yeah, yeah. So that was 2005. I mean, I know there've been way too many natural, unfortunate disasters since then or before that,
Mm.
but that one was particularly bad. I don't know how many people remember that, but it was just the whole region of Kashmir was wiped out. Even Islamabad, the city that I come from, which is a very modern city, an apartment complex collapsed, and they affected people that we knew. So we were in the UK at the time, and my husband, and who's a pediatric intensive care consultant as well. He himself and a few other doctors went out there, as a lot of others did, to run a camp in the short term, and they helped a lot of children, and they were on the media, everything. But they spent 2 weeks there, and they performed hundreds of surgeries and all that. But when they were leaving, they thought that there's no infrastructure left in this place. These people have got no aftercare. God knows how long it will take for the government to kind of step in and build the infrastructure again.
Mm.
So maybe this is something we need to think about and have a hospital. So because they all come from high standard NHS mindset, they wanted to have like a very properly made hospital. So it took them about 7 years to fundraise and then open the hospital in 2013. which is completely earthquake proof. It's in the middle of a very beautiful valley, and it caters to the local population, which are very, very impoverished and deprived. So now they're seeing about 30,000 patients a year plus, and the hospital started with 50 beds and now it's 90 beds and doing a lot more specialties as well.
It's a huge thing to do. You run a children's welfare program there as well.
Yes. So since got involved with the school health, and I thought this is such a great idea because we are picking up problems in children early, even though we're living in a very affluent society, and the children are not even at risk much of malnutrition or anything like that. But we
Mm.
we still pick up things, and we are guiding parents. So in a place like that, where there are orphanages in the catchment, where although they're government run and the kids are looked after, but not much attention is being paid to how they're eating, how their mental health is, how if they're growing well, or all that. So with the help of one of the pediatric nurses, set up a health visiting service. So the nurse goes in a few times a month, and in between, if needed, to review children to make sure that they don't have any acute problems. Plus, she's monitoring their heights and weights and growth and nutrition. And we picked up so many children with nutritional issues and supplemented their diets. We've added a social aspect to it. We fund activities. We are providing them books and sports goods, and they're playing cricket now. They're playing football, and they just feel of think of that nurse as a mother figure. The other day, a few children came up to her and said, "Oh, can we go on a school trip? Can you organize a trip for us?" So it's very nice to be able to do that. That they can come and ask us for stuff which they otherwise would not have to because of being under resourced.
Uh, These things are not cheap to run. Hospitals cost a lot of money to run. Programs like this need funding.
Mm.
How do you
Mm.
fund this on an ongoing basis?
Yeah, it's completely charity based. It
Okay.
is the funds, but we've been very lucky that since the outset, the local because in the UK, a very large proportion of the population comes from Kashmir, so
Yeah.
they felt that this was close to their hearts, and any charity that they were going to do anyway, they then gave it to the hospital. Plus, there are no admin costs in the UK for the charity, so that appealed to people as well. And these were the people, members of community that we knew personally. So they were also in Islam, religiously, you're meant to give 2.5% of your surplus wealth to charity every year anyway.
Hmm.
So that stream of income then becomes, if somebody dedicates that yearly amount to us, then that becomes a steady income source. With regards to my orphanage outreach program, it is actually a very small amount goes a very long way. Just for an idea, like during the month of Ramadan, we provided them meals. The whole month for 60 children, it cost 4,000 dirhams. So that was maybe one person's zakat money. So it's because they're well children, the very few will have health conditions where they need to go into hospital and have active treatment. A lot of them will need a little bit, or out in the community, or they just need extra nutrition. So that just gets taken care of by, so that a little bit of amount of money actually goes a very long way.
Every little helps, doesn't it? It really does. Look,
Mm.
we're talking to today as part of a kind of a career focus segment here on Mira Business FM, but it's also just really interesting, kind of heartwarming as well to be able to talk to you. You've kind of already said this, but I wanted to finish by saying, look, the thing about becoming a doctor is that it's not really a business. For most doctors, I think at heart, it's a vocation. It's not really a money-making thing. It's kind of a life thing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So it's one of those professions that it's your patient comes first, and as a doctor, that instinct is instilled in you, and also you have that instinct that you're very, very mindful of your outcomes, and what you're how well you've communicated with your patient, how well you've understood their problem, and what you've done. So it gives you that feeling of fulfillment, if you have done well, and I think you're driven by that. So absolutely, obviously, you have to pay the bills, and it does it does pay, but it's very, very focused on the humanity side of things, and which is kind of, sometimes some people are built that way, and that's why those people choose to then go on and choose this as a career.
It's good that you're built that way, I think. Dr. Mufaza Rashid works as a consultant in family medicine, joining us here on Mira Business FM this morning. Great to talk to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Tim. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Good
Have
to
a
have
good
you.
day.
Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. We are live on the website, mirabusiness.fm, across your socials. I think that's an okay phrase. info@mira.fm to get in touch. whatsapp.mira.fm so you don't need to remember the phone number. Subscribe, give us a like, let us know what you think. Now, let's talk careers, medical careers, and talk to a consultant in family medicine. Dr. Mufaza Rashid is joining us over Zoom. Dr. Mufaza, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Morning. I think you might be muted, Dr. Mufaza. That
There
could
we go.
be. There
Oh,
you
great.
go. Do you know,
Right.
it's always the way with Zoom. You're always muted when you never think you are. And with me,
Yeah, absolutely. Although it was right in front of me.
it's
But yeah,
that's,
thank you so much, Tim. It's a pleasure being with you.
well, it's nice to meet you. Let's start with your credentials, I guess, first of all, just to find out a little bit about you. You're close to, 25 years as a qualified doctor, 15 years with the National Health Service in the United Kingdom. There really are a few areas I'd like to cover with you today, starting with what you do, the role of family medicine. I think that's really important to take a little bit of a deep dive on. The research you've taken part in and created, and also your charity work, because there are many strings to your bow, Dr. Mufaza. But first of all, what inspired you to pursue a career in family medicine?
Well, it is quite an interesting question, actually, because when you qualify as a doctor, there's so many fields in front of you, and you just have to kind of choose because it's whatever suits your personality, whatever you're passionate about. So, if you're choosing a particular specialty, that means that you're only exposed to patients of a certain type. Whereas in family medicine, you are working across a whole age group range, across a whole condition range, and there's a lot you can do which you would not do if you were in a particular specialty. When I say that, I mean that you're kind of a jack of all trades, but you are kind of making a difference across the patient's uh, whole life rather than just one particular problem in one particular system of the body. So when a patient comes to see you, you are interested in their social aspect. You're interested in their financial background. You're interested in everything that they're about, so that you can make sense of why they're experiencing the problem that they have and what impact the other things in their life can have on it. You know the whole family, because if you are as a family physician looking after their whole family, you know the family dynamics, and those things influence health a lot. There's no condition that you cannot discuss as a family medicine, although obviously you have limitations in terms of how far you can go and how far you can pursue independently, and then you have to refer at a certain point if you not manage cannot manage it on your own. But as a whole, you know the person as a whole, and that makes a huge difference in the health outcomes.
You see, I find this really interesting because family medicine is exactly that. It's that understanding of the whole kind of health dynamic of an individual or, obviously of a family. Consultants in particular areas, I have some experience of this. I've had a few medical issues over the last few years, and I've talked to a number of different experts in different things. And sometimes I kind of think to myself, where's the bedside manner with you? Because it can be a little bit more matter of fact. Whereas a family doctor like yourself, you've really got to be able to drill down and understand people. And I think that's a very particular kind of calling, a particular kind of skill.
Yes, absolutely. And also, it just builds up a patient relationship that is quite unique, and the patients trust you. And so, a lot of the times when they may not disclose certain symptoms or certain things that they've never met the person before. Whereas as a family physician, if they've seen you over and over again, they know exactly, they feel comfortable talking to you. So that discloses a lot of information that can be so much helpful in managing their conditions, and which can range from physical to mental to anything.
One of the things we do here at Mira Business FM, on probably about a weekly, bi-weekly basis, is we talk to people in particular careers just to get an idea of why they decided to follow the path that they've followed. I'm wondering, with you in particular, a career in medicine is a huge number of years studying. It's a huge amount of work. It's really a life commitment, and it's, I guess, a vocation. But what do you think, if you can put this into words, the most important qualities for a really successful family physician are?
Mm. Yeah, you're absolutely right there because it's a long process, and I think the times that we're living in now, it's the children or the up and coming young generation have a lot more options than I did at the time.
Mm.
But at the same time, if you are passionate about it, if you like working with people, if you like making a difference to people's lives, I think that's very important because I still meet certain young people because I have worked with the faculty of Royal College in and the University of Nottingham with the careers advice with students. So you see those students who do stand out in terms of their commitment, and they regardless of anything, the number of years or the hard work involved, they do want to pursue that because they have that in them to make a difference to somebody's lives. Because medicine, although it varies across countries, but it is less money focused, but that can be argued. But it's because there's so many lengthy numbers of years of training involved with probably not as much remuneration as some of the finance or economics sectors, or so it does involve certain amount of commitment which is for less benefit for a certain degree, and then more focused on, particularly in when you're training in the NHS, it's very very patient focused, and it's not driven by cost or profits as such. Well, it may differ in other parts of the world, but the ethics of it and everything comes down to the fact that there's ethics of being a doctor is that you are putting a patient first and you're putting everything else secondary. So if you have that in your personality, if you feel that you can you have got an academic head and you've got a thinking head, and the fact that you're good with people, you can speak to people, then it is a career. But for you, but you have to think it through because it's years and years of a lot of hard work, and the learning never stops.
There's a sacrifice to be made, isn't there? Particularly in terms of, if you do a 7, 8 year, however long your particular medical degree is. So it's kind of a calling. You kind of have to, take a Hippocratic oath. You kind of have to make an oath to yourself, I guess, as well, if this is something that you're going to pursue. Um, could you just talk us through, describe some experiences of working with patients of different age groups, because you're really in that bracket where you can really speak to
Mm.
this, I think, from infants all the way through to seniors.
Yeah, so it's an interesting day you have, particularly if you're a GP in the NHS, that your day can be seeing anywhere up to 40 patients. Plus, if you're on call, then you're taking phone calls and emergencies from patients at home. So you 1 minute you'll have a baby brought in by a mother. The next patient might be a young person, mental health issues. The third person might be an elderly patient. So you have to. That's why the training is very geared around how to do this in a time efficient way and not missing any serious concerns. So this is just what our training is all about. So if it's a child, you approach it differently. You have to consider all aspects. You have to consider the safeguarding aspect, and often you will realize that once you are speaking to the mother or somebody, you pick up signs of where the child may be at risk, or health wise, or the safety. So that all those aspects, and it's playing in the back of your head all the time, that what things you need to think about with the elderly. As you know, as the UK and elsewhere in Europe as well, there's a rise in elderly vulnerable population, so a
Mm.
lot of elderly with chronic disease. So you have to allow them time, you have to adapt your consultation skills to their needs. You may need to wait longer, you may need to speak to them in a loud tone. You may sometimes they're just there to vent, and they want to somebody to speak to. So you have to have the patience and the skill to actually to have a conversation of that sort with them. You can have a patient come in with who's young but has severe mental health issues and doesn't open up and is sitting there quietly, and you have to make sure that they're not they're not self-harming, or they're not going to, when they walk out, they're not going to harm themselves. So there's a lot of challenges. In addition to all the daily simple stuff, you have to keep your eyes open in terms of not to miss anything significant, because in the countries where your primary care physician is the first port of call, you will see all sorts. You will see the minor stuff, and hidden amongst that will be quite serious conditions which you have to identify and do something about.
So it's really a profession that needs a real level of emotional intelligence, isn't it? And I guess a sense of, what is it? A sense of community, a sense of kinship as well. So if that's you, it's a great thing. But kind of put the financial element aside in some ways, perhaps. What do you think the biggest challenges are that are faced by family physicians, Dr. Mufaza?
Hmm. It varies from place to place. I can speak from a country to country.
Mm,
If you speak from Dubai perspective, I feel that because it is not a very uniform system across the whole place, and different insurances, different hospitals do it differently. So you may not have a lot of access to your patients' past medical history, or the systems are not integrated, so you don't know where they've been, what's been done for them. And I think the patient expectation sometimes is different. So the type of patient you see here is very different to the one you see in the UK. So I'll tell you the comparison in a minute. But also the fact that they're once you have if you manage to refer them on, often you don't see that patient back, and that gets taken on by another specialist. And so the continuity may break there. It's not a generalization, it may be different as well, but often you see that you might lose the patient if whereas in the UK, if they're registered with your practice, they will come back to the
mm,
same doctor,
mm.
or more or less at least the same practice, and their notes are there. Even they're often integrated, so you can look at them wherever they've been, what hospitals they've been to. So that helps a lot. So in the UK, the challenge is that the appointment times are short. You're looking at 10 minutes, which is often not enough to help with the problem that is severe. Also, to have enough communication, to show the empathy, to build that communication for the patient to open up to you. However, we do continue to do this, and the appointment times have not changed. Also, there are NHS is under cost constraints, and we are seeing problems with access, patients not getting appointments in time, and the government obviously is always focusing on helping with that. But those are the biggest challenges in terms of the cost saving, plus what's best for the patient, and constantly balancing that out.
Do you think that there is a different expectation of on doctors here in the UAE because it is an insurance-based system rather than a state healthcare system? Because there are fees involved here, whether it's a copay or perhaps somebody doesn't have insurance that covers whatever procedure they may require. Are you treated in a different way by patients, do you think?
Yes, definitely. Over here, we have the luxury of time. So, because you're not seeing as much volume of patients, so even with somebody with a simple cold, you can end up giving them half an hour of your time. Sometimes the expectation is to do that, and then you're actively told by your practice that give them as much time as they need,
Mm.
even no matter how simple the procedure is, because the condition is, because they are often they're either self-paying or insurance covers them. Also, the patient expects that you do there's a prescription, or if there are tests, they do have a low threshold of expecting tests, which if they're not needed, then you really have to explain to the patient why you don't need a blood test or a x-ray or something, which is obviously sometimes can be a challenge with the expectation.
Yeah, I do find here I do get sent for tests a lot, and I do tend to come out with armfuls of medicines. But here in the UAE, let's stick in the UAE for a moment. I know that you're a school physician currently. You also get to engage, I guess, with the community in a slightly different way with that. I know that you're keen on promoting healthy behaviour, for example. You hold educational talks and events. How has that added to your skill set?
Yeah, no, it works perfectly because as a school physician, that's part of the role that you have to engage with the community, because it's all a public health sort of role where you helping prevent disease and help instill healthy behaviors, especially in children here, the healthy eating.
Mm.
We do diabetes day. We talk about that. We've had the breast cancer day. We do mental health. We in this week I'm doing a talk for staff and parents around perimenopause. And so we do a variety of stuff which ties in nicely with the work that I do in general, plus with the school and involving parents. Because if I am present here as a specialist and make the most of it, that we signpost parents, because obviously we're not doing a lot of active management here, but we are spotting things. And if the parent, if say if a child has some mental health issue, or if they have some sort of we've picked up a sign of some chronic illness, then we can advise parents exactly the pathway they need to take and guide them and follow through the process. And if there's a diagnosis, then we do put an individual healthcare plan in place, so that because the child spends so much time in school, so they're correctly managed if they need in school. So it's a great concept, because if you see how much a proportion of their time kids spend in school, this health presence, and having not really medicalizing their presence at school, but if you're looking at 1800 to 2000 kids in a place every day, a medical presence and kind of guiding the parents, and it's quite reassuring for them as well, that if anything goes wrong, so we're in an emergency, or if the child has a condition that needs to be looked after, they have an active presence. We do have children with type 1 diabetes in school. So it just adds an extra layer of reassurance for the parents. We have severe allergies, kids who need EpiPens.
Mm.
We do run trainings for staff, first aid training for staff. So all that, so just helps.
It's also useful, isn't it, when it comes to attitudes towards healthcare, I suppose, to have that presence, because healthcare is changing. Longevity has become a
Mm.
buzzword, and rather than, treating symptoms, it's now more about, or moving towards, preventive healthcare for patients. I'm wondering how you see this kind of shift, because ultimately, I guess, we're monitoring our health a lot more with wearable devices, and there is a change coming,
Mm.
isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Because even comparing it to what it was like 10 years ago, I think because of social media, social media has given voice to a lot of people who have brought around this awareness, even though not always all correct. But before the medicine was all about, you go to your doctor if you have a symptom, and then you get the medication for it. That's the standard route.
Yeah.
But whereas now, because there's awareness about spotting things earlier, how to be, there's a lot more about exercise and muscle mass, and awareness around perimenopause for women, mental health and all that. So people are more aware of their health, and they are much more in control, and they have a lot more information available to not just wait for a 10-minute appointment with a doctor to understand what's going on. So I think it has its pros and cons, because you don't know what information around is authentic, which we always advise that you do speak to your doctor before you do anything, or take any particular medication, or any lifestyle change. But these things have helped change the shape how people feel more in control of their health.
Well, they have. But what do you think, though? I mean, I know that it's really best not to Google symptoms. You do need to go and see a doctor, and that's clearly the best advice. But what do you think when you see, I don't know, influencers on Instagram talking about, medical issues, the medical field in the wrong way? How frustrating for you is that?
Mm. Yeah, it just makes the conversation a little bit longer, because if somebody has come in with the preconceived idea, then you have to undo that first without sounding patronizing or without sounding dismissive,
Mm.
and then you have to introduce a new idea. So I feel that geographically as well, the health beliefs vary a lot, depending on what cultures they're coming from. So you have to first. I think the patient. What I've learned along the process of this career is that as long as the patient feels listened to and understood, and shows and the doctor showing empathy, they will agree to anything that you say, and they will take it on board. If a doctor sounds dismissive or condescending, or not interested, then they're often less likely to follow your advice.
Yeah, I see. This really interests me because I always feel that I'm very much a vaxxer. rather than anti-vax. So I'm very much a
Mm.
person that follows a doctor's advice because in my head, it's very clear that this is a person who's studied, this is a person who has passed a rigorous test to get to where they are. And I get very frustrated by the anti-vax community. However, I have to understand, and I realize this, that ultimately it is your body, your choice, isn't it? And as long as you're being listened to, I guess it's always going to be that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's autonomy, there's health autonomy, but you
Yeah.
have to. Our job is to help people make those informed decisions. So if they know the correct information, often they may have read it somewhere, they may have read the wrong research. So if you explain it the correct way, then it's after that it's their own choice.
Mm.
But the informed decision side of things is important. That they have the correct information so that they can weigh up their own ideas.
Let me ask you a little bit about research. I was reading your bio this morning again, and I know that I really wanted to talk about your career, and I want to talk about your charity in a moment. But I'm interested in research that you're involved with. What are you involved with at the moment?
Yeah, that project I have mentioned in my bio is the something I got involved in 2011. I went to this talk by a renal consultant, the kidney specialist,
Yeah.
who worked at the local hospital, and he talked about a new idea of introducing some safety measures in the primary care to prevent people from developing acute renal failure. It used to be called, like, failing of the kidneys.
Hmm.
That a certain awareness and changes could be made early enough for before patients got really worse and ended up in hospital. So that appealed to me, and I got involved with their project. And that was I was the only GP on their on the commissioning group, what they used to call at the time, doing is in the primary care. So what happens is it can happen to a healthy kidney, but there are certain people more at risk of developing acute kidney injury, which is, it doesn't mean physical injury. Injury means damage or failure.
Right.
So it is abbreviated as AKI. So it can happen if somebody is severely ill, if they're dehydrated, and the blood flow to the kidney drops, and that can cause problems with the kidney in the short term. And often, when they're recovering, a healthy patient may recover, but sometimes it might lead some chronic problems. But there are people at risk who are taking certain medication. If they're elderly, if they're diabetic, if they already have chronic kidney disease, they are much more likely to have that problem earlier than a healthy person. So you have to spot those at risk people. And then in the community, what we could do was raise that awareness amongst the GPs and the practice nurses to if the patient comes to you with an acute illness where there might be a risk of being dehydrated or severe infection like chest infection, stomach infection, do look at their medication. Do make sure that you look at their blood test previous and arrange a blood test in a 48 hours to make sure they haven't dropped their kidney function. So that was a step to have that decrease the morbidity
Mm.
from this particular, because when they present to the hospital, often it's a bit late, and they end up having a hospital stay too long, end up picking other problems on the way, and then kidney health may not come back to normal. So that was really something that was promoting a very active, healthy prevention, which would have a huge impact on the NHS cost as well as patient outcome and all the morbidity.
I want to talk about your charity work. I know you support a charity that was founded after the earthquake in Muzaffarabad in, what,
Mm.
20 years ago, 2005 that happened.
Yeah, yeah. So that was 2005. I mean, I know there've been way too many natural, unfortunate disasters since then or before that,
Mm.
but that one was particularly bad. I don't know how many people remember that, but it was just the whole region of Kashmir was wiped out. Even Islamabad, the city that I come from, which is a very modern city, an apartment complex collapsed, and they affected people that we knew. So we were in the UK at the time, and my husband, and who's a pediatric intensive care consultant as well. He himself and a few other doctors went out there as a lot of others did, to run a camp in the short term, and they helped a lot of children, and they were on the media, everything. But they spent 2 weeks there, and they performed hundreds of surgeries and all that. But when they were leaving, they thought that there's no infrastructure left in this place. These people have got no aftercare. God knows how long it will take for the government to kind of step in and build the infrastructure again. So
Mm.
maybe this is something we need to think about and have a hospital. So because they all come from high standard NHS mindset, they wanted to have like a very properly made hospital. So it took them about 7 years to fundraise and then open the hospital in 2013, which is completely earthquake proof. It's in the middle of a very beautiful valley, and it caters to the local population, which are very, very impoverished and deprived. So now they're seeing about 30,000 patients a year plus, and the hospital started with 50 beds and now it's 90 beds and doing a lot more specialties as well.
It's a huge thing to do. You run a children's welfare program there as well.
Yes. So since got involved with the school health, and I thought this is such a great idea, because we are picking up problems in children early, even though we're living in a very affluent society, and the children are not even at risk much of malnutrition or anything like that. But we
Mm.
we still pick up things, and we are guiding parents. So in a place like that, where there are orphanages in the catchment, where although they're government run and the kids are looked after, but not much attention is being paid to how they're eating, how their mental health is, how if they're growing well, or all that. So with the help of one of the pediatric nurses, set up a health visiting service. So the nurse goes in a few times a month, and in between, if needed, to review children, to make sure that they don't have any acute problems. Plus, she's monitoring their heights and weights and growth and nutrition. And we picked up so many children with nutritional issues, and supplemented their diets. We've added a social aspect to it. We fund activities. We are providing them books and sports goods, and they're playing cricket now, they're playing football, and they just feel of think of that nurse as a mother figure. The other day, a few children came up to her and said, "Oh, can we go on a school trip? Can you organize a trip for us?" So it's very nice to be able to do that. That they can come and ask us for stuff which they otherwise would not have to, because of being under resourced.
Uh, These things are not cheap to run. Hospitals cost a lot of money to run. Programs like this need funding.
Mm.
How do you
Mm.
fund this on an ongoing basis?
Yeah, it's completely charity based. It
Yeah.
is the funds, but we've been very lucky that since the outset, the local, because in the UK, a very large proportion of the population comes from Kashmir. So
Yeah.
they felt that this was close to their hearts, and any charity that they were going to do anyway, they then gave it to the hospital. Plus, there are no admin costs in the UK for the charity, so that appealed to people as well. And these were the people, members of community that we knew personally. So they were also in Islam, religiously, you're meant to give 2.5% of your surplus wealth to charity every year anyway.
Hmm.
So that stream of income then becomes, if somebody dedicates that yearly amount to us, then that becomes a steady income source. With regards to my orphanage outreach program, it is actually a very small amount goes a very long way. Just for an idea, like during the month of Ramadan, we provided them meals. The whole month for 60 children, it cost 4,000 dirhams. So that was maybe one person's zakat money. So it's because they're well children. There very few will have health conditions where they need to go into hospital and have active treatment. A lot of them will need a little bit, or out in the community, or they just need extra nutrition. So that just gets taken care of by, so that a little bit of amount of money actually goes a very long way.
Every little helps, doesn't it? It really does. Look,
Mm.
we're talking to today as part of a kind of a career focus segment here on Mira Business FM, but it's also just really interesting, kind of heartwarming as well to be able to talk to you. You've kind of already said this, but I wanted to finish by saying, look, the thing about becoming a doctor is that it's not really a business. For most doctors, I think at heart, it's a vocation. It's not really a money-making thing. It's kind of a life thing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's one of those professions that it's your patient comes first, and as a doctor, that instinct is instilled in you, and also you have that instinct that you're very very mindful of your outcomes, and you what your how well you've communicated with your patient, how well you've understood their problem, and what you've done. So it gives you that feeling of fulfillment, if you have done well, and I think you're driven by that. So absolutely, obviously, you have to pay the bills, and it does it does pay, but it's very very focused on the humanity side of things, and which is kind of, sometimes some people are built that way, and that's why those people choose to then go on and choose this as a career.
It's good that you're built that way, I think. Dr. Mufaza Rashid works as a consultant in family medicine, joining us here on Mira Business FM this morning. Great to talk to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Tim. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Good
Have
to
a
have
good
you on.
day.
Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive.
You're listening to Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. This is the morning drive. My name's Tim Elliott. Welcome to the show. If you've just joined us, maybe you're with us on YouTube, which is where we are streaming, along with Rumble and Twitch and Daily Motion. You may be with us in a short on Instagram. Who knows? Wherever you are, you're welcome. Let's talk gold now on the morning drive. Monday morning, the week ahead for gold. Jeff Rhodes is with us. He's the CEO of the Goldstrom Advisory. Jeff, morning. I thought you were going to be at the airport for some reason, but that does not look like an airport to me.
No, it's not at all. No, yeah, I got the timing wrong, actually, Tim.
Oh, okay.
Flight's at 2 o'clock this afternoon, which is pretty lucky for me, to be honest with you. So
much more
no,
sociable
good.
time to travel.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, how are you?
I'm very well. How was your weekend?
Yeah, not bad. Was right on the sucker, 2-2.
You were on the money.
Yeah.
So what we have here is the Oracle, otherwise known as Jeff Rhodes, because he could predict soccer scores. Well, can with Tottenham Hotspur. And you're not bad on the gold either, Jeff.
Yeah, not bad, but what can you do? You don't never know with Spurs. I mean, I guess it makes me a good gold trader, so I can put up. If I can put up with Spurs, I can put up with anything really. So
Yeah, I've been
good.
known to put up with Tottenham Hotspurs in my life. Look, let's talk about gold generally to start with,
Yeah.
Jeff. The high of just shy of $4,400 on the 21st of October. Pretty much over the last week or so, it's trading around the 4,000 mark, around about 4,050 at the moment.
Yeah, look, it was a quiet week last week. We traded between 3,930 and 4,030. Really a tight trading range for a week. After all, over the last few months, we've got used to gold trading $100 in a day, or even $200 in a day. So $100 for the week was quiet, but it looks as though the quietness is gone, and we are back in a bit of a bull market, Tim. Gold at the moment is 4,075.
Really?
And yeah, I woke up to the apparent news that in the US, it looks as though they're edging closer to a deal to reopen government. I thought would have been negative for the gold price. But it seems not that. I don't know if that story is true, but it seems to be true. That gold has staged a stunning rally this morning. Looks set to be a signal for a return to the bull market.
Well, it's interesting this. I was going to ask you because the government shut down, 40 days? It's the longest the American government's ever closed. They're at loggerheads over, a funding deal. Workers without paychecks, millions of Americans without essential services, airports across the country, the cancellations and delays over the weekend. This morning, it looks like the deal is about to pass. It's been a pretty dire picture in a lot of ways. Gold, however, has been holding. Are you surprised at
Yes.
4,075?
Yeah, I am actually. I'm really quite surprised that having seen the news, the apparent good news,
Yeah.
I would have expected a reverse. But there you go. Gold, it looks as though somebody was waiting for this news to come out and has decided to make the move. But it does have a very strong feel to it as I look at it at the moment.
Well, you alluded to lack of data when we talked on Friday. The shutdowns kind of forced investors and the Fed, the data-dependent Fed, to rely on private sector indicators. But now that the government is opening back up, or in theory will open back up soon, we should start to see some data. It's been in short supply for nearly 6 weeks. But what do you think that might mean?
Yeah, I think the private data that we've seen come through was mixed a bit, but I think really wouldn't be surprised to see some really bad numbers coming out.
Okay.
And if those bad numbers do come out, it means lower interest rates.
Yeah.
And lower interest rates have been the trigger for gold's rally this year anyway. So yeah, it looks as though we're in for a return to the all-time high. It feels good.
I've been reading your reports. I get quite excited when you send them through now, Jeff. I probably should get out more. I've said that to somebody else this
Yeah, you
morning.
should.
Yeah, I know. Let's look ahead just a little bit. You noted on Friday, this I thought was interesting. A couple of other things I wanted to ask you about as well. But this, first of all, the Challenger Job Cuts report released Thursday showed that US companies cut 150,000 jobs in October, which is the largest monthly reduction in over 2 decades, 20 years, strengthening expectations of another Federal Reserve rate cut. It supports precious metals, of course. The Federal Reserve rate cut, when do you think that might happen? There's a prediction I'm looking for.
Well, there is a meeting in December,
Yes.
and the bets on Friday were about 67% certainty that there would be another rate cut. 67%, fairly sort of a bit higher than the middle, but nevertheless not very aggressive. Before the rate cuts we've seen in October and November, it's been well announced. I think it's really telling us that the Fed is going to act, it's going to cut. They know that the Fed will know some of the numbers, and I feel as though they're preparing everyone. And Jerome Powell's very good at calming everyone down and sounding a bit hawkish when he's not really. I think the market this morning is telling us that the rate cuts are coming, and honestly, it looks as though we might see a fresh all-time high. It really looked as though we were going through a quiet period, but the rally this morning, let's see a bit later on in the week. But for me, it looks as though we're going to have a fun week for some a fun week, not fun for others. But
There are
anyway, we'll see. Honestly, but I woke up thinking gold down, and it wasn't. It was up, and so yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do a bit of short covering.
Life's all about surprises. Couple of things in your daily report just before the weekend that got my
Yeah.
attention. First of all, and this we've talked about at some length over the last few weeks, really, the waves in trade policy, this is the quote, have calmed down somewhat. The conflicts are by no means resolved. Gold is therefore likely to remain in demand as a safe haven. You're quoting Commerzbank from a note they produced in that, and it seems as though that's coming to pass.
Yeah, it does look as though it's coming to pass. I think it's a bit early, and of course, we could still see things change for this week. But as the days progress, Tim, I think if it's going to happen, if we're going to have a strong rally, I think it will be this week. It looks as though we're set for that. So, and that will of course spill over into silver and platinum and palladium.
Well, I'll come to those in a moment. The other quote you made, and this is kind of a more general quote, really. Tech-heavy stock markets remain poised for their biggest weekly fall in 7 months on Friday. And this is as investors fretted over the sustainability of a rally in artificial intelligence stocks, which got me thinking. Are we fed up with AI already, or is it just, well, it's there, who cares about it anymore? Is that where we are, really?
Honestly,
Mm.
I've always been in that camp.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe some would have suggested I needed some artificial intelligence myself, but yeah, I wouldn't say no. Look, Tim, honestly, being uh, just a normal, boring gold trader, I do think AI, yeah, it's there. We've had technical trading in our business now for quite some time.
Mm.
You know, I look at the charts a lot more than I did 30 years ago because the charts react to movements in price, and movements in price react to the charts. And so it's all been very technical anyway.
Mm.
And the fact that we've got AI telling us where gold is going, well, yeah, maybe I won't have a job in a year or so's time. Probably I won't be alive in a year or so's time, but yeah, I'm getting on a bit.
Jeff Rhodes, never let that be said.
No.
I'm
Yeah,
expecting a
I'm
long and
joking, but
fruitful appearance from you on this program, at
inshallah.
least.
Yeah,
But
let's
it
hope
is
so.
interesting, this, isn't it? I guess as a trader of some years of experience, let's put it that way, Jeff.
Yeah,
How do
yeah.
you view this kind of invasion of AI in territory that you have traditionally kind of commanded? Does it feel as though the command is waning?
No,
No?
no, I don't think there's going to be any significant impact on what trading markets do.
Mm.
It could affect the decision making for people, for example, who need gold or produce gold, but I can't really see the introduction of artificial intelligence into trading any more than black boxes, and black boxes changed the way gold was traded. I can't really see why that should be anymore. It could become more efficient, I must say,
Yeah.
and it would make the writing of market reports, which probably, doing that in the morning, Tim, can take a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Maybe AI can do it in a couple of minutes. But yeah, let's see. But it's interesting, and it's more likely to impact, if you like, the industrial precious metals,
Right.
because AI is more likely to impact, industry
Mm.
and the production of products and services rather than trading. So I think, yeah, it could have an impact, certainly on the white metals.
I I'm interested in what you said about writing reports there, because you produce a report every day, and it's what, a
Correct.
four A4 page report, a couple of pages of charts, and then lots and lots of bullet points, and generally a couple of paragraphs on what's happened over the course of the day, or whatever you're particularly
Yeah,
writing about.
absolutely.
And I wonder. To me, it seems as though you do that and it would really sort of focus the way you consider gold. Whether you're looking back or looking forwards, it's a way of keeping yourself. Is it a way of keeping yourself sharp? Would you say?
Yes, absolutely.
Mm.
I think uh, I've been in the UK for the last week, and I think it's fair to say not watching the markets as closely as I normally would.
Mm.
We've had a bit of a break. Played golf at Glen Eagles.
It's a
That was
Freudian
great.
slip for you.
Yeah, yeah. So probably not as focused as usual,
Right.
and I feel it. Yeah, I do feel if I'm not really on top of it, I feel that I don't have such a good feel for the market, and so Yeah, I would say that's a very good observation. It's often last thing I do at night is see what the gold price is, and first thing in the morning see what the gold price is.
We'd
And
expect.
it does tend to. It's not an obsession, but it's what I do. It's what makes me.
Yeah, yeah. But it keeps it just keeps the instinct, doesn't it? It keeps the study up, I suppose.
It does. It keeps you feeling the market.
Yeah, yeah.
Honestly, the way we look at things, we have to have a feel for it, because gold is fine as any kind of financial instrument or commodity instrument. You have to have a feel for it to
Mm.
really get it right. And by looking at the market so much, you do get a feel for it, and so that helps you make the right decisions.
Let me ask you about your other favourite metal, which is silver, headed northwards towards the end of last
Yeah,
week.
yeah. And continuing this morning,
Mm.
just shy of $50. Yeah, it looks as though we're going to take a look at the all-time high of 50, 54, 65, but just shy of $55. That looks good to me. That's had a period of consolidation. Um, Tim, I just want to slightly go off onto the technical side of it.
Sure.
I am a big fan of, as you would know, the um, relative strength indicators.
Yes.
Now, when we had gold and silver at their all-time highs, the 30-day RSIs were 80 plus, something we'd never seen before.
Mm.
Now we've still got gold above 400, and we've got silver around 50. The RSIs are in the mid 50s, not the mid 80s,
Right.
the mid 50s.
Yeah.
So it means the market has stepped back and is, if you like, rejuvenated itself and is ready to go again. We're not in that technically overbought situation where we were 3 or 4 weeks ago. We're in a very neutral situation in terms of holdings, which tells me there's a lot of buying that can be done that will take us through to fresh all-time highs, certainly before the end of the year, and probably before the end of this week.
All right, we'll check in with you on Friday on that one, as always. And then also just a word or two on platinum and palladium, just in the interests of being completist.
Yeah, look, I think both of them are following the same pattern as gold, but I particularly like platinum. I think it's fundamentally um, in shortage. We have a chronic backwardation where the future price is lower than the spot price. So I think we're going to have probably having platinum, if I had to put a number on it, around 1700 this week,
Mm.
and that probably takes palladium with it to around 1600, 1650. But they're looking good, because I think a world of lower interest rates will be good for the global economy.
Mm-hmm.
It will certainly help to stimulate industrial demand, which is obviously going to be very, very positive for the white industrial metals. Silver, platinum, and palladium will benefit from growing economies around the world.
Final thoughts for this week, Jeff. You wake up to a surprise. It was kind of unexpected this morning, where gold was going for sure. But I'm not going to ask you for predictions, but just thoughts
Hmm.
for the next sort of 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see gold around, well, testing that all-time high of 4,381. I think
Really?
could go this week. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
it's whenever you get this unexpected, unusual move first thing in Asia, it tells me that the early bird catches the worm, as they say.
Yeah.
And it does. I think there are people who know, and people who don't know, but people who know, and I think they've decided this is time to make the move. If it doesn't follow through today,
Mm.
then all bets are off. But if we do see the market continue to rally in Europe and in the US later, I think that sets the scene for a very, very interesting week.
Do you think that means that Friday in this studio, you're back, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll be hopefully here on Friday. Does that mean, cartwheeling Jeff Rhodes into the studio, forward walking, a few squat
No,
thrusts,
no,
maybe?
no, 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 no. It would be. I don't listen. I don't even know if it's really the best thing to have a higher gold price, because you have a higher gold price when there are problems in the world. So, but I do think it's going to be the case. Listen, I don't really get excited whether gold's going up or down. It's just, for me, I just love to track the movements, and it's enough for me to get it right. I feel it's not about making money, but I just feel very vindicated. If I make a call and it goes well, yeah, I'm happy. Can you hear my cat, by the way?
I did hear
My
something in
cat
the
is,
background
yeah,
there, yeah.
that's my cat. I think he's bullish for gold, actually.
Why am I not surprised in the Rhodes household that the cat likes gold? Is he a Ginger Tom or no?
No, he's white.
Well,
He's creamy white.
there you go. Look great with a
If I
little
could get
gold
him to
collar.
come into the picture.
Jeff, I
Yeah,
always love talking
yeah,
to you. Really appreciate
yeah,
it.
it's
Look,
good.
safe journey back. See you on Friday.
Okay, and you take care, mate.
Brilliant.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Jeff. Tell her. It's Jeff Rhodes, CEO of Goldstrom Advisory, joining us talking gold here on Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. Welcome to another hour of the programme. And in this hour, talking entrepreneurship. Just a reminder, by the way, that you can find us at mirabusiness.fm. That is the website. You can get in touch. WhatsApp's the easiest way. WhatsApp.mira.fm means no phone numbers to remember. Just type that in. And also email info@mira.fm. And you can find us across all the various platforms. You know where they are. Just search MIRA, Mira Business FM. So, entrepreneurship, building businesses, somebody who's done it, two people who've done it, to be more precise. Graham and Leanne Carling are Scottish entrepreneurs. I'm guessing proudly Scottish entrepreneurs as well. Investors, co-founders of the Carling Group, which is their privately held family investment office. Leanne, congratulations and welcome. Good to see you. And Graham, welcome to you as well.
Thank you very much.
Who's going to tell the story here? Because your story is really interesting to me. I'll ask you, Graham, first of all. 2007, I looked at this and I thought, were you insane? Quit your job, 3 months savings, baby's on the way, no safety net at all, and you decide, I'm starting again. What on earth made you decide
Well,
to
I'm
do
crazy. Yeah, I'm definitely
that?
crazy.
That's what I
That's
thought.
that's for
I
sure.
don't know you well enough to say that out loud, but you must
Yes.
be.
Yeah, look, it actually goes back before that. I'd started a number of small businesses around 2000, 2001. They didn't work out, and so I think it was three, one after the other, small businesses that ultimately failed. I had to go back to mainstream employment. I was licking my wounds, my ego was dented, my pride bruised, and I had to go back to mainstream employment, to a job I just over broke, and that was awful. So around about 2002, 2003, when I went back in mainstream employment, I read a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad, written by Robert Kiyosaki, and that was kind of told me at that time, it was like a light bulb for me, that I really had no idea or no clue about finances. In fact, I had zero financial education. It wasn't something that was prevalent, where I came from, which was, in the council house from Dundee. So
Well, we're still not taught it now, are we?
no, we're still not. No,
It's not in schools
no.
for some unknown reason.
Well, it's a deliberate reason, if you ask me. I mean, I think it's part of the plan. But
Possibly.
yes. So so when I read that book, it really, like I said, it was a light bulb moment, and it for me, I just for the next few years immersed myself in becoming more financially educated whilst working in back in mainstream employment.
Well, you were driven, clearly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I did not want to work for anyone else. It was horrible having to go in to earn money. I had to recover financially. I had to recover from a confidence point of view. I'd had multiple small failures. I mean, nothing now. When I look back, but at the time it was painful. So yeah.
Okay, Leanne, what were you thinking at this point?
Well, Graham and I met in 2005.
Yep.
when Graham had to return back to mainstream employment. And like Graham, I grew up in a council house in Glasgow. I was very ambitious, but I didn't know about your own business, so I was always trying to climb the corporate ladder.
Yeah.
Frustrated, but really ambitious, so I kind of hopped from company to company, just looking for the higher.
You knew you wanted to get somewhere.
Yeah, I just didn't know where,
But
and how to get there. So I just worked really, really hard. As I say, I was really ambitious. I always wanted to learn. I, signed up for everything within the companies to make myself learn and grow. And in 2005, when Graham and I met, I was in a really good job. I was doing really well, but then Graham became my boss, and that's when we kind of decided to quit our jobs.
And then you became his boss.
Quite literally overnight.
Natural course of things. No, but I mean, I always think it takes guts and it takes drive, but it comes from a place where I remember my dad said to me, and Graham, I think this is something that you've kind of intimated without actually saying it. My dad always said to me, "You never really make any money unless you work for yourself." That's something that he kind of drummed into me, which I've managed to not follow really successfully, I hasten to add as well. But there is something within you that, whether you know it or not, you're not somebody that can work for anybody else.
No, I'm not, and I'm certainly today. I'm unemployable. I couldn't, I could not work in that environment. I haven't been able to be an employee, I think, for years now. But it's interesting you say that. I seen my dad do very well in the corporate world from where he came from, and he had no money at any point in time. Yeah. So I knew, look, you could be successful in the corporate world, but why are we still skint every Christmas, every new, summer holidays?
It's paydays.
Yes,
Yeah.
You're in the rat race.
Yeah.
And ultimately, so I seen, I suppose, first what I didn't want to be like. And that was the driver for me. There's no way and my dad was a success in that world, but had no, money came in, money went out. It was just there. There was no.
It's interesting that, because this then becomes a conversation of how do you define success, because that's clearly a driver, I guess, for both of you. You both wanted to move up. But Liam, what was your perception? What was your idea of success?
It was the freedom to do whatever I wanted when I wanted, because if you're employed, you get 22 or 30 holidays a year. They dictated your life. And especially when we started working together, I felt awkward. I was really good at my job. Was I then going to be looked at the bonuses and things I was getting because it was my partner? Whereas before, I was successful, and really good at my job. So, but it was more about the time and to be able to do what you want to do and enjoy doing it.
Yeah. Graham, is that the same for you?
Absolutely. It's the freedom. My dad hated his job, every single one of them. I mean, he was a depressed guy, successful. From his family, he was the guy that, had worked his way through the corporate ladder. We'd moved from Scotland into the south of England. That was kind of unheard of, but that was a pivotal moment for me because it showed me a different environment. But my dad was successful in it, but absolutely, just a depressed guy when it came to working. He just didn't enjoy it. And I'm seeing this and I'm going, is that it? For me, when I was younger, sort of growing up, there's no way am I wanting to be like my dad when I'm 50, and he's in a good job, but just really unhappy generally, no matter what he done or how much money he got or promoted or whatever. He was he was unfulfilled. And there was no way that was going to happen to me.
No, I can see that. It's good to be able to go to work with a smile on your face. I remember my father-in-law saying years ago, nobody enjoys their job. And just a comment around the dinner table sort of thing. And I was sitting there thinking, I actually quite like my job. And I'm all right with my job. And I realised I was quite fortunate in a lot of ways. Neither of you said or made any mention of money in success there at all. Money's important, I get that, and I know you've made money, but that wasn't, Leanne, that wasn't your driver.
No, it was genuinely to be able to do the things we wanted to do in our timescales, and instead of waiting to retire, to do them while we're young, fit and healthy.
Okay, so you go into business,
Yep.
And you're obviously married and you're in business together. That's another question to ask. I've just realised. I'll come back to that in a minute. But you've since built I'm reading, one of Scotland's largest private landlord portfolios. So where did you start? I'll ask you.
Yeah, so we started, like I say, you know, I went back to mainstream employment in 2002. I got myself financially educated as much as I could whilst I was still working. And when the property market and the financial crisis started to hit 2007 and 8, the numbers started to make sense from a point of view, from an investment point of view.
Yeah.
So if I was right and I was really believed in what I'd learned over those few years, you know, it wasn't an overnight thing. It took a while for me to recover. Then the time was right for us to get in the property market when everyone else was getting out, because prices were coming down. There were motivated sellers in the market, and finance was still kind of available to be able to finance it. So if the numbers were right, they made sense. I didn't have that knowledge previously in my businesses. So the timing and circumstances, there was an opportunity there.
Well, I was going to say that, and as much as you obviously took on board the financial knowledge, you also, there was a moment where you realised, okay, opportunity here.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't necessarily put those two things together, do they?
Well, I mean, I think, again, if it goes back to, certainly in my case, it was financial education. I was seeing opportunities everywhere where a lot of other people were just seeing absolute fear, carnage, and all that stuff. So I was in a different place. The difficulty is, do you go for it? You know, having had failures before, you know, and ultimately,
Taking the risk.
yeah. Do we
take
go
the
for it
risk
here?
out?
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting thing, because I mean, the old phrase risk reward is obviously the thing, but it's being comfortable with risk, isn't it? What was it, Leanne, that I don't know, tipped the scales in favour of the risk?
Well, to go back, Graham and I are both very ambitious, and we were working together, and it was quite funny when I met Graham. He introduced me to the Rich Dad Poor Dad book and all the other financial education, and we studied together for 2 years before we took the jump or the leap of faith of getting into business together. But the argument was, I'll quit my job and I'll focus on it, and you keep the stability of the income. And it was a fight between us, no, Graham wanted to quit, I wanted to quit. So we then decided to quit together and do it together, because if we're going to do something and do it well, you've got to do it 100%.
We have to commit, don't you, I suppose? Yeah, okay. So you both decide, no, let's just leave well-paid jobs and go into the great unknown. Yeah. People listening thinking, what?
Yeah. And we work well with impending events, and and that was an impending event. I think you mentioned earlier we had 3 months of savings, so
That's what I read, yeah.
So we had to make this work within 3 months, or we were going back to employment.
Do you think if you hadn't had that, do you think that was like a spur? Did that really kick you in the right direction?
It didn't kick us. I mean, that was it was only 3 months. It wasn't, or 6 months. I think it was ultimately.
But the fact that it was only that.
Well, it was only that. I think it helped. There's no doubt about that. So that was, and it just, you felt better.
It held you accountable as well, that you had this, this time frame. You need to.
But those are good lessons. Living within a very limited budget. I mean, those are very real lessons, aren't they? So you then decide to buy property.
Yeah.
You build a portfolio. What was the first thing you bought?
We bought a property in Aberdeen, actually, which is an hour in Aberdeenshire, just north of Aberdeen, actually.
Small town called Newmarket.
A place called Newmarket, and it was a sale and rent back. So it was a couple that were splitting up. And the husband wanted to rent the property back. So anyway, we managed to structure. And I remember telling my dad about it, and he said, "Aberdeen, you're buying a property in Aberdeen? Oh no!" I mean, he put the fear right up us about it. Yet it was a fantastic deal. We only just sold it just recently, and we had it for a number of years, and it was a great deal. But it was terrifying going back into it when everyone's getting out, and that was the start of it. Then after that, once we got the first one, we had a ready-made tenant. We were able to finance it 100%, so we were able to get our money out, and we were in the game. So it was a race then to get as many of those properties as we could, as quickly as we could, because we were earning cash flow, we had equity in the property, and the refinance we were able to do immediately gave us some money that lasted us another 6 months to live on. I mean, it was just it was kind of the perfect set of circumstances.
Right.
It was the timing that you
The timing,
obviously
yeah, the timing,
studied.
timing was right. Yeah.
The timing was fortuitous, obviously. So how many properties do you have in this portfolio now?
Well, we had over 300 odd at its peak, but we've been selling them recently. I mean, in the UK, the markets and conditions have changed. Most of the properties in the UK and Spain, we're branched out there. So we're probably down maybe a couple of hundred now, but they're going down as they come up, and there's value there to sell. We'll take the value.
It's a sizable portfolio.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. There's smiles on both of your faces, so that's a good thing. So that leads to what? What came next after you thought we're happy with what we've built, we'll continue to build it, but what was the next step?
Yeah. Well, you want to?
Yeah, well,
Yeah, no, great. Either.
we then started, when you're running the property business, you start seeing where the money's going, and all the businesses that, for compliance. So gas certificates, electrical certificates, all the compliance that you need for the day-to-day running of the properties.
I've just done that in Scotland. There's a fair few hoops to jump through. Yeah.
So the management side we kind of looked at, and then we thought, no, that's going to pull you back and hold you back. So we ended up selling the management side of it, but we retained the properties, and then we got involved in, or we seen an opportunity in all the certificates and the business side of it, and that's where you come into. Let's get involved in buying businesses.
It was a natural progression, really. When you're in the property business, you buy them, you then think you're Donald Trump, and you try and develop them, then you soon find out that
Donald Trump
It's a money pit. It's a money pit.
yeah, you soon find out how good you are when you do that. And so we ventured into some development of that because it was just a natural progression. And then we ventured into some commercial and office buildings. And so we just, again, it was just all property based. Then, of course, with the rules and regulations and tightening up the legislation, it made sense to be on the other side of the fence. We are paying all this money out to maintain and do the properties, and there was only one margin, so it's either there was a fight, where it went. So ultimately, we really had to get on the other side of the fence as well. And I think, but took us a number of years to get to where it made sense for us. We've seen what we're good at is identifying value at certain times. So when the compliance and rules started tightening up and, cleaner, greener energies, we really felt we needed to be into that sector. And so we went looking for, like we went looking for properties, we went looking for businesses that we can go and buy in that sector.
And there are incentives in that regard from government perspective and everything else. Okay, so that's the next step. You now have, so that's one side of it, the property side, United Capital, GCCE Equity Partners, Sustainable Building Services Group. There are lots of different strings to the bow. Yeah, we do. I think one of the things that we've learned over the years, well, first of all, we've grown out the environment. We're here in Dubai now for a reason. We had to grow out. Scotland is a very small place. The UK is tough at the moment to do business. But what we wanted to do is to keep expanding and keep growing. Not necessarily for the money. We've went from just needing to cover our salaries, which was the target when we quit our jobs, was just to cover our salaries, to now have doing business internationally, because we got the bug of business that we never seen. We thought we'd have enough money, we could sit on the beach in Spain, laptop lifestyle, life's great.
We lasted 8 months.
We tried it. It was awful, So, and we can do so much more, and we've got so much. We love it. We love business. We love it, and so there's no end or goal, and it's not like a monetary value because we don't need any more money in that sense. We're fine, but we love the game. We love the business, and it's the blood pumping.
It's the thrill of the chase, isn't it? It seems to me. Okay, let me just go back to something you said there. Scotland, it's tough, everything else. I understand that. Europe and the US at the moment. So you've come to somewhere completely new. But why on earth did you come here, if you don't mind me asking? What led you to Dubai?
We came to Dubai for our honeymoon.
Oh, okay.
18 years ago, and the energy of the place, the can-do energy, the government's pro-growth and business, and and the changes in the last 18 years is absolutely fantastic. So we were coming back and forward on holiday, and then when we were deciding where to live, we always involve the family in big moves, and the children were younger than what they are now, obviously. So we got the flip chart out, and we'd said, the reason why we were looking to move, we're looking to grow as a family. We put the map of the world up on the screen, and we said, right, you have to pick 3 countries each, and then say why you want to live there. And all 4 of us picked Dubai.
Inevitable then, I guess, really. So literally the screen went up and everybody pointed to the one place.
Yeah, well, not
They had
everybody.
3
There was
each,
yeah,
each,
for
3
different
countries
reasons.
each.
For different
But in the
reasons.
end, yeah.
My
Yeah.
daughter's was ice cream. I mean, that wasn't really a compelling reason for us to.
Young
up-
daughters. No, I'm totally with you.
Yeah. So no, I think absolutely. Why wouldn't you move to Dubai? I mean, the reality is we've been coming here a long time. We travel the world. This year we've travelled pretty much the whole world. There is no better city in the world, I'm telling you, that we've came across, and that's all over the US and South America and all that stuff, than Dubai. And as far as the energy for pro business, it is just the environment here. I haven't seen it anywhere else.
But there's a huge amount of opportunity here, and there will continue to be a huge amount of opportunity. Dubai's growing at a rate. We've just hit 4 million in Dubai. Abu Dhabi hit 4 million earlier in the year. So, and that's not likely to stop anytime soon. Property values, we're seeing lots of new developments, so that's going to happen. So you're able to do the things that you want to do, Leanne, business-wise, from here in Dubai, as you could anywhere else. So why not be here, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you about your approach. I was looking at your website, and you two are very focused. For every venture that you start, the end is very much in mind. So it's a kind of an exit entrepreneurial approach, isn't it? You're really looking at, and this is not particularly long term. You look to exit within 4 years?
Yeah,
4
3
year
to 5
cycle.
years if we
3
can.
to 5
yeah.
year cycle. Okay. You specialise, this is the phrase, I need to get to the bottom of this phrase to understand it. You specialise in identifying fragmented sectors across key global markets to drive consolidation through strategic acquisition and create significant value. So let me see if I've got this right. You want to get into something, get it moving, and then you're off ski, as it were. Kind of that's really the way you do it, isn't it, in a nutshell? Can you give me an example of that? Give me a good example that would phrase that.
Yeah, if you're looking at, let's say, the renewable sector, for example, so renewable energy, cleaner energy, a lot of companies are maybe old, regional, established, well-run, well-managed gas servicing, plumbing, electrical contractors who are dominant regionally. And are transitioning into cleaner energy, so solar, air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps, and all this wind energy. So there's a transition going on there now. There is no if I take the UK for example, there is no one huge player in the market yet. Even though the big guys want to do it, there is nobody dominant in that sector. But what you do have is a number of very good regional contractors or operators in that sector. So, and really only the strongest will survive in the end. So what we do is we bring these companies, so we'll go and try and buy these businesses and group them together with a view to protect the business, to protect what they've got. And what it does is it gives the larger players who want to come into it and save time. They'll come in and buy these businesses that are operating and have a lot of the contracts, have a lot of the, more importantly, the skill set to deliver the next generation of that type of energy. So, for example, we just sold one of our companies to a big Japanese firm. It was a strategic acquisition for them, and because they see the UK as a huge market in the renewables, that they weren't particularly dominant, and we went through a very competitive process in that field, where there were a number of other companies very interested in acquiring us and put bids in. So that's what we do. And the beauty for the companies that we buy is we've protected the business for them and the employees when they would have found it tough up against the big guys. So that's, I hope that kind of explains
No, it does. Do you know what I noticed there above anything else is the look in your eyes when you're explaining it. There's real, you sort of feel the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
You know, and that's kind of what, because I look at this and you can take it two ways. You know, they just, you know, buy
it, yeah.
business, sell it on,
Yeah.
don't really care about it.
Yeah.
But you're trying to scale a business in the right way, it seems to me.
Absolutely, and if we take the business that we've done, for example, being part of a bigger group lends itself to bigger asset value. So when they're going for government contracts or big contracts, you need to be solid. So what we were able to do is a number of contracts that on one of the businesses we bought, for example, they would never have been renewed again, because there are other players coming into that sector. So we were able to bolster the balance sheet that gave them the opportunity. So they will tell you, the management team that were there for 15 years before us, you know, they would never have got that new contract, I'd say a 10 or 12 year contract, hadn't it been for a bigger company coming in and giving them that wherewithal, and we bolstered the balance sheet to provide, so the sum of the parts are greater than, the individual, you know what I mean? So it's, that has been really effective. It's not about just buying and selling. That's not how we do it. It's seeing opportunity where we can add value, because ultimately it creates value for us as well. So it's very much a win-win. It's not like a ruthless private equity end strip costs. That's not our model at all.
It's also, the Carling Group is a family business,
Yes,
isn't it? So let me just ask you, you're both risk takers. Leanne, I know it's your son that's involved in the business, isn't it? He's what, 22? Am I right?
18.
He's 18?
18, yeah.
Why am I thinking 20? So he's 18 years old, so he's come into the business. Is he like you? Is he of a similar kind of mindset? Is he a chip off the old block?
Yeah,
kind of thing?
I mean, they've been grown up. It's been a very different upbringing for them, you know. Everything that we learn, we try to teach them.
Yeah.
You know, and it sometimes backfires because it's against what the school's teaching them. So he's always, well, Dad, my teacher says the opposite, in economics, or and Graham was saying, no, that's not real life though, that's
This
school.
is the real world,
This
son.
is real world. So yeah, but they're involved in everything, and we take them. We travel the world for education, or we did when we were younger. They came with us, and we don't sit and watch the TV at night. We watch stuff that's educational. I'm not saying we never do it, but when it's on in the background, there's education there, and that's part of their makeup now.
Okay. How's he doing, Graham?
He's doing
the business?
good. He's doing good. I mean, you can never tell how things are going to pan out, but I mean, I'm really proud of him. I'm really proud of. He wants to make. He wants to do well himself. He wants to. He's got a head start. So we've given him the perfect platform to do it. And he's taken the bull by the horns. But he's still, like a young guy. He's got a lot to learn. But the two businesses that he's purchased already have been doing great.
He's 18, he's got two businesses already.
Yeah.
That's an opportunity.
Yeah.
And it's actually nice having him on the team as well, because we're old school, and when a young person comes in
I was thinking
and
that.
is sitting in the meetings, he's seen it from a different point of view, and it's actually quite refreshing, because you're thinking, sometimes he'll ask the question and you think,
Oh, he's young.
he's young, but then when you actually evaluate what he's just said, and then give us more on what you're telling or what you think, it's actually quite refreshing.
So it would be like a fresh perspective,
yeah.
I guess. So I was going to ask you that, but it's interesting to hear that. Let's go back to something that you mentioned earlier on, and this was you saying this, Graham. You hit a time when things went badly. You had to go back to employment. It hit you hard, both financially and from a confidence perspective. And I guess, Liam, I'll ask you for your perspective as well on this. But you're both risk takers now. You're clearly comfortable with risk. But what's the secret to becoming accustomed to risk, to being able to take the risk? Because the fear of failure is there. I guess you went through a certain amount of what you could perceive as being failure. But how do you get accustomed to that? Was that a learning thing?
Yeah, I mean, just the only way to get accustomed
not
to
a
it
choice,
is
is
to
it?
fail. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, just when you get it, and it's how are you going to react?
Yeah.
Now, we all think, we'll deal with things in certain ways, but it's only when it really happens, when it, you can read failure in a book, but when you've had it or encounter it or troubles,
it's hitting you personally, emotionally.
yep,
Yeah.
you've got to go through it. It is absolutely, for me, it's been a learned thing, and it's been how do you cope with it when it goes on? But to the extent that it toughens you up, when you get through it and you say, "Oh, that didn't kill me.
Yeah.
That didn't kill me. I'm still here. And we went through it. It was tough. It was horrible, but we're still here. We're still alive, and we're still in the game. We're at
We
it.
always ask ourselves, well, is this life or death?
Yeah, is it a blip or?
Is that a blip or a catastrophe?
Well, that's a good way to look at it, isn't it? Because, you read stories of people that go through horrific things, really difficult periods, and they come out of it and grow and everything else. And then it happens to you. And, of course, it's completely different when it's you.
Yeah.
It's the end of the world, and nobody can tell you otherwise. But you do get through it.
Yeah.
And I got really sick 5 years ago. I had bowel cancer, and it was never going to be life-threatening. This is not a sob story. This is just a case. But I was fortunate. I am clear. But it amazed me what you can live through and get through.
Yeah.
And I didn't know. But I didn't have a choice.
Yes.
You have to get on with
Yeah.
it, I think is the
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because if you don't, what else are you going to do? You might as well,
Yeah.
almost in some ways. Where do you get... resilience is something that comes up on your website as well. You think it's forged as much in challenges as in successes. Where does resilience come from? Is that a learned thing as well, Leanne?
I don't know.
I'm asking tough questions. Sorry about this.
I think
From a business perspective, the resilience to take the knocks that you've obviously had to take.
I think the knocks are the part of the growth. You need the knocks to grow. 'Cause nothing or no business, nobody's built on just everything going plain sailing. And I just think we as people, we look at challenges or setbacks as a problem. How are we going to solve that? And we will sit down and break it down bit by bit to get over the problem. So whether it's a health issue, a business issue, we really discuss it, and we discuss it. How are we going to tackle this and get through it? A lot of people don't. They just bury their head in the sands. But we are let's just face it head on. What can we do to get around this?
No, I mean, I see that because it's too easy to just, something happens and could possibly have an adverse effect or is having an adverse effect on you. If you don't just look at it and go, right, I've got to deal with this. It's a pain. You really can't be bothered to do it, but it's not a choice. You have to. As soon as you do deal with it, seems to me, all of a sudden that's not a problem anymore.
Yeah.
And see the sense of achievement when you've actually got over the problem or the challenge or the failure. When you've got out the other side, and as I say, we review everything. So what's the problem? How are we going to overcome this? And then, scoring it off that flip chart that you've actually achieved. What did we learn? You've got over the problem. And what did we learn?
Do you do that? Do you analyse if you would actually sit and say, look, what did we get from this? What did we take away from this?
What will we do in the future better? What will we never do again? So...
Right.
I think certainly for me it's experience. A lot of stuff we do now, we don't see any of it as risk. It's just you're hardened, you're battle hardened as you go through them through experience. So people can look at certain things and we don't see it as a risk at all. Or it's tiny, but because we're always trying to push the envelope higher. So what would appear risky for Leanne's mum, who thinks, how can you sleep at night, with the amount of stuff that you've got going on? To us, we're saying, well, we sleep fine. We're good.
That's just mums. That's a mum thing. So a couple more questions where we've got a little bit more time. One of the things that you do, that you're involved in, and I think a lot of people do this, if you've got somewhere, there's a feeling that you want to give something back. Philanthropy, for want of a better phrase, is something that you're involved with. Talk me through the steps to doing that and what you're doing, Graham.
Well, great question. I think, first of all, I don't like this saying giving back. Because that's almost like, I used to take my brother's ball from him when I was wee, and my mum would tell me, give him it back. So I'd taken something that I shouldn't have. That's not, we've worked from when we started and before we even had or at the very first property, we were always giving something. We didn't have much, but we always done a charitable, something, whatever we could do, whether it was an event or any money we done, or we tried a fundraising thing.
Why was that? Because not a lot of people do that.
Yeah.
What was that in you that does that?
It was part of it, I suppose, the financial educational part. And look, I think everybody wants to give something. They wants to do something or something, whether it's a cancer charity or like at the moment our daughter has diabetes now. There's always something that's close to your heart that you would feel like, oh, hold on. But we always done it from the start. Now, but we knew we could give more. The more we earned, the more we grew as people. The more then we wanted to make a bigger impact, and that's just the case. And it's just evolved over years. So it's not something we got to a certain number, then you get a bit guilty, and or you feel that no. It's been part of our sort of psyche.
When we started out, we didn't have a lot of money, and as Graham said, we gave what we could. But we got involved with a lot of charities, doing events and raising money and donating stock and different things. There's been loads and loads of ways that we've worked with charities without just giving money. At the start, in the later years, it's been. We've
been fortunate to win in a position that we could do more, and we've went into different types of charities as well. So, and it's a very fulfilling thing. It's just something. When you do it and the numbers just get bigger, it's just part of what you do. So it's not a deliberate, trying to buy our way into heaven or something. It's not anything like that. It is something that we have always done from the start. So it's not conscious. And if we can do it, and we feel really good about it, and look, we've done well. So if someone's looking after us, if we can help out or do it, and we might need it ourselves one day.
Yeah, it's an admirable thing, I think. It's just interesting the motivation for doing it, because if you can do it, quite clearly you should do it. I mean that's not a bad way to think. What about what's next? What are you doing at the moment? What can you tell me without having to shoot me? Basically.
At the moment, we've just exited one of our businesses, and that was a very significant deal in the UK. That was just 3 months ago. It's probably one of the biggest deals in that type of sector, certainly in Scotland, maybe in the last sort of 20 years. So it was a significant deal. We're proud of that. It was a long process to get there. So we're now. I mean, as we're looking at international investments, we're happy to be back in Dubai. We're good to be here for a period of time. As we said, we've been travelling the world. So we're back here focusing on our plans.
You're back living here?
Living here, absolutely. We've always been living here, but we've been travelling a lot. But we're here for the foreseeable, fully focused on the next step for us. And it's very much around, we've been working on an AI project for the last 2 years. Again, why Dubai? The energy and even the wherewithal. I can go to Starbucks and seeing a guy, speaking to a guy, and everybody's talking about AI. Nobody's really saying anything when we're in the States. It's from an environment point of view, it's fantastic to be back here. So we're taking this time to position ourselves to take advantage. It's moving quick, so we need to be quick. But ultimately, having came through what we've came through, what we're not doing is retiring or sitting doing nothing. We're repositioning, ready for the next phase.
That much is clear. And what about local businesses? What about businesses here in the UAE?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're open to that. Absolutely, we're looking at. We've been offered various things We've been here since 2021, and we've been offered, and we've looked at a few things. Nothing's felt quite right or the right opportunity, but it'll come up. And whilst we're here, and we'll continue to speak and be involved in it. So when the right opportunity comes up, but we're very much focused on the AI project now, because that's very exciting. Something that gets us.
It is. I mean, it's what everybody's talking about, isn't it? Let's face it. What would you Final question. What would you really like to... I mean, your success comes from... I mean, the original success comes from building a property portfolio. So that's a very specific sector, way to make your money. What would you really like to do? Is there something in you that you'd love to run a bunch of health clubs, whatever it would be? Is there a particular thing either of you would like to do?
I've not got that. No, I don't.
It's just the opportunity.
It's just wherever the opportunity is. There's
Okay.
nothing. I'm really though excited around the whole AI thing. I'm loving learning about it. I'm loving being involved in it, speaking to people, and the potential of it is just incredible. You can get scared by it, which a lot of people are, but
Sure.
I'm a glass half full guy. I am loving that part of it and having the time to really focus in on it. So at the moment, that for me, but I don't have, I don't want to buy Glasgow Rangers, I don't have any of these
You wouldn't be
desires
allowed
to go and do something crazy. I don't have that.
The foot went down there. Did you see that?
Yes.
Immediate. Leanne, what is
Although
this,
I'm a Rangers supporter, no, it's
but
not
would you want to buy Rangers?
No.
No? Okay, fair enough. Probably not the best business decision at the moment. Is there something you'd like to do? Have you got is there something in your mind?
No, I just love business, and we've been involved in various different sectors, from dental to property to health. I do love animals, and it kind of interests me. We take our animals everywhere with us. We've got 3 dogs, and the paperwork and the organisation to ship them about absolutely fascinates me.
And
But I don't know if there's any money in it, but I just could the AI make it a bit more easier, because it is so time consuming. But no, there's nothing. We just love deals. I mean, it's the numbers that fascinate us. So it doesn't really matter the sector. So when we're analysing a deal, it's not that we're going to work in it. There'll always be a team, but it's how can we buy, grow, and sell.
I think the thing is, generally for me, we love meeting new people. Get great business, like-minded. Not really like-minded, but people that are in it and love it and are passionate about us. It's our sport. It's our game.
Is that something? I'll keep you talking here because there's loads I'm thinking about. But this will be the last question, I promise. But is that something that's really important to you? Because you're both very friendly, very outgoing, clearly very astute, and you've taught. You've taught yourselves. So there's clearly an interest there, I think is what I'm saying. But is that sort of personality-driven side of business, is that the first sort of draw? Because, dealing with people, talking to people, trying to understand how people think. Is that still a thrill?
It's still a thrill, and I think what we are very much about is leading by example. We are not gurus that are going to stand and preach because they've white labelled someone else's content or we're not that. We're not that type. We are hardcore entrepreneur business people that do, and we want people to do well. But we're going to lead by. We're going to teach or show the way that we've done it. It's just our way. It's not the way. It's our way. And I think we love that. We will be the ones that will, the pioneers, if you like, the ones that will be. We're walking the talk, and I think that for us is important. That we that makes us feel good that we do that.
It's been really interesting talking to you. I had a whole structure of questions, and I haven't used any of it. But sometimes that's just the way it goes. Entrepreneurship on Mira Business FM. Graham and Leanne Carling, Scottish entrepreneurs, investors, and co-founders of the Carling Group, a family investment office. Graham, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Good to Leanne. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you. It's Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive, and we're going to continue. I mean, loosely we were property there with Graham and Leanne Carling, but it's going to be much more focused property in a few moments' time on the programme. Don't forget you can contact us. info@mira.fm is the email address. If you'd like to WhatsApp, get in touch with us while we're on the programme here, or let us know what you think. It's very simple. You don't need the number. whatsapp.mira.fm. And if you're with us on the website, hello, which is mirabusiness.fm. Very, very simple. simple. In a few moments, it's our real estate focus. AJ Menon is going to be here. Something more than a property enthusiast, our guest this morning. That will be next. He's here with us on Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business
Quick
FM.
break. We're trying to...
Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive, and we're talking property now, focusing in this particular segment on the programme. And I'm very pleased to be joined by AJ Menon, who is, I'm going to describe you, AJ, as a property enthusiast. And as the weeks go by, we're going to upgrade you along the scale. And eventually, we're working towards guru. But very nice to see you.
Likewise, Tim. Thank you for having me here.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Now, you run Lux Vista Real Estate, and we've only known each other for a week or so, but I thought what was interesting when you came in and we were chatting was you do this property it's not really a play for you. You have a brokerage, an agency, real estate agency, but you do it because you like it.
100%. I've been here for the last 28 years in Dubai, and I was a marine fuels trader. Then I got into property investing myself right from 2008 onwards. So I've been here from the first cycle. And then multiple properties over the years. We used to love going to these new launches, watching the properties. We love that feeling. Made money on the side, so that is good. And then finally got into property as a full-time business.
And was it difficult? Because you do this because you like it, you love the launches, and there's a real thrill because when else would you get an opportunity to experience the kind of fabrication of a real estate market, as has happened here in Dubai? You don't get that opportunity in really any lifetimes, do you? But then you create a business from this. Do you look back at the old days and think, oh, those were the times, those were the days?
Yes and no, actually.
Okay.
Yes, because the market is really, I mean, what is Dubai? Dubai is a magnet of the world now. And I am a hardcore fanboy of the ruler, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum.
You really are, and I'll back you up on that.
So he's done enough marketing for Dubai. Everybody in the world knows Dubai, and Dubai, we don't have to sell Dubai to anybody at the moment.
Right.
So the people are just coming to us anyways. So we just have to show them what is good for them. That's about it.
Okay.
Back in the days, we had to convince, the locals first to buy. Locals, I mean the residents, to buy properties. But now, not anymore. Everybody knows you put money in Dubai, Dubai will give it back to you.
It's amazing, actually, because it really is the case, isn't it? People are coming from all over the place. I do wonder sometimes with some real estate agents, not all, because I don't want to tire everybody with the same brush, but I do think maybe you should understand where these areas are. There's a dearth of knowledge in some ways, but I guess you could say that in any industry, really.
And true, and that is one of the reasons why I started my own brokerage, because when I was buying, unfortunately, I had to do a lot more research, and some of the agents that I approached, they had no clue about what they're talking about. But unfortunately, that's the business model here. People come from all over the place. They think that they can make a quick buck in real estate in Dubai. They just come in, they just catch a flight, land in Dubai, stay 3 months, try to sell properties. It could be this area, that property, this property. Some make it, some don't make it, and then they leave. So they don't really have an understanding of what's happening.
Yeah.
To really guide somebody, you need to know the place. You need to see the trends. You need to see the history, where it's going. So you have to know a lot of things. You have to be aligned with the vision of the government. That is the most important part in Dubai.
It's also, there's no substitute for local knowledge. We know that. But I think, and again, this is not all agents, but, buying a property for most people, I realize that Dubai is very much an investment kind of property destination, but for most of us buying a house, it's a pretty big deal. It's mainly the biggest investment that we're going to make. And I think, that you need to be treating a potential property buyer with a little bit, it's not just about, I'm going to make my commission, and then I'm off, there's some thought that needs to go into that.
Absolutely, because as you mentioned, what you see in Instagram is not the real picture. Yes, there are multi-million dollar deals happening. There are people buying in bulk. All those things are good. But if you look at almost about 60% of the actual transactions, it's the home buyers. It's the people who want to buy their first home with all their money, right? And they're just trusting us with their money. The idea is to buy something to live. So they don't pay this exorbitant rents that is, going up just because of the the property market is too tight, and there are a lot more people coming into Dubai.
Yeah, absolutely right. So let's just talk a little bit more about you for a moment. Your background when you came to Dubai, because you're here, you said 28 years
28 years.
in the UAE. Big fanboy for the UAE. Love being here. That's, your life has been here. Where are you from? What led you here? What got you into the UAE?
I am originally from India. I had my first job in Dubai. So as soon as I finished my graduation, I came to Dubai.
Okay.
And it was an entirely different industry. I was in hospitality before. Stayed there for just 1 year. And after that, I went to do my master's in UK. And came back. I got into the oil and gas industry.
Okay.
So I was a marine fuel trader for the last 20 years. And from there, of course, with my investment as an investor myself, I started helping out other people. So when people saw, my colleagues, when they saw that I made money, so they wanted me to help them.
Of course they did.
It is more of a copy-paste kind of a thing. You see a trader, they do the trade, okay, please copy-paste that trader kind of thing.
Yeah, AJ can do it, I can do it. Yeah.
And then they said, then I was wondering, okay, why shouldn't I do this full-time? Because this is something that I like, and I'm making money out of it, and people are also asking my help. So why not I do this as a full-time thing? And yeah.
Do you know what I noticed about you? We were talking off air just before we started, and you named a couple of investments, and then you went into, and I mean this as a compliment, you went into a spiel about a few other investments, but you were stringing things together in a way that kind of demonstrated to me that this guy's got some unbelievable knowledge, because I can't keep up with the investments and the developments that are going on. I don't know where the areas are anymore, because, there's a huge amount to know. But you obviously keep tabs on what's going on, really close tabs on what's going on.
That is correct. If you look at, people normally used to look at developers, and they were investing on that particular developers.
Yes.
Right. But now the trend is something different.
Okay.
After developers, then they came the area. Then you're talking about waterfront. Then you're talking about something along the Sheikh Zayed Road. Then you go towards the desert. It becomes lesser and lesser in value. Right. But the real trend now is to go after the areas, because you have to align yourself with the Dubai government's vision. And the Dubai government's vision it's a documented piece of evidence out there. It's called Urban Master Plan 2040.
Right.
The Urban Master Plan 2040 has divided Dubai into 5 different areas. So if you invest in those particular areas, you are going to make money.
Okay.
So you go area by area. And once you located that area, then you go for the properties that is best suitable for your budget and your investment goals.
So what is it that drives you? Because you've basically taken a real career detour, haven't you, I suppose? Or maybe it's a upward path, a progression. I don't know how to describe it, but it's not what you used to do, is the point. Was it money? Was it the thrill of the chase? It was just, I really like doing this? And what led you?
Actually, it's a combination of everything. This is definitely something that I like.
Yep.
And the money is decent as well.
Yep.
So, and I have been an investor myself. So obviously, when I'm looking at real estate upfront and close and personal, I know the area which is coming up, and so I can get into that area myself before any other person can get in.
What was the first investment you made, first property investment you made?
In Dubai Marina, because Dubai Marina was the trend back in the days in 2008.
Yeah.
So,
that was the buzz then, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, and after that?
And after that, I moved into another property in Dubai Marina. Then I moved to Expo City.
Okay.
Expo City is definitely a game changer.
So you were never out in the suburbs, in the Arabian Ranches or any of those? It was Marina and then straight to Expo City?
Expo City. And then I've got one unit not in Ras Al Khaimah, but in Sinia. And that's actually in Al Quwain, which is 10 minutes away from Ras Al Khaimah.
Okay. All right then. So let's talk about a particular area, because the topic that I know is kind of on your mind at the moment, and these are from some ideas, some notes that you sent me last week, is Dubai South. So, which I guess kind of includes Expo and surrounding areas. We're all aware of it. We're all aware of the success that Expo had back in 2021 into 22. But why Dubai South? What's the big draw for you?
When people talk about Dubai South, two things I hear. It's like, Why are people excited to live near the airport? They are not.
No, not really.
They are not.
No.
And the next thing I hear is like, it's too far away. Far away from where? From downtown? Yeah, it is. 35 minutes. But what does that to do with anything? I mean, do you go to downtown every day? Do you go to Dubai Mall every day? You don't. Most of the people don't. And again, why Dubai South is associated with the airport? Yes, that is the biggest investment in that area. 125 billion is being invested in the airport. So that caught the attention of media. And then Dubai South got to be associated with the airport. And most of the real estate brokers, they've been mindlessly repeating the same thing. Yeah, it's close to Dubai South, live close to the airport. I mean, an average person, how many times does he go to the airport? Once a year? Once in 2 years?
It's a good point, actually. Now, it seems like I seem to have a lot of family here, so I'm at the airport every other week, Dubai International. But it's a fair point, yeah.
But what you need to understand, okay, I'll give you a fun fact. The distance between Dubai International Airport and downtown is around 17 kilometers.
Okay.
And it takes about 24-25 minutes on a good day with the traffic and without the traffic.
Yeah. I mean, overnight, obviously it's a lot faster, but yeah, generally.
And the distance from Al Maktoum International Airport and Expo City is slightly more than that.
Yeah.
But the time taken is way less.
Yeah.
That's because of the fantastic road network that they have there.
And the roads out to Dubai South are a real bonus.
That is correct.
Yeah, big, wide highways. Okay, got you. So prices are going up.
Definitely. But to understand Dubai South, you need to really, really see what exactly is driving the growth in Dubai South.
Okay.
So Dubai South is the area of Hong Kong. Mm-hmm. That's the general thing. 35% of the GDP of Dubai is coming from Dubai South.
35%?
35%. And that's a substantial number.
It's a huge number.
Yes.
In an area which has sprung up in, the last 10 years? At the outside, 10 years, really. Okay.
So, and we should understand what exactly is Dubai South. How many districts does it have? And what exactly are those districts?
Okay.
So, Dubai South has a logistics city.
Yes.
Which is going to be it's according to Dubai's government's plan of making Dubai the global logistic hub. Mm-hmm. Then you have something called a residential district. It's a special economic zone. So obviously, there's a lot of people going to be working there. So you need to house them. So that is another aspect. Expo City, that's the hub of all your businesses.
Yes.
A lot of Fortune 500 companies have set up their regional and global headquarters in Expo City. So there you will have around 40,000 people working there. That's white-collar employees with decent salaries.
It's also connectivity to
Yes,
Expo City
yes.
as well. It's very well served.
Yeah. And another thing, what is happening is Dubai Exhibition Center is moving from World Trade Center to Expo City from next year onwards.
Yeah, that's right.
That means we are talking about almost 300 to 600 events happening there annually, which translated 65,000 people per day.
Okay.
And
You've done your research, AJ?
And the total supply of apartments in that vicinity till 2029 is less than 4,000.
What does it mean? Just as an aside, I want to come back to Dubai South, obviously, but what does it mean for the exhibition centre at the moment that all of these events are moving there? Have you any idea what will be happening at the International Exhibition Centre? What's changing?
A lot of traffic. See, Expo City caught the attention of the world by when they did the expo, and then they had the COP28 as well.
Yes.
So everybody out in the world knows about Expo City. And when this exhibition center completely moves into Expo will be a common term all around the world, because every company will want to exhibit something in Dubai, and that will be in Expo.
All right, then. Let's get back to Dubai South and try and understand the story and, understand the growth story that's going to happen. the airport is just one of the factors
Correct.
driving the growth, and
Yes.
you would contend, who really wants to live by the airport? It's kind of a side benefit almost, really. So what are the other drivers?
The other districts, I've not finished the districts because there is an aviation district happening there.
Yes.
This is where your Mohammed bin Rashid Aviation Hub is going to come. You will have aviation offices. You will have MROs, which is maintenance, repair, and overall company setting up there. Aviation training happening. Then you have the golf district. So that is where IMA South, and there is an international exclusive company called Discovery Dunes, which is coming up there. Invite only. Your property start from $55 million onwards. So that is something which is also going to come there.
Okay.
And the whole logistics city is also going to be a key driver, because what you see is you have Palm Jebel Ali on one side, you've got the Jebel Ali port on one side, you've got the airport on the other side. So this is going to create a lot of trade happening. And one thing which people have not really understood is basically the JAFSA is expanding. There is something called a South Zone happening. South Zone will have 8 districts. It's just started. Nobody knows much about it. 8 districts will have, one is basically a digital valley. The other one is something called a medical and pharmaceutical sector. There's a lot of things have coming up. So that is a different topic for a different day. It's a huge expansion on that number.
Yeah, I guess we need to keep to the topic in hand, don't we? It always, everybody that comes here remarks on how the airport is within the city, because it always has been at the heart of the city. So, Dira from the airport is 10 minutes, Bur Dubai is 10 minutes, Sheikh Zayed Road is 15 minutes. And that really was the heart of Dubai. Obviously, things have changed in the last 20, 25 years. Dubai has mushroomed. Does this mean that Expo City is going to be the next kind of, central area? Is it a competitor for downtown? What does it mean?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and everybody keeps asking me, "Oh, downtown is downtown. There's nothing going to be like downtown." Yes, downtown is downtown. There's nothing like downtown. Then they say, "Is okay. We've got Dubai Creek Harbor, which is going to be downtown 2.0." But how do you define what is a downtown?
I'm on the spot. That's a good point. I don't know. I don't know how you define that. I mean, by the name, and there's stuff going on. That's the only way I can put it.
Downtown is basically normally an economic hub where there will be a lot of business and companies operating. So people would want to come there to work. They might even want to come for entertainment, restaurants, high-end, and live if possible. So in that case, Dubai Creek Harbor is not a downtown, because I have yet to see any big companies and offices operating out of Creek Harbor.
Fair, yeah.
On the contrary, if you look at Expo City, you can actually classify that as an economic hub. I wouldn't call this a downtown per se, but this can be defined actually broadly in the context that, are there a lot of companies there? Yes, there are. Sure. And major companies are there. Will there be a lot of offices? Yes. So you can go there, do your business, and you can also live there. So you can be forgiven if you say Expo City is going to be the next downtown. Yes, it can be, because it defines, it actually ticks all the boxes.
It does. It's kind of the definition in a lot of ways, isn't it? And I guess His Highness Sheikh Mohammed sees Expo as it's a legacy, really.
If you look back, there's only 3 projects that he signed off personally. Right. One is downtown Burj Khalifa, the other one is Palm Jumeirah, and the third one is Expo City. Okay. He calls it his legacy. So if people cannot take the hint, I don't know what will. He's terming as urban sustainable city of the future. What else do you want?
What about developers in the area?
Who has shaped the entire Dubai? If you look at one prominent developer in the whole of Dubai, what name comes to you first?
It's Emaar.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So Emaar, for the first time in their life, they've actually opened a mall outside an Emaar community, which is bang next to Expo.
Right.
And just for the namesake, they're developing a little mini community just next to that Emaar mall. So that's called Expo Living.
Right.
And if you look at Emaar, they've got a total of 5 communities in and around that Dubai South area. One is their ultra luxury project called Oasis. The other one is an equestrian themed Grand Polo Resort. and one called Himar Heights is just coming up. Then you've got the Himar South on the other side of the airport, and this Expo Living. And if you look at the brochures, 10 minutes to Expo City, 15 minutes to Expo City. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, it is a good point. Okay, so Imar have, made the initial play, I suppose, in the area, and as is always the case, there's a lot more still to come.
Yes, and if you really look at a couple of more things,
Right.
I don't know how many people know about this Palm Jebel Ali Beach project.
Vaguely, but not.
It's a 6.5 kilometer beach development project, which is just next to Palm Jebel Ali and on the way to Abu Dhabi. That is going to be a game changer. It's going to have a lot of entertainment area, turtle conservatory. Add this to the high-speed Etihad rail, which is coming into Dubai from Abu Dhabi. They will have one stop next to Al Maktoum International Airport, which means there's a lot of people who's going to be living and working in either places. People living in Dubai, working in Abu Dhabi, people living in Abu Dhabi, working in Dubai.
Okay. One of the things about Expo City was, and I mentioned it very briefly, I did some work at Expo while Expo was on, and I was very kind of, it's going to be traffic, it's going to be a parking nightmare, it's going to be this. So I made the decision. I lived reasonably near the green community at the time, so I parked at the green community and got the metro in, and it was just so easy, really simple. And that was at the height of Expo as it was ongoing. Connectivity in the area is going to be boosted by Etihad Rail, I guess, as well, when that comes in as a passenger service. So with the roads, with, you're able to get to Expo by metro, and then you've got Etihad Rail there as well. I see where you're going. I start to see where all this joins up.
You talk about traffic. As of now, Dubai has 4 million people.
Yes.
And in 2040, it is expected to be, initially the plan was 5.8 million. By the way it goes, the new adjusted number is 7.8 million. It's almost double of what is happening now. If you look at actual Expo, when the Expo happened, there were 24 million people attending the Expo. Did you ever hear about any traffic block?
I'm struggling. I really wanted to come back and say, yes, but it was this and this happened, and I can't. I didn't really. I mean, it was busy,
Yes.
but it wasn't.
It will not, because it is designed to take that kind of traffic. So if 24 million couldn't create a problem, is 8 million going to create a problem in that area?
There'll be a lot of people watching this at the moment who live around the Arabian Ranches area who are like, well, no, this is not how it's working now. Clearly Dubai's trying to catch up because the 4 million wasn't expected this fast at this point. I get that. It's a fair point. It's really well, I said earlier, it's well served. It is really well served. It is master planned.
It is
Properly.
Dubai is an engineered city. They know exactly where they're going. This is the only country in the world who has a centenary plan. You've heard about the 2033 social agenda. You've got the urban master plan 2040. They have a 2071 centenary plan going up to 2100.
So what would your advice be to anybody looking at Dubai South, at Expo Living, to looking at the Expo area at the moment? What are you telling clients or customers or friends?
See, everybody's got their own goals, but if it is a pure investment play that they're looking at, and also a good place to live, definitely you should be looking towards that side. Because if you look at AI, or if you look at search the internet, what comes up? I mean, best places to invest. They are tracking the previous transactions. So they will still come with downtown, they will still talk about Business Bay, JVC, Dubai Marina, but this is old news. You should be looking at what is coming, because Dubai now is not going to be the Dubai in the next 3 to 4 years. Complete Dubai is changing. Dubai is moving towards Abu Dhabi is coming towards Dubai.
Yeah, okay. Wow. That's a good place to end, but that also gives us a launching pad for our next conversation. AJ, I'm hoping you're happy to come in and join us next week. Getting the thumbs up. AJ Menon is a property enthusiast. He has a brokerage by the name of Lux Vista Real Estate and follows what's going on. Really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you.
Likewise, Tim. Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. This is Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. My name's Tim Elliott, and we have been talking real estate. Mario Volpi was here from Allegiance Real Estate. He's back next Wednesday morning. Right now, just after 10 past 10, Justine Dampt is with me. She is the co-founder of Shake Your Plants, or SYP, which I guess, Justine, means sip.
Exactly. Good morning, first of all, and thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. You are you're one of the founders of a UAE-born wellness startup that is, I'm reading my quotation marks here, redefining hydration through plant-based innovation. We'll get to what that is. Your mission is all about water as a source of wellness. These are lofty ideals. These are grand plans, aren't they?
Exactly. So what does that mean? That's your question, right?
It kind of is.
So we like to say that we put wellness in the water you drink every single day. And the way we do it is a very simple sachet that you can carry with you everywhere. It's a powder format that you add in your bottle of water, in a nutshell.
Good. Well, I mean, all of us carry water now. The water bottle has kind of taken over the world. Everybody seems to have one in a backpack, generally speaking. So it's the natural next step. The thing with water is, I know it's the ultimate hydration tool. It just doesn't taste as good as, fruity drinks, does it?
Well, that's the first thing. Second, to bounce back to what you were saying, I do think that shipping water everywhere in the world is kind of like an old idea. So if you think about it, we are shipping waters in bottle of plastics everywhere in the world. Like, I know it's part of our daily routine, but like if you think about it, isn't it kind of crazy to do that? I do think it's true that some natural sources are very, very qualitative of the water, but like transporting it into plastic bottle, I don't know about it. I'm not an expert, but the thing is that I agree with you. Everybody is carrying a bottle now, a recyclable bottle, but they want to add more in that water because, like you say, it's a little bit boring to drink water. So you've seen, like recently, the rise of a lot of electrolyte brands in the US, in the UAE. I think it's fantastic. It's fantastic sport drinks, but it's a lot of sodium, and people, I think, drink it every single day because they like the taste, not because because they run a marathon every single day. So what we do is that, we understand you want to add something in your water, something that tastes good. Well, there is so much more than sodium that you can get from water. And that's where, our innovation comes in. So two of our first products are based on the kombucha, and I can tell you a little bit more on how we make it. It's quite interesting, but it's focusing on gut health, so pre and probiotic. And the third product that we currently have is some kind of hydration product, but based on coconut water and organic blueberries, so real fruit, which is quite different from anything in the market. We also have like a ratio of like sodium and potassium that is different than anything else. So the differentiator and our vision is really to use what is already in nature and have like a different way of producing supplements and surf on this water as a vehicle to push that into your daily habits.
Okay, which is a good thing. I mean, in a climate like this in particular, making sure that you have those 8 glasses of fluid a day, I don't quite know if that's the quantity now. That's a good thing because hydration is very important. Let me just take you back for a second to your background and talk a little bit about the science behind this. Because if you're talking about sodium levels, potassium levels, you have to look at this from a not just we're doing a good thing perspective, you have to look at it from a scientific perspective as well, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm a certified health coach, but I am not a doctor in nutrition. My co-founder, Jacqueline, is. So she's been trained in the US, and she is very knowledgeable, not only as a food scientist, but really as a nutritionist. So in the past, we were formulating our product with nutritionists and food scientists. But now we really have like a co-founder. She joined us a few months ago to really take our products to the next level, and the pipeline of products that we're launching as well in a very new direction. So, so she is really like the scientist and the science kind of voice behind, like everything we do.
Well, that gives the whole idea, the whole premise, I guess, the credibility that you're moving forward with best interests in mind, which I think is a good thing to hear. You've been around since what, 2023? You're a couple of years old?
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
it's been a journey. Like I exited my another business in December 2019, and since 2020, I'm thinking about how can we push, like all of this superfood. How can we push this kind of like wellness in people's habits? You see, like all the modern health crises come from basically what people don't do every single day. All these little small things that everybody knows they should be doing, like sleep better and eat better, and less sugar and more water and less vegetables, basically.
Yeah.
And these small little things all piles up and build, like the modern health every day, which is called wellness. And I was thinking, like, how do we push that in something that people do every single day? And water is the vehicle, I think, to do it. But to push people to do it, it has to taste good, right?
Sure.
So, we put like a big emphasis on the taste, on the flavors, and on the sourcing of the ingredients. Because you've got a lot of different supplement or a lot of different brands that just go to a manufacturer and just say, okay, I'm a marketing machine. Please just build a product for me, and then I'm going to deploy product A, product B, product C according to what you have ready. And then, I'm going to focus on the sales and on the marketing. We have another approach. We are really trying to produce our product in a different way. So these products are produced, like the first product, the kombucha, is produced in the mountain of Taiwan, in the Alishan mountain. So where we have a tea plantation, it's a family business run. We harvest the tea. And then, when this is done, they harvest it 4 times a year. It goes to a facility where the kombucha is brewed. It's brewed with sugar and what we call the SCOBY. Most of the time, they call it in China the mushroom tea because it's a fermented tea. And then that moves to another facility where, it's spray dry and basically turn the liquid kombucha into powder. So this is an example of like how we do it. It's not something that is purchased in Alibaba online, and then we just you have add your logo here, and
Sure.
it's there's a lot of research. The fermentation of the kombucha tea, the SCOBY, is giving back as fertilizer to the tea plantation. So we really try to produce in a more conscious way, and also to encourage people to therefore use more conscious way. Water in their bottle and not plastic and all of that. So this is really kind of like the source of everything we do. And the same way, the second product, the hydration, is produced in the UK because that's where we were able to find organic blueberries. So we go where the expertise is and also where the raw materials are the best. So it's very far from being a marketing machine that just partner up with a facility.
It's amazing. So you're sourcing from Taiwan, and there's a whole process in that. You've had to go to the UK for organic blackberries. That's a process and a half.
So that's why you say we launch in 2023. Yes, officially we launched in October 2023.
Okay.
Before that, it's been like kind of 3 years of trial and error, working with different manufacturing facilities, not reaching, the product we wanted. In 2022, July 2022, we were ready to launch 2 products with a manufacturer based in Germany, and we had to recall 80,000 sachets.
For what?
Because the powder crystallized like 1 week before the launch. We realized that all the powder were crystallized in the sachets. So it's been an entire roller coaster of trial and error. So to answer your questions, yes, we're a couple of years old, but I feel I've been working on this project for like 5 years.
You've been working on this since COVID, haven't you? It's 2020.
It's been on my mind since COVID, on how, what format, what flavors, what products, it's been like a journey on sourcing the ingredients, sourcing the right manufacturing partners to work with us.
Is that because, and this is a slightly more personal question, I guess, but is it because, not just because water is clearly a business, wellness is clearly a business, and if you could bring those together, it's a great business idea. Is it a more personal thing to you? Is it something that you feel quite strongly about?
In terms of values, yes, like we from day one we were like part of 1% for the planet, where we give back 1% of our revenues into a better kind of like to build a better place, like as cheesy as it sounds. But like the initiatives of 1% of the planet are focusing on cleaning nature, beaches, forests. They're focusing on initiatives that kind of regenerate forest also. So it's really part of who we are as founders, to believe in, like, I don't see the point of producing a product that is just another product. And yes, we have a format that is a sachet, but like the sachets are actually 1% of the plastic of a single-use bottle of plastic. So like it's a modern format, but still like it's part of like who we are as personal founders. Most of us are mostly plant-based. Most of us are adopting some kind of conscious lifestyle, like using less plastic at home. So it's really part of who we are as founder, how we consume, how we eat, and how we raise our kids. Yes.
Can I just make an observation? And I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn. And tell me, look, I'm a big boy. Tell me if I'm talking nonsense. But I'm looking at the packaging now, and it's I love the colours. The pink into the, I don't know, kind of a luminous lime almost.
Lemon lime, yeah.
It's kind of an orange lime there as well. It's reminiscent, though, of products that you would see pharmaceutically. There's kind of a pharmaceutical design element there. Am I speaking out of turn, or is that a conscious decision?
Well, it's funny you say that, because we never saw it. We thought it was quite playful, actually, but that's a feedback that we got a lot.
Well, colourfully, it is playful, but
Yeah.
you could see it, and you'll see this on the camera. You could see that on the shelves of a pharmacy. Not that this is a pharmaceutical product, but you could see it stacked.
Yeah,
that way.
it's we got this feedback a lot, and actually we recently added a more I would say flavor appealing kind of drawing here. So we have like now a drawing of a grapefruit and here drawing of a pomegranate, because we realized that there was a feedback that people were saying, like, we don't feel that we want that is going to be a delicious product. And like for people to drink it every single day, they need to know that actually it tastes good. It's not just like another kind of like sport drink that's super sweet that tastes like very artificial. So we actually change it as we enter into retail at Spinneys and Waitrose. We made that change. So this is like, this is my kind of old packaging. That shows also that there's almost not one batch of production that we are not improving. Like we very much listening to all the feedback that we have. We try to be super close with our consumers, and like most of the time, like we will check every single day, like what's the feedback, what's the rating, and like we will contact people on Instagram or by email. We even sometimes call our consumers, say, hey, like we heard that you had a concern about this ingredient, or like sometimes it's just like about explaining why we do that, because we're very transparent. So we write every single things, but there's so much noise that sometimes people get confused.
I mean, this is all part of the evolution of the business anyway, isn't it? It looks and it kind of screams healthy to me. When I look at that packaging, I think, oh, that's probably good for me. I just have the feeling that it probably is. So that's a thing.
You should try one in your water, actually.
I should do, actually. Well, look, thank you. What's that? This is a pomegranate kombucha.
Yes. Would you prefer the grapefruit?
I don't know. I'd probably mix them up and go with the flow. To be honest with you, just to see. I had to mess with the space-time continuum. Well, look, thank you. I'll try that in a moment. But look, let me ask you about a little bit more about the business and how you grow the business and how you go forward. I know that you've successfully closed 2 rounds of seed of funding, a pre-seed and a seed round. What can you tell me about what you've done, where you are, and where you're going business-wise?
So we originally did a round of pre-seed with different business angels, people investing in better for you food, people investing in better for the planet kind of project and startups that allow us to launch an MVP and really work on the formulation of our product. We were part as well of an incubator in the UK called Unrest World, specialized in same like kind of impact startups. So that did allow us to do that. And then recently this summer we closed we closed a seed round led by Mira from Shark Tank. So all the numbers are on the TV show. So if you wish to know more about that, watch us on the Shark Tank.
That's on YouTube for sure.
It's on YouTube, exactly. Yeah. That was, by the way, such a great experience. You know, like it's kind of nerve-wraking. It's overwhelming.
Do you know, I want to ask you about that. I mean, I know that you won an Innovation Startup Award, FMCG Startup of the Year Award. You joined the Spinneys Incubator Program. You featured on Shark Tank. But as is always the case, Shark Tank kind of trumps everything. There's that fascination with it. What was it like? What was it like in terms of pressure? Because the time flies by, doesn't it, when you do that pitch?
Well, yes and no, because, you know, like when you're in front of the judge, you're like, oh my God, like, how long would that be? You know, like, because what you see online is probably, I don't know, like a 12, 15 minutes episode. I'm not quite sure. But like you need to think that we were there for like an entire day almost, you know, like you there for like a number of hours and then you're on stage for like maybe an hour or so.
Really?
So, you know, like it's kind of because they cut and, you know, like we said like a lot of other things and, you know, like they're focusing on the main points, right? So, first of all, they gave us a date and I was at that time 9 months pregnant and I was like afraid. I was like, you know, with the pressure, like being on stage, I just feel like I don't want to be like 9 months pregnant on stage. Like imagine like, I don't know, something happened, like my water breaks or something, you know, like I just don't want to do that.
But a cynic would say that would get you some sympathy, so could help.
Well, I was like, please, can you schedule us, you know, like at the very last. So we were the last day, the last startup.
Right.
To record basically, and that allowed me to give birth, and then like to give me 2 weeks. So my baby was 2 weeks old when we were like on stage. So my husband came, the nanny came, everybody was like, you know, like mobilized, and I was getting ready because, you know, you need to build like all of your sets. So they help you, but you know, like it's kind of your responsibility to bring all the product, to make it look nice. They're very good. They really guide you on how to do it, but it's on you. And then when everything is ready, they are in charge of like moving that very quickly on set. So we were there, I was doing my hair, breastfeeding, giving back the baby, trying to prepare the samples, going back, breastfeeding. So that was like such an experience. And then everything goes kind of quick and long in the same time because, you know, first of all, you have the music and the doors open and you enter and like it's like, and then you prepare your text and suddenly, you know, like one of us choked and we could not like remember what we were like. But thankfully, the judge, the Sharks were amazing and really they really believed in our project. So we got 3 offers and they were very kind and we're very, very proud to be now a partner with Amira Sajwani.
I know it's on YouTube, but just tell us what did Amira Sajwani offer you? Just for the record, really.
So what I can say is that we got a part of cash, and the most important part is actually a 2 million a 2 million interest-free line of credit, and that makes all the difference for us. And so would that be for many businesses in the UAE, you know, because as a small business, you don't really have access to loan from banks. You don't really have access to short-time financing from different institutions because you just don't have like that exists, but you know, for a little bit more mature companies. So you start to have like 2-3 million dirhams revenue, then you have like different options. But below that, you know, like, okay, you have a bit of traction, you've got an MVP, but yet, you know, like you don't have that many options for financing. And in my case, I've got a lead time of 10 weeks. And the MOQ of my product is quite large. Like every time we do a production, it's around like 100,000 products.
Right.
So it requires some kind of working capital. So I think she was absolutely, Amira Sajwani was absolutely spot on what really SIP needed, and that made all the difference for us. And I think, by the way, that a larger, like kind of a global conversation, I think it would be interesting to speak about this line of credit and like invoice financing solution for startups or small and medium companies in the UAE, because that's, I think, where the to grow this segment, that's where like the country should be going.
That's a familiar issue, isn't it? It's an issue with lots of entrepreneurs here. I've heard that argument many times, and it's a situation where you are offered that little bit of breathing space when you need it, and that ability to look forward and project forwards as well, isn't it? It allows you that. You're entering a new phase of growth. I read the press releases. New Chief Innovation Officer, you mentioned earlier on. We've got a minute or two left, but what will the new Chief Innovation Officer bring to the business as it stands now?
So Jacqueline has personally a fantastic network. She's based in Singapore, so with experience in the US. So that's open, both that open up doors, and we always saw SIP as a global company. Of course, our focus and marketing budget is focusing on the UAE, but we have a presence in the UK from like our participation in the incubation program in the UK. We always like imagine that we can produce everywhere in the world. So we're now very proud to partner with a very famous doctor in the US on our next product that will be launched in the US and in the UAE. So that all of that comes from Jacqueline. So it's not only that she's knowledgeable on what she's putting in every single of the product that she's currently developing for us, but she's bringing an entire network of professionals, of investors that believed in her in the past also, because she had her own like product line of supplements in the US. So she really brings a lot on the table, not just like from a scientific standpoint.
Okay, and I guess is a strawberry thing her first potential new product? Because is that not her surname as well? Fraise,
Fraise, yeah,
Fraise is, French for strawberries, I believe, from my schoolboy French in the back of my mind. Look, there's a lot that I want to talk to you about, but we're going to have to bring you back and look a little bit further down the road. Hopefully you'll come back and join us.
With great pleasure,
It would
anytime.
be nice, very nice to have you here. Just before we go, Faraj is our man behind all the technical stuff here. I don't really know what he does. He presses lots of buttons and it seems to work. He's just been trying your, which flavour was it? It was the pinky flavour, I think it was. There you go. So
the pomegranate one.
The pomegranate flavour, kombucha. Just let's get an opinion from Faraj, see what he thinks. So this is apropos of nothing. This is completely unplanned.
Yeah.
Faraj, what do you think of the flavour?
So yeah, it's, I just wanted to ask one thing. Is it like a supplement for like electrolytes as well?
So yeah, it's a good question. So electrolyte is basically minerals, sodium, potassium, magnesium. This product is focusing on the gut health. Gut health is where 70% of your immune system resides. So a happy gut is usually, like source of like a happy life. Like what you see is like a better skin, is less bloating, but really it's having like an unbalanced microbiome is really giving an open door to all kind of like inflammation that can lead to like further health issues in the future. So that's why we launched this product. So to answer your question, it's pre and probiotic. It's not a supplement as such, but it's a nice add-on. The same way that you would not have all of your protein from a protein bar or a protein shake in your life, but like it's a nice add-on to have on your in your routine. So yeah, that's what it is. But tell us about the taste.
Yeah, that's the key, the taste. Tell us about the taste.
Tastes incredible. I like it.
Tastes incredible. There you go. That's a glowing recommendation, I think. Do you know, I really enjoyed talking to you. I knew nothing about the topic at all. Justine Demp's the co-founder of Shake Your Plants, SYP or SIP, a wellness rehydration, plant-based startup here in the UAE. I wish you all the best, and come back and tell us more.
And I come back anytime you want to have me. So thank you very much.
It's great to have you here. This is Mira Business FM. We're going to be talking a little bit later on in the show. We've talked real estate. We've talked hydration. We will be talking business continuity with our resident tech guru, Mazal Sheikh. That's coming up. And also the future of live streaming here on Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. You're listening to Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. Friday morning is at 10 o'clock. Gold. I was going to say a golden hour. It's not really. It's more of a golden half hour. But there you go. We'd usually be speaking to Jeff Rhodes this morning, however, since he's travelling to London, I think, at the moment. We're honoured to have the opportunity to speak to the founder of a company known for selling some of the most important coins in all kinds of different coins as well, and we'll find out more about that in a moment. But the company's called Numismatica Genevensis SA. Our guest is an expert in numismatics, the study or collection of currency. He's a collector himself and a curator. He was the man behind the famed Coins of Islam, History Revealed, held at the Sheikh Zayed Grand Mosque in Abu Dhabi in early 2020. Dr. Alain Baron, welcome to Mira Business FM.
Good morning, Tim.
It's good to have you on the show. I appreciate your time, Alan. Let's start with the exhibition that I mentioned there. It showcased one of the world's most significant collections of Arab and Islamic coinage ever assembled, many of which had never actually been seen before in public. It was kind of a unique insight, I think, and perspective into the past and the historical developments that, continue to shape our world today. Is that still kind of the thrill of gold coins for you personally?
Well, I mean, the thrill of coins has been following me since I was a kid of 5 years old. So basically, the thrill has always been there. And even if my interests today generally are wider than just coins, it is and will always be my passion.
We live in a time, Alan, don't we, of virtual coins now, cryptocurrencies. That's likely going to revolutionize our system. The good old physical coins offer us a pretty unique glimpse into history's greatest empires. Most of us have kind of looked at a coin and wondered, what's the story behind that? You pick it up, you brush the dirt off, the dust off, and you wonder, I guess, whether a centurion may have held that in his palm at some point.
Well, it's obvious that coins tell the history of the world, and the first coins were struck about 2,600 years ago. So yes, we are coming to a very interesting time, because the big question is going to be, will the coins still be struck by governments? Will they still survive? Will they still survive? Will they be replaced by virtual coins? This is obviously a big question. As a numismatist, and I had long studies at the University of Vienna, and Rome, had a PhD in numismatics. I will always be an advocate of coins, because coins tell the story of the world. And in some cases, they're the only witnesses of very important historical moments that happened 1,000 or 15 years ago. When we had the exhibition I organized at the Abu Dhabi Grand Mosque under the patronage of Her Highness Shira Fatima, we were showing basically the importance of coins and the bridges between Western and Arab civilizations and all the interactions that happened. And it was very interesting to see that a lot of viziers, a lot of historical names of the Muslim periods are only surviving thanks to the coins. And we were also showing that coins were struck in the holy cities of Islam, such as Mecca and Medina. And again, they are, in many cases, the only surviving witnesses of these early periods of, of the time of the Prophet.
It's a remarkable thing when you see a coin from whatever time period it is. There's something about I guess it's a tangible thing, it's a physical thing, and it's an emotive thing. You're a believer, aren't you? That if you understand and you have knowledge of old coins, it encourages people to bring cultures together, to love other cultures, almost other religions as well. Coins, money have kind of I guess it's an allure that brings people together, almost in the way that maybe breaking bread does together, enjoying food together does.
It's an excellent point. And, when I held, or rather said, when I saw my first coin, I was 5 years old. And I was so shocked that a coin could have survived so long. I mean, the coin was a Swiss coin dated 1886. The scene happened in 1967. I was with my dad, 5-year-old kid at the time, and I was absolutely mesmerized by this beautiful coin that had managed to survive 100 years almost. And my father found that so interesting that a little boy could be so fascinated by a witness of history that he bought me this coin that I still have.
Mm.
And this was the beginning of a long, long journey. And as you very rightly said, coins tell a story, and when you touch them, there is a lot of emotions and a lot of interaction between closed chapters of history that still influence the present, and the kind of discussions you can have as a living human being with the great personalities of histories that are in the palm of your hand. So it's a permanent discussion and exchange with history and with what made the world of today.
So it was when you were 5 years old that you were clearly that was the spark. But what was it that led you to make numismatics a career? Hello?
Well, I think I probably had a fairly obsessive personality from the age of 5, and and I think that sometimes you are blessed because there is a sign, whether it's from the skies or however you want to interpret it. There's a sign that this is going to be your journey.
Mm.
And since the age of 5, I never had a doubt that I would deal with coins all my life, whether from a scientific point of view. So I wrote, of course, various books and articles. I studied for 7 years at the Numismatic Institute in Vienna and in Rome. I opened my auction house in Geneva in 1988. And basically, I always had a foot in research collaboration with universities, governments, museums, and also with the world of collectors. So we have built very extensive collections and published them and exhibited them worldwide. And we always had some research activities as well as commercial activities.
I guess it's kind of fortunate, isn't it? If you kind of knew what you wanted to do when you grew up, when you were 5. I think lots of us, myself included, probably still don't quite know what we want to do when we grow up. Let me ask you this. You're also, I think it's fair to say, obviously based in Abu Dhabi, but you're something of an authority on Islamic coins. You consult here in the Arab world. But what got you interested in coins in particular from this part of the world?
Well, you know, the interesting part is I started getting interested in Islamic coins about 15 years ago only,
Yeah.
because when I was studying at university, it was mostly about medieval, ancient, Roman, Greek, but very little about Islamic. And I noticed that the coin markets for Roman, Greek, modern coins are extremely structured, extremely well researched, whereas the research on Islamic coins and the market evaluations have always been incredibly thin, and the research on Islamic coin is only a few decades old in this part of the world, whereas Roman Greek have been studied for the last 600 years.
Mm.
And so the Islamic coin world has basically still about everything to unveil, because um, a lot of research must be put into it, and people have very little understanding as of today of the rarity, of the importance of Islamic coins. And that's how I decided to invest a lot of time in it. So I've built very, very major collections of Islamic coins, most probably the best collections in the world in private hands. And we have exhibited some at the Abu Dhabi Grand Mosque at the time in 2020. We now have an exhibition running in the National Museum in Riyadh, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture of Saudi Arabia. And I would say that Islamic coins are very, very fascinating because they have so much to say, and we're only at the very beginning of this knowledge.
I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? It must be a voyage of discovery, a voyage of learning for you. And when you consider the historical, I guess, the historical trade routes in this region, there's a wealth of knowledge to unlock.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, in pre-Islamic times, you had already some Greek and Roman coins that came as far as the Gulf region.
Mm.
And these coins um, were so popular everywhere as trade coins that local engravers started to copy Greek coins 2,000 years ago so that the local populations would accept them. And they're very interesting because you have the pattern, the prototypes that are beautiful looking Greek cards with portraits of Alexander the Great and so on, and the imitations made by the local engraver 2,000 years ago look like an abstract painting. So it's remarkable to see that the infancy of coinage in this region basically is a copy of the great civilizations of the time, you know.
Mm.
And then Islamic coins with the Umayyad periods became very, very well struck, very intelligent coins with the name of the mint, the date when it was struck, and they became an incredibly sophisticated uh, coinage that basically was even better and more organized than the Western coinage. So, in a few hundred years, it completely shifted.
It's interesting that, isn't it, that money was so well regarded, I guess. But in many ways, not a surprise. You know, calculus comes from this region, of course. Let me ask you this: numismatic is literally means of coin. But is there a difference between being a coin collector and a numismatist?
Well, a numismatist refers to someone who is interested in coinage, generally speaking. So, a numismatist can be a university professor, a researcher,
Mm.
and not necessarily a collector.
Okay. Let me ask you about gold at the moment, because obviously gold coins are at the heart of, I guess, many collections. But I'm interested in your thoughts on overall the market. Usually at this time on a Friday, Jeff Rhodes, a friend of yours, would be here talking gold prices, precious metals prices. We're currently witnessing. It's really an historic bull run, or it has been in the price of gold. It's corrected in the past week or so. Gold's trading round about, I don't know, 3,990 an ounce at the moment. I'm interested, does the spot price have a significant effect on numismatics and gold coin collecting?
Well, basically, um, for coins that have a very high historical value, um, the price of the metal is completely irrelevant, I would say.
Okay.
So if you can have a bronze coin that is worth $1 million, so the value of the material would be negligible. But ironically, some of the coins that used to be very common and very cheap, such as Islamic gold dinars, you have to imagine that since coins at the moment are not are only collected Islamic coins by a very limited number of people. Sometimes you still can buy Islamic gold coins now at around the price of gold, and we're talking about coins that are 1,000 years old.
Right.
Of course, this will change with time because people will get more and more interested and finding gold coins that are 1,000 years old at around gold price will be history. But in this case, yes, I would say that there might be an impact, of course. Uh, Now, coins are a tangible asset, so gold is a tangible asset that people want to own physically. So yes, there is a bit of influence that people are today destabilized by the insecurity of the world, and so they want tangible assets. So yes, the impact is that people are more and more looking at coins as an investment tool or an artwork um, that is very historically interesting. Um, the impact, ironically, on bullion gold coins, uh, since gold has been going up enormously, so about 60% since the beginning of the year, which is absolutely unheard of. Um, the premium on gold coins are actually at the moment very, very low. In other words, you can buy English sovereigns that are 100 years old or US gold coins, etc., at a couple of percent over gold, which honestly is almost unheard of. So the market will adapt. If gold remains that high, the demand is going to increase, and the premium on the gold bullion coins will increase again. But at this stage, the premium on the gold coins are at a historical low, which honestly would be a good recommendation for investing and maybe hedge the gold to be protected from a move down.
Let me ask you more broadly about what we've seen in gold. You mentioned there 60% rise, the huge rise we've seen in gold. The bull run is likely to continue. I guess the correction is that, well, the guess is it's a short-term thing. Most predictions are gold at perhaps even $6,000 an ounce. Trading this morning around about 39.90, as I said, but I'm interested in your thoughts overall on what we've seen in the last year, Alain.
Well, basically, it's not even so much the last year; it's this year. At the beginning
True.
of the year, gold was about 60% lower.
Mm.
So I think it's completely unprecedented. Of course, the geopolitical climate at the moment creates some uncertainties, and a lot of people are running into gold as a tangible asset. I mean, from a personal experience, a movement of 60% without any retracement is unheard of. We did retrace 10%. Is that the end of the retracement or not? I don't know. Nobody knows. But I think excesses are always being corrected. Um, I would agree that the global view of people, and as long as the world generally is in such a state with potential wars and that do not seem to stop with economical difficulties, everything speaks for gold. So most probably, as long as the situation globally remain unchanged, there's no reason for the trend to change. It doesn't mean that we could not correct another 10 or 15%. But yes, I mean the 5,000 that everybody is talking about might not be unrealistic.
Tangible assets are back in fashion is absolutely true at the moment. Let's look at the market for gold coins. How would you characterize that right now?
I would say that it's a great buying opportunity because if you can now buy coins that were struck by governments, so means that you don't have any problem about the origin of the gold, because they were struck and guaranteed by governments 100 years ago or more. I would say that when there's always been a double leverage on gold coins, so leverage on the increase of the price of gold and leverage on the price of the premium. And at the moment, as I said, premium are at an absolute historical low. So I would say yes, they are great buying opportunities of historical gold coins. I mean, if you want to buy a sovereign with a portrait of Queen Victoria or King George for a few percent over gold, it's completely feasible at the moment, which is almost unheard of. I would say that for the people that believe that gold might go down, but the premium is way too low, you can buy the coin and hedge the gold. For the people that think that gold is going to the moon, then they should buy gold coins and not hedge them.
We live in a city here in Dubai known as the City of Gold. The UAE is very much, I don't know, it's an attractive gold destination. Let's put it that way. One of the things on most people's kind of, UAE bucket list is probably, it's fair to say, a visit to the gold souk. But we don't see gold coins from here in the UAE. There's really no market as yet, Alan. Why is that?
Well, there is a very strong reason that explains that there is no market for gold coins at the moment. The VAT in the UAE is applicable, as well as custom duties, on all coins that which fineness is under 990. So, in other words, theoretically, many coins like a Krugerrand or a $20 gold piece. So most of the coins that where the finest was under 990 would be, of course, taxable. And if they're taxable in in the UAE and they're not taxable in most other countries in the world. Think about Switzerland, Europe. There's special regulations for all the bullion gold coins, and they're completely exempt of VAT. So there's no chance ever that the UAE will be able to create a big market on all the gold coins, which is a huge mass that have a fineness under 990. So I would say that if the UAE did align with international regulations with the VAT, then one could create an extraordinary hub. One could probably have the UAE as a capital of the trading of gold coins in the world, because the UAE have always been extremely progressive in a lot of approaches that they had. They're always ahead of the game. If they wanted to have a position in this industry that is probably a turnover of probably today $30 billion a year, the market of gold coins, then they would need to have a new regulation that aligns with international regulations.
You can see it, can't you? I mean, I'm just sat here thinking if I came to the UAE as a tourist, and I'm not really a jewelry guy. I'm not going to go out and buy chains and stuff or rings to wear. But a gold coin is something, as a memento. I think I'd really think about that. With the UAE, I don't know, the UAE falcon on there, or whatever the design was.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, people love to come to the UAE for a huge number of reasons. And we would all love, of course, to be able to develop a strong coin market in the country. Now, I would be more than happy to start a dialogue with the authorities and see if there's a way to have a VAT regulation on coins that is the same than the one that is in most countries in the world.
Well, let's hope we can see something like that, because I think that'd be a very attractive proposition. Just a couple of more questions. I know you're busy, Alain. We're coming up to a break here. But is there a coin, and this goes back, I guess, to the original spark for you, that spark of interest, that love for the field of numismatics. Is there a coin you'd most like to see? Is there I don't know, holy grail of coins? I don't quite know how to put it, really, that you've never managed to get your hands on?
Well, you see, that's a good question because, in life you always want what you didn't get so far, right?
Sure.
So I was very blessed in my life to have had in my hands a very large number of world's most important coins. There's one coin, if we talk about Islamic, that I did hold in my hand, but I never was the owner of it because the only time I had the privilege of holding it was in a museum. So one of the earliest gold coins of Islam is called the Standing Caliph. So it's a coin of Abd al-Malik that where you have the ruler standing with an Arab legend on it. It's one of the earliest coins in Islam, one of the greatest rarities. And all the coins that I have seen so far were fake. The only genuine one was the one that I had in my hands in this museum. So yeah, it would be a holy grail because I never had a chance to own a genuine one so far.
It's been fascinating talking to you, Alain. I really appreciate you coming on to join us here at Mira Business FM. Alain Baron is the founder of Numismatica Genevensis. He's based in Abu Dhabi. He's an expert in numismatics, which is the study or collection of currency. Alain, thank you very much for coming on to join us.
Thank you so much for having me, Tim. Have a very lovely day.
And you. Thank you very much indeed. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott, here on Mira Business FM. We will be talking. This is quite a technical subject here, but it's of great interest because there are many IPOs, initial public offerings, here in the United Arab Emirates. We'll look at the history of some of the ones in the last year or two, and also whether it's something that you may think about or would you possibly want to get into. Questions answered in a few moments' time, as Amal Sheikh is going to be here, our technical and investing guru here at Mira Business FM. To get in touch, info@mira.fm is the email address. You can WhatsApp us by typing in whatsapp.mira.fm. That should bring it up on your screen. You can get in touch and send us your thoughts. Get in touch, subscribe wherever you can, and follow us and tell us what you think here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott. It's the morning drive, last half hour of the show, and for the next 30 minutes, just under, the pros and cons of investing in IPOs. Initial public offerings. They are vehicles that allow you to invest in a company's growth from the beginning of the big stage, I suppose, of a company's career. Muzamil Sheikh is with me. He is our tech man, our investing man. Nice to see you.
Tim.
So, IPOs, where do we start with this, Muzamil? Because it's a big deal. This is kind of the stage where you've got everything under control, you've got your brokerage stuff going on, and you're like, oh, I could do some more, but you need to know where you're going with this.
Mm-hmm. First of all, I think that I would just give the headline first, that if you're not willing to put in the effort to study and not just take stock tips or news items to face value, you should not proceed at all in any circumstances. Because if you're not willing to put up the homework and do some research, at least some hours of research around it to understand why, and if you're not able to explain why you want to invest in something, you should not proceed in any circumstance.
And I think that's as true here as it is with all personal finance, financial decisions, but possibly more critical to get across, because you need to understand the fundamentals of a company. You need to understand how valuations work, what a company is worth, and how that figure's been arrived at, and then think to yourself, well, this is an area I'm interested in. It's not just a jumping on the bandwagon thing, is it?
Yeah, well, recently a lot of IPOs happened, big names here, UAE-based and outside as well, and even though the companies are doing fine, they're giving out dividends, but the actual capital invested is down for many people, and you'll find many posts on Reddit and other places that, what do I do? Do I sell? I'm losing money. They haven't lost money because it's unrealized loss effectively. You realize the loss when you sell it, and the position is down from the original allocation. But what does it really mean? I mean, why does it happen? And this is why people need to understand that, yes, IPOs work, and in many cases they work, but in a lot of the cases they work years down the line really well, not initially. Long time ago, they used to work initially very well because the companies were brand new when they were IPOing. And the initial pop was justified that, okay, the company is new, there's the growth, something is happening there, a lot of stuff is happening there, they're building out resources or they're building out products and services. Right now, at the moment, because of the regulatory hassle and expense around public offerings and the cost around it, which is millions of dollars, many companies take a slower route and maybe IPO 5 years, maybe 10 years down the line.
Yeah.
So they are well-established companies with shareholders that they want to exit at some point. So that's why, and they have lock-in periods of depending on months to years, how they will sell their shares because of regulatory environments. One major point people need to understand is that there is another layer to the IPO world which most people are not aware of. These are called SPVs, special purpose vehicles. And what ends up happening is that the SPV owns the shares to the companies. And they say, oh, I cannot sell, but you can sell the SPV shares. And the SPV might hold on to it because of their vesting period or whatever it's called, like the holding period, right? They're not allowed to sell it. But there is trading going on similar to the fiat world. There's hypothecation going on, means a copy of a copy is made of the shares. And trading occurs on the derivatives of the IPO as well, pre-market and post-market. So these are the layers involved in it. The secondary liquidity layer as well. So,
well, what's clear from all of that is you really need to know what you're talking about, because I'm reasonably au fait with lots of these terms, but it can be very involved. It can get very involved very quickly. The simple fact is IPOs can be really rewarding. Assuming you're informed, you're risk tolerant, because there are, obviously increased risks here. So it's not the best if you're conservative in your approach. Let me just put to you, just as a little bit of background, there were 8 IPOs in the UAE last year, 2024. Just take a few of them. In November on the DFM, 2 billion raised for Talabat, the delivery, the food delivery, grocery delivery service, and more. Parking, the parking app, Spinnies floated on the DFM as well last year. Talabat and Lulu brought in something like $3.7 billion, about half of the total IPO proceeds raised last year. This year, the UAE expects to see $6 billion raised in IPOs. The leading ones predicted Etihad and Dubizzle. We're kind of waiting for the details of those. So the point I'm trying to make is lots of activity. There's lots of opportunity. Lots of us have had the text from our bank saying, get involved in this IPO. It's coming up whenever, and you can do that, assuming you have an account, an IPO account with which to invest. So it's an initial public offering. So let's go right back to the beginning with Zamal. This is a company saying to the market, I want to list, I'm going to list a certain number of shares, and people, upon their own volition, can invest in a company should they wish to. Simply put, that's what an IPO is.
They're raising capital. There are two ways to raise
looking for
capital.
money, yeah.
They want to raise capital, they want to expand for whatever reason, or they want to have legitimacy in the market that look at our books, because they have to expose their books and everything. Hopefully they're not being cooked. That's a different story. So, I mean, as long as it's all on the up and up and you're audited completely, so you will be raising money via debt, either as a debt instrument, and if you don't want to be in debt, you sell equity in a company. So that's how the public markets work. One of the most famous IPOs that happened in recent years was Aramco. So Aramco is a major giant oil major, trillion-dollar company, and they sold a percentage of their allocation. It was not the whole thing. People sometimes misunderstand that it's not the full company going public. It's a portion of it, a very small portion, especially of these giants. And people bought into it, and it's a different story. It's a government thing. It's a complicated, large, very large, extremely large company. So the names you listed, some of them are private, some of them are public, semi-government. And you would say even Parkin recently, Emaar, Parkin, all of these are effectively real estate derivatives of sorts, right? Parking spaces, you're getting rent money from it. So I jokingly say to people that you can maybe save you can get your parking fees back by investing in Parkin, which is a joke, of course, right? So because you get a dividend back. But of course, again, the same risks are there. I'll keep reminding people, if you don't understand your risk capacity, if you don't want to do the homework, if you're not a person that says some X person or some Y person will do it from me, you're following some influencers or major investors like Cathy Wood or Buffett or whatever, you're not the right person. You should not be doing that. I'll keep reminding people of that during this talk.
Sure.
It's very important.
No, that's very fair, and it's a reasonable thing to do. So IPOs are offered, initial public offerings, a certain number of shares in a company. You can get involved in that. But what will always happen is a company will have a value assigned to it for the IPO. How on earth do you even begin to value a company so that you can go in with your eyes open and think, well, this company's worth this. In 10 years, it could be worth this. How does that process start?
So I can give a very small example. I participated in something just for fun's sake, Uber, because it was a name, it was a big name back in the day. And when they listed, I wanted to be part of it, and I put a small amount of money in it, a few $100s, just to see how it works. The initial day, the first few minutes, how it will look like.
Okay.
And then the order didn't go through. I just kept sitting there, and funnily enough, the limit order executed below the price I wanted, which I got a little bit better deal. And a few days later, I sold it for like $50 profit or something. I don't know. It didn't move much, by the way. It was pretty static, which indicates the market knows more than you. Why? Uber had been a well-established player for a long time.
Yeah.
And the market is not stupid. The market is everyone's aggregate brain power, effectively, the institutions plus retail. And they're saying, you have priced it, because there are two ways to price something. It's, okay, I'm going to be conservative and I'm going to ask for this money. The market will not provide for it. You can ask for it. There's bookmaking happening. Some people are pre-selling their shares. There's market making happening behind the scenes by the banks and other institutional players, how it's done. The actual process, the initial process is there are many things moving around in the first day of it. But like I said, underlyingly, if you understand the business, if you take care and understand the business and take time, long run, people will be happy with their investment, provided the company. By the way, most IPO companies, smaller ones, disappear. Many of them disappear in the US market. They don't stay around for many years, depending on who they are. Especially the ones which are part of the momentum trades or like the AI trades happening. Once upon a time, there was the electric vehicle EV trades happening, and companies converted themselves. And then recently, because of the tariffs, the rare earth thing came up, and many of the steel providers and other companies were bought in the hope that they are becoming rare earth mining processors, because people are assuming they have the capacity to do that. So the market jumps. The market is always forward looking. These companies can pivot. These companies can pivot to do something, meaning something might happen. During COVID, rubber gloves companies and mask companies went up like thousands of % in just a. It was always the market will overbuy or market will oversell.
Yeah.
That's human beings doing that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, the thing with IPOs, isn't it, as well, and this kind of backs up your statement, that if you don't do the work, or if you're not, if you don't feel that you have the capacity, you're not savvy enough to do this, don't do it. One of the reasons that people invest in IPOs is because potentially, and we all hear the stories of these outsized returns, but not every company is an Amazon, not every company is a Google. So it doesn't mean that you're going to see extraordinary returns. This is the point. So don't be fooled.
Amazon took more than 10 years to become what Amazon is. And during that time, 90% drawdowns many times.
Yeah.
Similar to Bitcoin, 90% drawdowns. Amazon, imagine that. So, but if someone would have understood what was going on, what he was trying to achieve, and he got it done, right? So he got it done but how do you do that? You have to stop listening to traditional news. You have to go and read the website. You have to look at the product. You have to go find dull, boring research, or you do your own research, which is fine, by the way. It also works. Even still works, I believe. You can do your own research.
Well, for sure. And ultimately, you do your research and you make your choice, don't you? So, as we've said, keep reiterating that point. A small investment in an IPO can lead to substantial wealth if the company performs well in the market. That's a perfectly reasonable statement to make. By the same token, a small investment can not lead to substantial wealth if a company doesn't perform well in the market. So that's the risk versus reward conundrum again. When should you consider investing in IPOs?
When should you consider? So you have already done your emergency fund. You've done your base allocations into the stable funds if you want to do it, or the stable assets, the market blue chips, as they say. And then you have X percentage left, let's say 5%, 10% left. That percentage-wise could be thousands of dollars for you or millions of dollars for you, depending on your net worth, right? So you do the allocation in that bit. And the problem is that it's very easy to get away, and then the saying that the bulls make money, bears make money, and pigs get slaughtered, is because that the human element is so strong there that okay, I'm making money. When do I exit? If I do exit, and then even though you might be a long-term investor, and there's also a weird cliche in the market, sometimes an investment becomes a trade, or a trade becomes an investment. That also happens. So you went into it thinking you're going to trade, but you read more about it. It's human psychology. When you invest in something, you start reading more and more about it, like genuinely trying to understand what's going on, which helps you understand better the situation of the company and other market environment there. And you might say, oh no, I don't want to trade it. I'll take some profits, but I'll leave most of it around because I think long term it's going to be fine. And you see the data validating your thesis effectively, because it is a thesis. You're taking a bet on it.
Yeah.
You're taking an early bet on it.
Yeah.
And market conditions are not in your control. So the data you had at that moment has changed later. So I have a personal saying of mine at home. I say, I change my mind when the data changes. So you have to be that person. It might hurt you. You might feel bad about it. Okay. Accept the emotion, and then take the loss or take the win even. Take the win and move on. I just read today, SoftBank liquidated the entire NVIDIA allocation. Imagine people are in hundreds of % profit, and Kathy Wood dumped her Palantir allocation as well, which is huge. Both the AI stocks, which is a signal to the market that we think they're overpriced and we are selling. That's how, by the way, sell-offs start. That people start dumping positions, and eventually more people start dumping positions.
It always works that way. Yeah, and we're back to the point we made a few times that markets very much work on personal sentiment.
Even the institutions are people. End of the day, they're not some robotic matrix AI, entities moving around.
Well, not yet.
People.
Not yet, they're not.
Even then, they're programmed by people. End of the day, right? The AI.
So if you want to add the potential of an IPO, that's fine, because one thing that this does mean, if you're ready to do it, is it does mean you diversify the portfolio that you have. That's, I guess, another potential benefit.
It is. And also I'll say one more thing. There are some people, I'll give you a different perspective. Some people might want to make this a living. They want to go into private equity, let's say, and they want to learn what it feels like doing this. And what does private equity do? They make bets, they make small bets, and always you will realize that, okay, I made 5 bets, 10 bets, and 9 of them lost. But the 10th one was enough to cover everything and a lot more.
Yeah.
That's how it works with IPOs sometimes also.
Well, for sure. I mean, it's a numbers game in some ways, isn't it?
In some ways.
In investment. Let's look at this and try and break this down. I have a list here, but I'll ask you for your opinion on this. The pros and the cons of investing in IPOs, notwithstanding everything that you've said. And I think, to be fair to you, you've been very candid and honest to say, look, first thing, do your research and then make the decision. That's fine. But what are the pros of investing in IPOs to you?
I think the first is a mindset change that happens. You start learning about a company. You really start understanding the industry of the company, what they really do, even the employees, how they're being treated, mistreated, or whatnot. That is the product. You understand that. So that opens up your mind for future investments, which maybe you will start a business one day. That might even happen. That might help you. So you move on from being a capital allocator to a business operator, right? That also happens to some people.
Yeah.
Because that's the change, that's the path people follow. Okay, I'm now later in my life. What do? I don't want to work, but I do want to do something. Let me add to the community and build a shop or open a business and create jobs or something. That might help you go in that direction. And if you're just a trader or you have the trading mentality, you will buy and sell companies thinking that you are contributing to the economy as such. To be honest, that's naive to some extent, that because the numbers are so small sometimes that they don't make that much of a difference, to be realistically there. But if it's helping you, like they say, as a person, fine, you can do that. It helps the economy for sure, in some extent, that it adds liquidity to the environment, the local markets. And it's a good sign, overall, a macro indicator that the economy, a few years ago, there were not many IPOs happening in UAE, and suddenly there are many IPOs happening in UAE. I would personally feel very nice if they would, centralize all the capital markets here into one, the Tadawul and the DFM and ADX, everything, into one trading desk effectively, or trading exchange, where the liquidity would shoot up, and that would make a big difference, I think. Like a customs union, or sort of like a financial union of sorts, right? Which doesn't even exist in the EU, apparently, unfortunately, which does exist in the US to some extent.
Could you see a time when that might come about? Like a regional collaboration almost, isn't it?
It's happening, right? Slowly. It's very
very slowly.
Very slowly happening. Yeah. It's always about, I think it's more about, as the market will take you there. If you want more liquidity, that's why markets end up like UK companies didn't want to do IPOs in LSE anymore, London Stock Exchange, because the liquidity is so high in the US markets. So liquidity begets liquidity, that's it. So the more liquidity someone gets, it's going to attract that, hey, we want to partner with you, or we want to do dual listing. It's a network effect. Network effects are core human nature, very hard to break.
It's like life, you're right. You go where the money is. I mean, it's simple as that. But you're kind of suggesting a Middle East stock exchange almost in some ways, aren't you? Yeah. Okay. There's the other side of this, and I think, when I talk to you about investing, one of the things is I can see in your eyes there's an excitement there. And I think IPOs have that. There's that kind of momentum thing. People get swept along with it. And there is an element of participating in the excitement of the market. And I think that's that's maybe a pro of investing in IPOs.
The pro is definitely, like I said, that it's going to take you either to the positive side, or unfortunately it might trigger you to the gambling side as well. Because when you see the portfolio going up, rapidly shooting up, if Jim Cramer mentions your stock and it goes up the next day, which has happened. And by the way, just FYI, there's an inverse Jim Cramer as well, because whenever he mentions something, it goes down. So there's an inverse Jim Cramer ETF available. So that's also happening, just, in case people are wondering. So meaning that don't think they are your heroes or something. It's not that at all. And they're doing what they're doing, and do what works for you. And if you want to do something, if you think copy trading or something will work for you, and then you will quickly realize, if you are paying attention, that it doesn't work for you.
eventually.
Yeah, okay. Well, you have to listen, don't you, but not necessarily follow. There's a balance to be struck there. So a few of the pros of investing in IPOs. What about the cons of investing?
Most likely you'll end up losing money. Most likely. Even if you're diversified in IPO, several of them, you will, in the short term, you might feel like it's like you're down. Eventually, you might be up. But like I said, that if you're doing extremely high risk IPOs, the probability is that they will might never. Small companies sometimes they never make money, or the market will reward them for a short time, and then they will stay down. They will go down, and they will stay down forever, effectively.
Okay, and clearly the risk aspect of it, if you're not ready for it. What about overvaluations?
Overvaluations. This is a concept that people use to value a company. That I think that I'm personally I'm not a quants guy. Those quants people do that. They look at the numbers of the balance sheet and the debt, and they do a multiple. Okay, this is X multiple trading at X multiple, meaning that it's this far away from their profitability. I personally, it's my own personal thing. I prefer a fundamentals analysis, that what is their product, what is the service, and how much is their debt. That's it. So are they in a lot of debt? What kind of debt is it? Those are easy things to see versus doing a multiplication of their earnings and EBITDA and income and all that. But if the debt ratio is low and they're doing their path to profitability is there, that you can see. And you can even get ETFs, by the way. They are called quality factor ETFs, which they have usually, unfortunately, they don't have a global listing. They have US and European markets, and they list all the quality factor companies with the lowest debt and the highest cash flow, effectively. That's it. So those are easy, ETFs to invest in, and then you will realize that they are effectively the strongest companies, and their performance has been effectively the same as and they also happen to be the tech companies, of course, the largest ones.
For sure, yeah. Wouldn't they always be that? So if you're at a point where you think, I'm interested in this, and you've done your research, and you understand the business model, and you've considered the underwriters of the IPO. There's always an underwriter of the IPO, usually one of the big banks. How do you evaluate? What steps do you take to evaluate an IPO before you invest, if you've been through that procedure?
Well, start reading about the company, who's running the company. Easy thing is the debt. How much debt do they have? It's all public information usually by the time, or it's been given out. Also understand what is the product and service. Try to use it. Don't just read the reports about it. Try to use the product and service. Many times the product or service might not be available. It's some business to business thing. You might be now. If you don't understand it, if you can't see it or touch it in some way in your mind, visualize it properly, it's always a bad idea to go into it. Even though it might be pretty good, it might be awesome. Many people, still don't understand the companies, the big AI companies, what they're doing, because they don't have any consumer product to understand and touch. Not at all. Other companies, they do have that. So it's pretty simple. You have to learn and understand what is it doing, why is it doing it, and who are the people you are investing in. Are they going to be still around for a long time? Because a lot of the times people invest in the management of the company, who might leave, the founders might leave, or the operators might leave of the company.
Yeah, particularly after an IPO in some ways as well, I guess, because, that's the next stage of company growth. Maybe that, for a lot of people, it's time to move on. You don't know what's going to happen.
CEOs are usually the first ones affected if a company is going down. CEOs, because they're responsible for the growth of the company.
Yeah. Is there a safe way to invest in IPOs? Is there? I mean, there's no surefire route. There isn't in life, obviously, but is there a safe way to invest in an initial public offering?
I think there were some ETFs. I didn't look into it too much, perhaps, but I don't think there is an absolutely safe way to do it. It's all about risk capacity. I keep reminding people of the risk capacity. You can have all the risk tolerance in the world, which might make you go to zero effectively. But if you don't have the capacity for it, meaning that, okay, this is my capacity, it's not my rent money, it's not my retirement money, it's not my kids' education, all of that. Okay, my capacity is, everyone knows in the gym, I can do 1 extra rep, or I can do 3 extra reps. That's your extra capacity, right?
Yeah.
That's it, effectively.
Well, that's an important point to make, I think, because tolerance and capacity are separate things.
Right. I want to go jump in the river. The river is flowing pretty fast, right? I mean, most rivers are
mean, especially the white rapid. If anyone has done whitewater rafting, they realize, okay, it's fast, but when you get into it, then you feel the difference.
It looks brilliant, and we can all do it until we do it. I mean, that's always the way. Okay, so investing in IPOs, that's the topic today. How would you conclude? I know you're going to go to the warning again. Do your research thing. Obviously, you will. But how would you conclude the discussion?
It's a method. It's not really a warning. That's the only way to do it. It's a method.
Yeah.
And the method is that you get excited about something, take a pause, relax, walk away from it, come back to it when you're not excited, read about it, and better yet, maybe ask your wife or your partner, I'm thinking of doing this. Have a read. I mean, I want you to read, and then I want you to basically have an argument against it. I want you to fight it and see. And I want you to sincerely read some stuff and come back to me.
And don't just try to please me because you're married to me or whatever. Just give me the
echo
absolute
chamber. And
truth.
most people look for confirmation bias in other places, in Reddit and everywhere. Don't look for confirmation bias, right? Someone, I like Howard Marks. He's a junk bond investor, not junk bond, distressed debt. It's called, and he said nice things that it's not what you buy, it's the price you pay.
Yeah.
Always about everything, and know where you are in the cycle of the market. And you have to respect that. You have to understand, are you in the down cycle, up cycle? Everything has cycles. Everything has cycles. Everything has cycles. So Howard Marks is, I mean, everyone likes to quote Buffett and all that. But Howard Marks is the person, I think, that it's the price you pay. And if you're paying a high price for an excellent company, it'll go down for a while. And you might be, at the moment, suffering. Or maybe you'll panic sell it or panic buy something. That's even worse.
It's the price you pay. It's a good way to finish, I think. Muzamil Sheikh is our tech and investing man here at Mira Business FM, and that's just a few ideas about initial public offerings, whether to invest, whether to think about it, but most of all, do your research first. Muzamil, good to talk to you.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
It's 12 o'clock. Welcome to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. A very warm afternoon to you today. Now, across the Gulf, we've seen a real shift in the way people think about food. Healthier choices, calorie counts on menus, fitness app tracking every single bite that you take. And it's clear that mindful eating isn't just a bit of a trend anymore, and not just here in the GCC, globally as well. It's pretty much become a lifestyle, but there's always been one big challenge. How do you make healthy food both accessible and appealing, especially in a region where dining out is pretty much part of the culture, and it's a big reason that people come here to the UAE in particular, and of course indulgence often wins the day. Well, that's where today's guest comes in. What started as a small brunch concept in Abu Dhabi has grown into a full-fledged food brand that's redefining what healthy dining can look like. Affordable, it's scalable, and I've been informed that it's genuinely tasty. He's taken that vision across the GCC and now has his sights set on international expansion. Joining me today to talk about the business behind that success story and the numbers, strategy and the ambition driving it is the CEO of Low Calories, Nasser Al-Masabi. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you. I want to jump straight into it and understand your journey a bit, Nasser. Could you kind of briefly take us back to the very beginning of Low Calories? What sparked the idea for the company, and how did you figure out that there was a market, particularly here in the UAE, for a healthy eating concept like this?
It's back like to 2016. Before 2016, I used to, as any normal person, go to the gym, doing my own food in the kitchen. And honestly, like in UAE, this business wasn't like too much like in this country. There was like a couple of restaurants and they're not having like a really good food. Like we call it here, like in this area, hospital food. Okay, whereas there's no salt. Okay, it's very dry a little bit. Okay, no colors. So I thought in my mind, and behind this, like I used to have like a couple of business and I lost in all of them. Okay, so I said,
what
okay,
were they?
tailor. Okay, and construction. Okay, properties. Okay, it didn't go well. Okay, so then I said, okay, why I don't open something I'm doing every day? Okay, either gym because you're exercising every day, or either like a healthy food. But gym, it was like a huge concept. You need like a big capital a little bit. Restaurant, it was manageable. Okay, so I used to work in the government, so I saved some money. So I said, like, let me to open it, but I will open it in my way, the way that I want to eat every day without feeling like it's very difficult to do it. So we started like with a small branch in Abu Dhabi.
So when you were going to the gym and you were trying to figure out a diet for yourself during your training, who at that time was cooking your food for you? What were you kind of going home and you know, doing it yourself? Did you have family kind of making you specific food? What was your routine like?
Nobody can handle doing for you like 4 or 5 meals every day, okay, and healthy. Okay, even if you have a wife, she will ask for a divorce, you know. So I was doing it myself, okay, and that's why, like I said, hey, not to do it to myself, okay. Let me to do business, and there's a people they will do it for me.
That's so interesting because, you know, I kind of think about when I was growing up and my kind of older brother used to go to the gym quite regularly, you know, and he would, you know, he'd come home and he would always have a different meal to the rest of the family because it had to be obviously very specific about what he could eat to align with his training program. So then you came up with this concept of a brunch. Just tell us about the brunch concept, what that was and why you decided that a brunch would be a good idea, particularly in Abu Dhabi.
Honestly, like it was always in my mind that the work, like the government work, it will not last forever. Okay, so I need just what I needed at this time. It's a different source of income. That's it. Okay, I wasn't thinking like to go more than one branch, another country, nothing. Okay, it's just I want this to succeed. So we opened it and it's go well because like there's not a lot of competitors, especially if there's a competitors, they do it like in a different way, which is like very dry way. We do it like with the sauces and we try like to be, we having like good flavors. Okay, so such as pizza, like nobody used to do a pizza, like healthy pizza or burgers or something like this. So we start to do something unique, okay, to attract people and it's went well. Then started people like to ask for franchise when I don't know like what's franchises mean, okay? So after that, like I start to learn by myself, okay, step by step, till I'm here today.
And that must have been a great feeling, you know, for you to kind of then step away from this government job, which probably was kind of day in, day out, the grind really, and then for you to do something which, you know, you truly love. It's your passion, you know, you like to go to the gym, you train, but also you're incorporating food and this wave of healthy eating, which really kind of kicked off around that time as well.
You know, like I always tell myself, if I open like an Italian restaurant or a burger restaurant or any other restaurant, okay, I don't think I would succeed. Like the behind the story, it's the love that's I was doing it like with a passion. Okay, so I think that's one of the secrets. That's when you're trying to do something really you love. Okay, because I tried in things that I don't love. When I opened like the tailor, they said like the women they pay a lot for their clothes. So I just followed the idea. I didn't follow my passion. Okay, and I lost. But when I follow my passion, like it's worked well.
Let's talk about the early days of the business then. What were your kind of biggest operational challenges and I guess financial hurdles that you faced when you started out this business? You know, sourcing ingredients, I'm sure, you know, has been a big a big kind of part of the company. Cost control, kind of pricing versus healthy positioning as well. What kind of things did you face when you started the company?
All what you mentioned, okay? Because honestly, like when I opened, it was like one man show, which is like me doing most of the things.
You were cooking in your own kitchen?
Not cooking, but let's say hiring, salary, doing the HR, okay, doing like the marketing, doing the operation, okay, doing the customer service, okay. So most of the job I used to do it myself, even like picking order from the car who's ordering outside, okay. So in the beginning, like as any starting restaurant, okay, you're not gonna like to invest in all these positions, okay, because you don't know like what it's going on, okay. Maybe you will make money, maybe not, okay. So you have to try your best like to control like the cost, okay, and to see the revenue, and with the revenue you start to hire again, okay. So it was like a lot of challenges, okay, especially like controlling and doing the operation on daily basis and make sure like everything is perfect, okay. So it was like really challenging in the beginning.
Who was chief taster? You?
Yeah, me. Yeah. It's my restaurant. Come on.
And still today?
At least, yeah, till today. Okay, but today it's a little bit different. Like there is a nutritionist. Okay, there is a group that we commit like those people who will try like this meal before going in.
I'm going to ask you about how you would describe your business model today. What is the concept in 2025 for low calories? Because since the idea was born 9 years ago, and almost 10 years now, it's grown hugely. You've had incredible success. What's that been down to, and what's the specific core of the idea today?
Honestly, like nothing. It's impossible. Okay, but I think we are like the healthy food or the healthy fast food. Okay, and we want to expand. Like here, we have more than 40 branches inside UAE. Okay, and we are in 9 countries. So I started to believe, okay, that I want to make it easy for everyone. Okay, same like some restaurants. Okay, it's globally easy, like to find it in each corner. Okay, I want to be something similar.
That's so interesting, and that growth that you had over the kind of last 9 years. What do you think that's been down to? Has it been the market? You know, there's just been a huge kind of gap in this market where people want healthy food that aligns with their diet. The GCC has really been evolving into that space, or has it been, you know, you actively kind of pushing this organization to get it out there across the region?
Honestly, like I wasn't pushing by the meaning pushing, but you know, the marketing always it's like make your voice reach like to the maximum level. Okay. So in the beginning, it was like I told you, it was the idea just like to have one shop and income, and it's good for me. Okay, so one day if I got fired from my job, I have another source of income. But at the moment, no, it's like marketing. It's one of the keys. Okay, that make people outside country they ask for this. And if you back like now, each government they support the healthy lifestyle by doing like a month of like exercise, like Dubai 30-30, okay, and Saudi and all of this, okay, they support like the sport. So the healthy lifestyle, it start like to be something common, not as before 10 years, okay. When I opened before 10 years, okay, people they ask me, like, especially here, why you don't open like an Indian restaurant? We need curry, we need biryani, we need all of this. Okay, what's this concept? Nobody will come to eat from you. But today they know like the healthy concepts. Every month there's 1 or 2 restaurants healthy. They open like in UAE. So that's mean like it's something start like to be common to people. They want to be in a lifestyle.
When did you realize, Nasser, that, okay, what I have here with low calories is successful? It's happening, it's taking off, it's doing what I want it to do?
When it almost like before Corona, before COVID, okay, 2019, there is a lot of emails coming from outside the country. Okay, I started to believe like everything is possible. Okay, so it's like after 3-4 years, okay, I started like to believe, no, it's possible like to go very far with this business. So here when I start like to think about resign from my government job, okay, which I did like 21, okay.
Right, so you still held a government job for a good few years whilst you were running the business.
I'm not sure about this business. Come on, okay. I need a source of income, not cutting income. Yeah.
And then, so COVID then happens. Just tell us a bit about that space for you. You know, was that a boost for your business? Because it felt like there were a lot of businesses that really thrived during COVID out here in the UAE in particular. You know, people turned to kind of online coaching. People couldn't be inside actual gyms as well. People were training a lot from home. Did that change the way that you operated the business? Did it help it?
First of all, thank God we're living here inside UAE. So most of the business, like, yeah, there's some business got hurt, okay? But nobody, it's like close, like fully close, okay? So you can, if you remember, like you can work till 7 o'clock, okay? Till the beep is coming and you have to back home, okay? So, but for the restaurant business, okay, especially the healthy, it's actually grown in COVID, okay? So most of people, and if you heard about the rumor, if you was here, okay, all the onion like in a market, it's been sold out, okay? So people like they start like to think about their health, okay, more and more, okay? So here like my role was like much better, okay? We make like a very good sales in COVID.
Let's talk a bit about sales and the kind of financial side of the organization. What have you kind of learned about cost structure and margins in this space in particular? You know, are you finding that you can really build a good, solid, successful business when it comes to the healthy eating space?
Yeah, of course. Like we have like, when you ask for a franchise, we have like this model. When we show you like the sales and the profit margin and all of this, okay, it's you're right, like as an investor, okay. So especially like here, like the share market for healthy food, okay, it's growing year by year by 11% in UAE, okay. So it's a huge, okay, it's making billions, okay, per years, okay. So that means like there is still potential, okay, for the healthy side, okay, in UAE and in each country, okay. Now we are in Saudi market, okay, and you really hear like what's happening in Saudi, okay. It's everything like went crazy there, and people they start like to think in a very different way, okay, when it's come like to health lifestyle, okay. So it's supporting like our business a lot.
And what's the reason that people are coming to you guys? What's the reason people are coming to Low Calories to get their fix of healthy food? What is it about you guys that is so appealing?
Apart from me being handsome, okay, I think it's we make like a little bit different concept than the healthy, okay, and we trying like to develop the restaurants and the menu each time, okay, to match like this time, okay. For example, like every time they have like something new coming as a trend, like when it's matcha or like acai or whatever like things it's coming in the market. So we try like to go with the trend, okay, with our way, like matcha protein or something like this, who honestly like the menu, it's huge because the people who who's in lifestyle, okay, they don't want to every day to eat a chicken. Okay, so they need like every day something different. Okay, even you, if I ask you like to go to have a burger for every day for lunch, okay, after 1 week you will say like, yuck, I don't want anymore. Okay, so the variety like of the options in our menu, it's a huge.
So you've got to kind of constantly evolve and adapt and be innovative as well. How important is that in this space?
Come again?
How important is it to evolve and adapt and be innovative when it comes to, you know, even like recipes in this space in particular? Is that important to be adaptive?
It's very important. It's look like you're in a Formula race, an F1 race. Okay, if you miss a lap, like you will miss everything. So you have like to be in this race every day. Okay, not in my business, in each business. Okay, it's a race between you and the companies. Okay, now how you can like in this time, how you can make the AI help your business. Okay, if you don't do this, you will be like very old. Okay, comparing like to Nokia and iPhone and what's happened, you know. Okay.
So how are you guys doing that? How are you incorporating AI into low calories?
Okay, now like we have our app, which will be launched like in 1st of December.
Okay.
Okay, and we're trying like to make the AI talk to you and do the fully customized options for you based on you and the information that you feed like the AI with it. Okay, so once you go there, okay, there will be no customer service, nobody. Okay, it's just an AI. Okay, and you can tell the AI like what's your active day, what you're doing every day, which kind of meals you're doing, and they will give you like the calories, the meals that you should eat every day, and the exercise that you should do every day.
And do you feel customers are responsive to something like this, or do you feel that they prefer having an actual kind of human or an actual kind of trainer informing them about their diet?
It's an optional, but you have to create this option because you don't know like what's going like on in the future. Okay, so in the future, I heard like Elon Musk, he said like there would be like no phone, no device phone. Okay, it will be AI contacting your AI. Okay, I don't know how that's possible. Okay, but maybe it's a fact in the future. Okay, so if you're sleeping and you'll say like, no, the human is much better than the AI. Okay, you will be like way far from the competitors.
I want to talk about your growth into the GCC now, sir. Obviously, you started the company here in the UAE, and you as you mentioned, have grown across the GCC, latest in Saudi Arabia as well. What was that kind of replication step outside of the UAE and into the GCC like? Was it a risk that you took, or were you very confident that actually this is a company that can replicate in other countries in the region?
Okay, we have to understand first of all, like in each business, there's a risk. Okay, there's a risk that I'm giving my name to someone in Saudi or in Egypt or in Georgia or in any country that I'm in at the moment. But the low risk when it's come like to a franchise, because it's not my investment, it's someone else's investment, and there's a contract between me and him, and he have to follow the contract and all of that. So it's a good idea. Okay, it's a good idea. I'm happy, but there's a lot of works coming with it. Okay, but I'm happy that we're expanding more and more. Okay, to be like one of the biggest name like in healthy food like in this Gulf area.
And the plan is to go beyond GCC as well. Tell us a bit about your plans to expand maybe Europe and other parts of the world.
Yeah, honestly, like there's like some targets. Okay, it's one of my dream like to be in New York, London, okay, and Australia. Okay, it's not the time. Maybe 26, maybe 27. Okay, but it's the dream. Okay, and the dream it will still dream till you make it true.
How are you envisaging to get there, though? What's the kind of business strategy to get in those places? Because they are huge markets and markets which still have a lot of space for the healthy eating industry. What's the kind of business strategy to get you into London, to get you into New York?
Like, first of all, like really you need to go like with a very good companies to help you with this, because I'm living here in Dubai, okay, and I don't know like how's the people react to our food. So I have to change maybe some recipes. I have to change like a lot of things to to match like the people who's living in London. Okay, right? Okay, so for that, okay, we need like to really do a very good study, okay, to the market, like for the market in London, okay, before we launch there. Okay.
Basically, you're saying you've got to take a big business trip to London and spend some time there.
Spend some time seeing companies, expert companies, okay, companies like Tishtash, okay, that it will be like very helpful for us, like to do the study, okay, tell us where's the location, and build like the business together.
If you look ahead, we've only got a few minutes left with you, Nasser, but if you look ahead for the next kind of 3 to 5 years with low calories, where do you really envisage the company being? What does success look like for low calories in terms of its footprint, in terms of the financial scale, in terms of the brand perception as well?
Honestly, like we used to say, like it's very difficult for us like to build a small business and to be like a global brand. That's what we are trying to do, to make it really a global brand by doing like London or New York or like Australia. So I'm thinking like hopefully I can take this brand like to be one of the global brand in the world.
And are you considering kind of external investment? Are you kind of approaching investors? Is that a conversation you're constantly having?
Easy like to have like investor for sure. Okay, but if not, okay, you have to take the risk by yourself.
So interesting. Best meal on the low calories menu? Your favorite?
Buffalo chicken.
What? Sorry.
Buffalo chicken.
Buffalo chicken.
Buffalo chicken.
So that's just like what, like fried chicken, is it, or?
It's air fryer. Yeah, it's air fried chicken. Okay, with the sauce of the buffalo. Okay, you would love it. Okay, and I would love like after this interview, okay, to think about it.
Let's
okay,
do it.
And help yourself. And I want to meet you next time when you have like a very good physique.
Yeah, well, I will try. I was coming to that point. Don't worry. We're just opening a gym across the radio station.
I saw
here,
it's still empty. I hope like you will fill it out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It might be a good space for you to be as well. Look, Nasser Al Masabi, the CEO of Low Calories, thank you so much for coming into the studio and speaking to us. I wish you all the success with Low Calories, and hopefully we'll see you in one of the big cities of London, New York, and beyond.
Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. This is Mira Business FM. You are listening to Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Plenty more on the way next.
Mira Business FM.
Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid, with you for the next hour or so up until 2 o'clock. And then there's just one more day left. And then it's a public holiday, so we can all relax. Welcome wherever you are tuning in from. Of course, you can watch us live on YouTube at Mira Business FM. You can also hit the subscribe button there, where you can watch back on all the interviews that we have on the show, including the one that we had just in the last hour, speaking to Dr. Frederick Schneider. He is an economist and a senior fellow at the Middle East Council of Global Affairs. Interesting conversation, because we spoke deeply about Dubai surpassing the population of 4 million residents, and that growing to 5 and 5.8 million in the years to come, and how a city like Dubai is keeping up with that huge exponential growth that it's seeing, and whether the infrastructure here can actually take it, and what authorities are doing to develop the infrastructure to ensure that we're not just getting a bit too crowded here. I sometimes see people saying that, oh, I'm moving to Dubai, or people message me saying, are there any opportunities out in Dubai? And I'm like, no, there's too many people here. Stay away. It's fine. You can come back another time. But in this hour, I want to talk about something that people that do come to Dubai thoroughly enjoy, and especially those who live here as well. If you could see, well, you can see me on the cameras, you can see that I'm partial to some good food, and that's exactly what you get here in Dubai. When you think of the world's great dining experiences, you might picture initially Parisian brasseries, even Tokyo's sushi counters, or the fine dining temples of New York. But increasingly, the frontier of gastronomy isn't about what's just on the plate. It's about the journey, the setting, the lifestyle that surrounds it. And I want to move to Turkey's Aegean coast, a beautiful part of the world, which I was lucky enough to explore just very recently. And let's tuck into the timeless coves of Göcek. Something new is happening there. Imagine sailing into a hidden bay, stepping off your yacht, entering not just a restaurant, but an entire gastro destination. That's what I had the privilege of doing. I get it, not all of us have yachts, but you know, you can take a small boat out to here as well. A place where every hour of the day becomes a ritual. You've got fresh bread, coffee in the morning, symphony of flavors as the sun sets, music and cocktails deep into the night, and art woven into every corner, which I have witnessed with my own eyes. This is Miori, described as Turkey's first gastro destination. It's part restaurant, part coastal village, part cultural statement, you could say. And at the helm of this vision is someone who knows hospitality and branding better than almost anyone, I think it's fair to say. You were a great host, I have to admit. Yiğit Sezgin, he's worked with the likes of Fairmont Hotels, Accor, Aman as well, built some of Dubai's most exciting lifestyle concepts. And now through his firm Clay & Partners, he's shaping the future of how we dine, travel, and live. And on Daybreak, we're going to explore not just the story of Miori, but the bigger idea of what happens when food, place, storytelling all merge together to create something which I think many could say is truly timeless. Yiğit, thank you so much for joining us in the studio. It's a pleasure to have you.
The pleasure is mine.
No, it's a lovely to have you here. I know we were together just recently in Turkey, in Göcek. Thank you for hosting us. What a sensational place you have. But it's nice to see you here in Dubai as well.
Thank you. Nice to be back home.
Yeah. So tell us about you. So you live here in Dubai, but obviously this new concept that you have is out in the Aegean coast.
Yes, I mean, I think it's better to start with my little history. It's
not little. It's not little.
Born and raised in Turkey.
Yep.
However, I'm half Greek and half Turkish, and really part of this Aegean coastline, the best part of the Aegean coastline, which is sitting between Greece and Turkey, and you witnessed that as you have mentioned. And I've been living in Dubai since 1999, in and out. I've lived in Japan, Qatar, Bahrain, but back into Dubai in all the occasions. So I'm this one that who's been promoting Dubai to come to 5 million population. Yes, and obviously, for the ones that who knows Dubai well would understand that it's one of the best things about Dubai. Even before COVID, we had the opportunity to live 6, 7 months or 8 months of the year here, and 3, 4 months of the year on another part of the world.
Sure.
If you know, going back to your own country, whether that it's India or London or New York or Greece or Turkey or Italy or Singapore, wherever it was, but also you know, Dubai has been very open, unless you're in the service industry, for you to work from home, from your office, whatever. Obviously, that has very much increased with the post-COVID syndromes. And I'm one of that lucky ones that I've been experiencing this dual life, the best of both worlds, I would say, you know, and always in the sunshine.
Yeah.
And I call it the center of gravity change. You know, I come here now, which I am back in Dubai, live here, and then I would travel back in and off, on and off to Göcek and to Greece or wherever other places that I need to go to for work. But now back in Dubai, and then I do the same in the summer, like around the 15th of May to the 1st of June. Luckily, I have the chance to go, and in order to make sure that I create a home myself to go to, I decided that you know, all this vision, all the experience and the know-how that we have created together with my partners and what I learned in Dubai in the hospitality industry, we put it down into Miori. I would say it's almost a hobby/ego project. Hopefully it works out. It does seem to be working out at the moment.
Well, it's
yeah.
something I could see you are very proud of. We'll come on to the conversation about Dubai very shortly and what you've been up to here over the last 26 years, because it's been a lot, and not just here in the UAE, but the wider Middle East as well. You've had a big hand in how some of the largest hotels have operated out here. But I want to talk about Miori, the future of gastro destinations. I think it's fair to say it's described. I think you guys described it as a rhythm of life rather than just a restaurant. Tell us a bit about Miori. What is the actual concept? What happens there? How does it work?
You know, obviously, because of my work and because of my lifestyle, I've been traveling around a lot, and I can tell you, it's really for the people that who are listening us or they will listen later. The best places in the world for you to discover is the Aegean coastlines. And that's between Greece and Turkey. I don't know exactly the numbers, but we can have a look at it. I would say at least 600 to 700 islands that you're talking about due to the nature of the sea and, the earthquake zone that created all these islands throughout centuries. The best sea, the best weather, and also an amazing attitude of the people within that zone. What I wanted to do is, bring that amazing nature and connect it to a super luxury gastro lifestyle destination. And when I say luxury, I am talking about bare feet. We really look after you. We provide you the best of the food, fresh from the sea. There are only very minor examples today around the world that you can do that today. You're sitting on a 60, 70 meter yacht, and then you're going into these small little village restaurants. Some nice, some not nice, but you're never guaranteed the quality of the food and the service that you're going to take. And we our objective and our manifesto and our mission or vision was, how do we create a destination, which is also very difficult because, it's very difficult to come from the land, to for all these yachts and yacht lovers and sea lovers that will come there and have a true 360 journey of gastronomy with 6-7 different concepts inside.
Because this is it. We've seen the Aegean coast be populated heavily over the summer months with many yachts, super yachts arriving there. Over the years, it's been populated more and more. But there is an issue where sometimes, I mean, look, I don't live on a super yacht, I don't own one, but I'm sure you get this idea of you want to get off, you want to try and find some nice food, you want to spend maybe a bit of time on the beach, that kind of thing.
See some people.
Exactly, and not just be on your own vessel the whole time. And so this is what it is. It's a concept where you park up, you can get off, you can enjoy amazing atmosphere, amazing food. What is life like on a yacht that makes you want to kind of do that? Have you spent time on a boat, and is that kind of how the concept came about?
I mean, unless you're sitting on a 150-meter massive mega yacht and paying millions of dollars to your service and to your chefs, etc., the life is a little bit limited in the the sailing boats and the yachts and stuff like this. The kitchen in the boat is not that big for you to create amazing food. Your supply chain will be never like us, that you're organized. You have the storerooms and cold rooms and whatever. So you're living in this beautiful environment, in a beautiful, highly invested yacht, but then your gastro experience is not limited, at the top. I can even tell you for the morning, are you capable of doing the best coffee or having cooked your best croissants? And I'm not sure about that, So and bread, in the Aegean coastline of Turkey, I don't know whether you had the chance to see, but we got some supermarket boats that comes in and sell stuff. If you're lucky, you will find one of them, and if you're not, we wanted to create this place like a little bit of a village. You come in the morning, get your coffee, get your croissant. or we got this very famous Turkish bagel. It's called simit. People loves it. I don't know, with the sesame, and you put some cheese or honey to it and stuff. And then from there, or you come at lunch. Have a lunch with your kids. Kids also want to play. They want to swim in the beach. It's not only the boat experience. They want to run around and stuff. So we provide that opportunity for them. And then, a selection of wine. We got the Riva Lounge, as you know.
With one of 7 in the world.
One of 7 in the world, exactly.
I just want this whole idea. Where did it come about? How did you think of this idea? And what? You said it's a hobby. It's like it feels like your passion. And when I saw you there, you were very, very passionate about this whole concept. But where did the idea actually stem from, and how did it come about?
I'm almost born in a boat. I told you I'm an Asian boy. My father is a boat maker, and we, throughout the years sitting on yachts and sometimes getting bored and wanting to have some friends and people around us and listening to good music, or really craving for a nice bagel or a simit and stuff, and that it's not available to you
in the middle of the sea.
And starting to dream about it with your friends on a glass of wine and saying, I wish I had somewhere like this to go to. And then a couple of the little ones that you see in Sardinia and in Saint-Tropez, but they are with accessible with car as well, and with almost every tourist can access. So we were thinking, like, how can we combine this? And looking at these beautiful bays, and obviously the one that we have selected is, as you know, and you came, it's a super protected bay. It's a natural marina.
Very private.
Very, very private. So we've been looking at that. I'm sitting on the boat with a couple of my investor level friends and saying, I wish we could do that and stuff. And, the dream started from there, or dream started from the experience. So they were telling me, you know how to do this. You do it. We will put the money. Let's buy the land and let's create something. And then and we look at the place. The place was so big. And then from there, with a curator friend of mine, together with me, we said, let's not do this one concept place. Let's create various concepts, because the other pain that you have is, even you have this place, and let's say it's an Asian restaurant with fish and mezzes and stuff. Okay, you go once, you go twice, you're going to start to get bored of it. So we wanted to offer different variety.
And that's what you did. You opened 6 different concepts.
Correct.
Am I right?
Correct.
Just talk us through the different concepts that you have there. And when I say, ladies and gents listening, the food that I tasted there, my belly is just rumbling thinking about it now. Some of the incredibly fresh fish that we had tasted there, it was just absolutely stunning. Even the produce, you can just tell, is really, really fresh. But we'll talk a bit about the dishes in a bit. Tell me a bit about the restaurants, the concepts that you have there.
I mean, look, I think if you start from the ground, for my vision was to make sure that we are creating restaurants and concepts that are totally driven by procurement, by product. Simplicity is ultimate sophistication. That's my number one motto in life. And in order to go simple at the food, but still make it super tasty, you need to make sure that you're using the best product. We have 3 people working in our procurement team only to research and buy the best products that are available to us from Greece, from our surrounding, from Turkey and outside Turkey. Each one of them has got its own specialty. I mean, we buy the tomato from a guy who is raising it. We are, our olive oil is our own, but for cooking, we're using the best Spanish olive oil that is available in the world. We got our own fishermen to buy the fish and stuff like this. So the concepts are all, whatever they are designed based on product, first of all. What's and as I told you, it's the ritual of the day. So we said, okay, we need breakfast and we need bread. So we have a bakery for that. And then we want lunch where you can have burgers and pizzas. You remember the cheeseburger?
Yes.
The last day that we had. So,
I think I had about 3.
So, I'm also, for example, very particular with French fries. And the ones in Hotel Coast that I really like, and there are only a type of potatoes that you can buy from some parts of Anatolia that you can do that potatoes. And so we're buying it and we're keeping it in our storeroom for a year, etc., etc. So there's some really attention to detail. So we got the kitchen where we do the Caesar salads and burgers and pizzas and etc. Oysters while you're sitting on the beach during the day. And then we have the Riva Lounge. Which is really where our cold cuts, platters, and on top of it, super nice cocktails. As you said, there is only 7 Riva lounges in the world, and it's all designed by Riva Furnitures and stuff. So we got a super cocktail curator, a bartender, award-winning bartender, and then we have an Italian restaurant, Isabel's, for example. I've chosen not to do our own pasta because the environment is not good enough for you to be able to maintain that. And the fresh pasta, you need to do it and you need to consume it very fast. So we decided to go as best as we can, and we are buying the best pasta, professional pasta in the world that is designed by Massimo Bottura, for example. He's probably one of the best 3-star Michelins in the world. His product we are using. So hence the reason the pastas are amazing. So we got Isabel's, which is the restaurant of the Italian restaurant. Then we have the Miori by the Sea, which also the entire concept takes its name from. And that's our Aegean restaurant. We are twisting a little bit the mezzes of the Aegean with super high product and also the fish and the meat that we offer in that restaurant is amazing. We have yogurt ice creams that people really love. So that's one other concept. Then we have a speakeasy. That was another thing. At night, okay, you're sitting on your boat, your friends, you want to party. Go somewhere a little bit small, listen some good music. If there is a friend of you who can actually DJ, so bring him to DJ for you and stuff. So we didn't have. So what we did is we are converting our indoor dining area into a speakeasy at nights for people to come and party when and if necessary.
And then the bakery as well. Can't forget
absolutely.
The bakery was phenomenal, and some of the pizzas coming out of the stone-baked oven were just incredible. Really, really nice food. And when I say nice food, I've been lucky enough to explore a lot of the world and taste nice food. And the food there, I have to admit, was excellent. What also struck me as well, Yeet, was actually the service that was available there, and how there was a lot of similarities to the kind of service that Dubai offers. Now, as a Dubai guy now, and I have been for some time, and have visited this country and this city in particular for a long, long time, when I go to other places, the service is just no way near as good as what Dubai offers. How much have you taken reference of what Dubai has done over the last few years and implemented it into your new place in Miori? Because I saw some similarities.
Full on. It's a natural DNA shift, I would say, right? You're used to this. I'm used to this level of service. And I have to say, Dubai also progressed. Dubai has always had a really nice service, but, knowledgeable and know-how level service was not there, but it is today also there. You don't receive attitudes here like when you go to Paris and when you go to London and like when you go to New York, and obviously, Turkish hospitality is already there. What we needed to do is we needed to make sure we bring the right people, the right skill set, and train them nicely with the higher level of skill sets that are there, their leaders, and to make sure that we provide them an environment that they also love living and be a part of it. I mean, I can assure you, we will definitely go to a 1-star next year and 2-star the following year. And
that's the ambitions.
That's the ambition, and most probably they also would like to be a part of it and write that into their CV.
Do you think that's a lot more difficult as a gastro dining destination where you've got so many different concepts? what are you hoping? You're hoping, is it that the Italian restaurant will get a star, or are you hoping the whole concept will get a star? How does it work?
It's a very good question, by the way. No, we will get stars on different restaurants.
Okay.
And I believe it will be Miori by the Sea, and Isabel's will be the. By the way, we forgot one. We also have an omakase. We got the oko, in the place. But I think for us, the most important two restaurants, the two gastro, would be between Miori by the Sea, the Aegean, and the Isabel's, the Italian.
I'd love to have the conversation with you when you definitely get those stars, Yeet. I want to talk a bit about the kind of people that you want to see there. Obviously, it's people who are wealthy enough to have yachts and super yachts and park up there. So what is the kind of clientele? Who have you seen? Who are you expecting to come to Miori?
It's definitely not the blink culture, because it's the people who really understand the sea culture and the yachting and sailing culture. You do this automatic separation while you do that. The sailors, the people who are influenced with the sea and loves to the nature, they are a different type of people already. They have certain finesse, they have certain amount of income, so you separate yourself. We like that. Obviously, we are not the most cheap and affordable restaurant due to the reason of where we sit and what we serve and what's the product that we are looking after. So there are a couple of natural selection processes that are happening when you are actually coming into our restaurant. One is because you need to reach there by the sea. Two, you really need to want to go there, so you're going to come with a car somewhere and then ask us to pick you up. And then two, you got to be ready to pay a certain amount of fee that Turkey generally is not used to. And to be honest with you, we are designing, or we have been designing this organization and the destination to make sure that the Turkey and the Aegean coastline and Göcek is known more and more by the mega yachts and mega yacht owners.
Just before we quickly go to the news, and stick with us because there's loads that we can still discuss. What are people roughly spending there per night? Can you give us an idea?
I think
how much would you expect?
I think you're per person you're dancing at $250 to $300 per person.
Okay. Interesting. And that's because of the level of service, the food, and the atmosphere that you're getting there.
Yes, seasonal.
And the beautiful location it is, I have to admit, as well. Yeet, stick with us. I want to talk a bit about your career and what you've done, and I've got a few more questions about Miori as well. Stick with us. We are, of course, speaking to you live on Mira Business FM. We're speaking to Yeet Sezgin. He is one of the founders of Miori, and working, of course, with Clay and Partners. The latest headlines on Mira Business FM coming up next.
Mira Business FM.
Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. It's a pleasure to have you. We'll be with you for the next 28 minutes or so today on the 3rd of September 2025. And of course, you can listen to us wherever you are in the world. Just get us on YouTube right now, broadcasting live to you from the Art of Living Mall. And of course, you can catch up on all of our interviews from the show. If you just hit the subscribe button, you can get us across social channels as well at Mira Business FM. Right now, though, we are speaking to Yeet Sezgin. He is a hospitality, how to say, genius maybe, giant maybe, hospitality giant maybe, turning bright red in the studio with us. But the reason he is because he's had a stellar career, and you have had a stellar career in the hospitality sector, and we'll come on to that very shortly. But the reason we're talking to you mainly is because of this new concept that you've come up with, Yeet, called Miori, which, as I mentioned earlier, I've had the absolute pleasure of visiting meeting. It's in Göcek in Turkey's Aegean coast. You arrive on your boat, you can get off and you can enjoy a whole day there, essentially, from breakfast, coffees, croissants, breads, all the way to evening dinners, and the nightlife there is exceptional as well. I just want to talk a bit about, you mentioned that this is Turkey's first gastro destination, and there aren't many like this across the world. What do you think this says about Turkey and where it puts Turkey, not just Göcek as this place where many kind of millionaires and high net worth individuals and families are going, but what does it tell you about Turkey?
I mean, look, it's one of my countries. My mom is from Turkey, and as I told you, and so is my father from Greece, and this is a beautiful, literally the paradise destination. The Greek mythology says that the Greeks used to take their gods to live in the paradise in that zone of the world, in Datça, Göcek Peninsula. I honestly think, the Turkey's, despite the fact the Turkish hospitality culture is there, the right brands, the right gastro, the right service was not delivered. I wanted to make sure that I bring something to the country where people start to get to know a more refined hospitality, and get a sample from us and continue to do it in the rest part of the world, rest part of the Turkish coastline. Just give a little bit of a lead, like just give something back to the country, and then also, it's a business opportunity for us, right? It's not been done, and through times you will see, and you're one of the first ambassadors. Everybody's going to talk about us. We wanted to create this destination that you put it in your plan when you're coming into the Aegean coastline. You're going to design your plan and your routes by saying, I'm going to make sure that we are going and stopping by in Miori.
On the business side of things, how does it work in some of the off season as well? I mean, are you kind of putting all your eggs in the basket of the peak season for people to arrive, and that's where you're going to make your money? Are you confident that it is going to be a money making machine that you have there?
It's definitely. I tell you, the first investment that we put in place and returning that is going to be a long journey. If we put the investment aside and stop thinking like a private equity fund, and you look at the operational income versus operational cost, it's a super healthy business. However, as I told you, because we created a destination and put an infrastructure and made a little bit of roads for trucks and whatever to come to and deliver the food, etc. We have all the electricity, all the water, the sewage systems and everything that we put in place, the marina for the boats to park and provide electricity for the marina. So this is a major infrastructural investment that we put in place. I don't think we're going to return that at the moment. However, we created a destination, and I have 4 more partners together with me. Tomorrow, if you want to sell it, I don't think anybody wants to, because it's really a heaven for us to go to. But if you want to sell it to somebody else, you are not only looking at the multiples of the EBITDA that you're creating, but it's also to the destination that you are selling as an asset. The idea also is I also advise the Minister of Tourism and Culture.
Interesting.
And there is a new regulation that came out, and we have written that regulation together to make sure that we're not ruining the forests and etc. However, also providing certain tourism investors an opportunity to do luxury glamping. And we have quite a lot of large lands right on the top of Miori, where we would like to continue to create the village by putting 49 super luxury glamping tents.
So there is scope to do more than just the gastro destination that you've created.
Exactly.
And that was kind of moving on to my next question in that, how do you create a space where you have repeat customers? Because obviously that may have been one of the fears, that, okay, people might come one time, you know, enjoy the food, and then they don't come to this region or this part of the world again, and they go sail somewhere else. How do you create kind of repeat customers and get people coming back to spend more time there and spend more money?
You know, I'm going to answer this question not only for this project, but for a general project, again, for your listeners. I think the most important thing in gastro journeys is to make sure that you can deliver the consistent service and quality on your product, on the food, on your service, right? And when we decided to create this, obviously you need to set priorities. My number one priority, and hence the reason it's called Gastro Destination, was food. For me, there was nothing more important than food. Because I can tell you, if you're a food lover, and if we are cooking amazingly, and we are also growing and enhancing and getting Michelin stars and other recognitions like the top 50, etc., people will read about us and they would want to try it. And I can tell you, including myself, and I know you a little bit, if I tell you today that there is an amazing Pakistani kebab in Sharjah, we're going, you know, because you want to taste it, right? So I wanted, hence the reason I wanted to create this destination. And for me, the number one priority is never ever give up from your food, right? So we will continue to deliver the same level
That will
of service.
always be first and foremost, the food.
Answer to your question about winter, which is quite an interesting thing, because there are similar some hotels and a couple of little other beach clubs around us, not a gastro destinations, and then you stayed in one. So these are going to close. However, don't forget, we are a natural marina. Marinas today are extremely expensive if you want to park your boat. So some of our friends that we have throughout the year decides to park their cars, park their boats in front of us, and we charge them to look after their boats during the winter. And then they obviously, because knowing the fact that we will be open throughout the winter, they're going to come and eat and dine with us. Will we make money between January to March? I don't think so. But, you know, throughout the winter, we would like to protect our asset also.
And I guess unlike other kind of, not similar destinations, but hospitality destinations in the area, you still do have a potential income because of
there is
what
exactly,
you supply.
Can you imagine the weather is never super cold and rainy and stuff. Even if it is, you know, you wear your jumper, light some fire, sit next to it and enjoy the weather and eat some good food and have a nice glass of red wine is also another experience. We are only 15 minutes from the airport, Dalaman Airport. Okay, I mean, maybe for the international customers, it's not going to be the case, but we got captains of the mega yachts. They're also pretty wealthy people to come over and enjoy their time during the off season, etc. But the most important thing is we got almost, I'm comfortably able to tell you, it's around a $20 million investment.
Wow.
And we don't want to let the $20 million investment sitting there during the winter season when there is waves or when there is a super high wind. We want to make sure that we're protecting it.
Of course. It's 1:42 on Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. We're speaking to Yeet Sezginen. And Yeet, I said this earlier and you went a bit red in the face about you being a bit of a hospitality giant.
Stop it.
No, and when we just kind of look back at your hospitality career that you have had, you know, kind of working with brands like Fairmont Raffles, Accor as well, their lifestyle portfolio. Just tell us a bit about your life in the kind of hospitality world for those big hotel chains and how that has kind of impacted to where you've come today and specifically what you're doing with Miori as well.
I was very lucky. I think I catch the wave from the beginning of when luxury and lifestyle business and brands on hospitality is growing. I'm in that business for the last 30 years, That is also my lifestyle. I have a very good education, and to be honest with you, and a very good family background. However, there was not a lot of people around me that was choosing to work in hospitality. My grandfather is a big hospitality guy, a tourism guy. He used to be the chair of Turkish Airlines. And I used to go when I was younger with him to the office and stuff. And I really liked the industry and how they tackle their clients and what the industry is about and flying here and there and stuff. So I was very interested with the industry, and I started to work with it. And as I said, my lifestyle and work has combined. I'm very, very, very lucky. This doesn't happen to people. A lot of people in the world goes to work and looking forward to finish at 6 o'clock and get out. And for me, it was never the case. I was very happy where I am, where I was working, in the environment that I was working. And I had the opportunity, as you said, to work with brands like Fairmont and revitalization and repositioning of it, working with Raffles, Orient Express, and many other merger acquisitions. Obviously, the one who always excites me, I would say, is throughout my career at Accor, whether it is with Accor, India, Middle East, Africa, and Turkey, or Fairmont, Raffles, Global, and Ennismore, I had the opportunity to bring on other expertise and brands into the picture on the lifestyle angle, in the likes of SLS's, Mondrian's, and Delano's, and Faena's, and Rica's Hospitality, that today Ennismore is a part of, and then Paris Society. So I had the opportunity, and I've been pushing our hotel companies that stop being boring at your lobbies and restaurants. If you don't know it, let's bring the more professionals inside. Let's change the business model, lease out, license certain structures, get to know how this business is done. So I've been very lucky enough to work with super brands and super brand architects who has designed 25 Hours, Faena's, etc., that shaped my life before I started my own business.
And it's branding, which is what you're the chief at. At Accor, I think you were responsible for about 42 brands, maybe around 500 hotels, something like that, across many, many countries. How do you manage kind of brand consistency whilst allowing for, I think, like local authenticity, particularly here in the Middle East as well? What kind of techniques are you using to make sure people are drawn into a place like Dubai and to those specific hotels?
I think I would say there are 2-3 angles. Some brands are more successful than the others. One small little hint that I can give you is the minute you start to grow more than 20, 25, 30 hotels, it's very hard to manage, first of all. I can tell you this. It's about talent, leadership, and how you portray yourself in order for that talent to come and work for you. That's, I think, the number one subject. The second part is technology and distribution that talent has an access to, so that they can make their life very comfortable and easy, and also bring the business into that hotels that you are managing, or restaurants, whichever. Then it's the brand, the marketing portion of the brand, how you're portraying and messaging and communicating the brand. That I think that's another angle that is very important. And then it's the last but not the least, the operational angle, where you're all process driven. Everything is there. People has an access to what to say, what not to say, what to do, from finance department to procurement department to front of the house to the back of the house to the laundry to the technical services. It's a lot of SOPs, a lot of training that you put in place from corporate level all the way to the supervisor down level.
I think you forget sometimes how huge hotels are and amount of work that goes into running.
It's a big machine.
Hotel,
if I'm not mistaken, Zamani, it's the second most complex management structure in the world after hospitals.
Interesting. You're currently involved in three, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 luxury hotels and residences on Dubai Islands, a project on Marjan Island and Ras Al Khaimah as well. Tell us a bit about these projects and how also these projects redefine the luxury landscape in Dubai, which is just growing immensely.
Okay, I believe we're talking about Omoria.
Yep.
So I am the brand architect of Omoria, a curator of Omoria. Very lucky enough to have collected an amazing network of friends and investors throughout my life, and with one of them, a very visionary one, Karim Al Fahmi, we merged our forces, and he's a super developer, luxury boutique developer, one of the very few in Dubai, not like, doing the masses. He's done the Palm Couture in the West Bay, for example. And I used to walk around the West Palm and see this building. And I used to say, I wish I had one apartment here. And I never knew that it's done by Karim, by the way.
Did he give you one?
Not yet. Oh, there is nothing available.
Yeah,
there is
nothing,
only
that's
11
true.
penthouses.
That's
And
true, yeah.
it's so beautiful. But so he had 3 already lands in Dubai Island, and we merged our powers with another super investor, the ex-chair of the IFC, Dr. Omar bin Sulayem.
Yep.
We sat together and decided to create a brand for residential hospitality.
What does that mean? What does residential hospitality mean?
So let me ask you this question, because I challenge everybody with this. So I see Bugatti Tower, I see Mercedes-Benz Tower, I see Frank Muller Tower, I see Fendi Tower, I see Elle Magazine Tower, and then also I see Four Seasons and Aman and Jeannot and Fairmont, Mövenpick Residences and 25-hour residences. I raise the question to each and every one of them. Okay, if you're in the hospitality business, at least you know a little bit of service, okay? But residential is not hotel. People it's not the same behavior and expectations of services that you have when you're living in your house versus when you're living in a hotel, right? Your behavior patterns change. And my question is, why, and I'm sorry for Mercedes-Benz, maybe they're upset to me, but, why, what does Mercedes-Benz know about residential or hospitality?
Absolutely.
So there is a big trend,
Okay.
and people are hooked up to it. We said, in order to make this much more consistent and proper, we need to make sure that we're creating a residential luxury hospitality brand. And it's the first of its world. And I was looking at the Accors chart.
Yeah.
And you have ultra luxury hotel, ultra luxury resort, ultra luxury lifestyle city hotel, and stuff. And then I'm looking at the box, and one thing that is not available is the pure residential hospitality brand in their box. There is not. So from a strategy perspective, I said, I am going to make sure that I'm going to create a brand, and tomorrow, if I am consistent enough, they will come and buy me. So that was the strategic objective.
One question I have there, though, is that the place where you live becomes this kind of hospitality hub in a way that you have everything at your fingertips. It's coming to your door, to your apartment, or you can go to it via a restaurant downstairs or a really nice beach bar, all that kind of stuff. Is this then available to people outside? Because if I was living there, I wouldn't want random people and coming along and treating it as if it was a hotel vibe, if you get what I mean.
That's a very good question. Ideally, no. No is the answer. We might have a restaurant brasserie that we may want to deliver a certain, we have a longevity and wellness element, the water that you are drinking, the air that you are breathing. We're really focusing on that as well. But, the idea here is we're going to sell you a premium and you're going to pay for a service, but I will be your super executive secretary assistant or chief of staff in the house. I'm going to look after everything for you. You know,
Butler service,
Exactly. It's like a butler service. You know, you're comfortable to call today your secretary and say, book me a flight, book me a restaurant, you know, make sure you invite this person, that person and stuff. But at home, you know, today, if your wife is also working, who's doing that job? Not the mate that you have in your house most of the time. So, you know, if you're going to host a girlfriend of yours and you want to cook something for him, you're going to tell us what you want and we'll put it on there and prepare it.
Well, look, if there was ever a way to make me try and buy a property there, that's exactly what you've done.
You know, like, I give you an
You've
example.
sold it to me.
Like, you know, do you want to take your car to service?
Yeah, well, no, you don't.
We will do that for you, right? So we will know when your car needs to go to service. We will put the petrol in your car, etc., etc. So that's the idea that the Omoria residence is coming out with, and it's the first of its own, by the way. There is nothing like that in the world today.
We will pick up on that with you, no doubt, in the future. We've only got a few minutes left, Yeet, and thank you so much for your time. It's been hugely appreciated. One question I want to ask you, with your kind of hospitality hat on and your time, the last 26 years that you've spent out here in Dubai and the Middle East, I think Dubai is probably fair to say has become a bit of a magnet for global hospitality, as you have witnessed and been very much a part of, and lifestyle brands as well. But it's also very trend driven. You know, Dubai picks up on a lot of trends, but also sets the trends as well. How do you ensure in the hospitality world that longevity in such a fast moving market is there? We've seen so many brands open and close in Dubai over the years. How do you ensure that it remains and that you get repeat customers and, you know, that it stands the test of time here?
I think, you know, I represent one and I obviously monitor one, and I eat and dine almost every other week in one. I'll tell you 3 different examples.
Please.
Dubai is creating its own giants that are there and they will remain. One of them would be Gaia. Gaia is an amazing example. I sit on the board of Fundamental Hospitality, and Gaia is a brand that is created here, and it's full every day. It's almost coming to 10 years, I would imagine. Nothing has changed. So there will be solid, sustainable brands that are going to continue. Some will change, like in New York, like in London, like in Italy, like here in Milano. Dubai slowly setting up its stage for its solid brands and destinations. I'll give you another example, Zuma. You know, I came twice to Dubai during the summer to do some business. And I walked into Zuma, and it was packed like it's even in the
another Turkish-owned
yes,
concept,
exactly. Ferit Bey Dream Group, and then Orfali Brothers, and now they created another small section called Bros. Now they're playing for a 3-star. It's not going anywhere. They're not even selling alcohol, but it's they're running 4 or 5 covers a day. You know, so Dubai is setting its scene with its solid brands.
Thank you so much for your time. I've got to ask you just before you go: do you still feel Dubai is the best destination in the world for its hospitality scenes, or do you think it's been challenged by other cities? Or do you think it's challenging the bigger cities like London, New York, etc.?
There will always be a competition, but I think Dubai managed to place itself in the top 5. That is going to become 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but 1 back again. So it is one of the places. You remember we used to say London, Paris, Rome, New York, Singapore. I think Dubai is one of them at the moment.
Well, you heard it. There. You heard it from what I'm calling is the hospitality genius and giant. That is Yeet Sezgin. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much
Mira
for
Business
having me.
FM. It's a pleasure to see you here in Dubai after a wonderful host that you played in Go Check for us. That's all we've got time for today on Daybreak on Mira Business FM. It's coming up to 2 o'clock. If you want to listen back to the conversation that we just had with Yeet there, then you can do on YouTube. It's at Mira Business FM. Of course, the podcast as well, wherever you get your podcasts from. And of course, you can listen to the conversation that we had with Dr. Frederick Schneider talking about Dubai hitting 4 million residents and growing as well, and how the infrastructure copes with the huge growth of the number of people coming into the UAE. As I mentioned, that's all we've got time for today. We will be back tomorrow from 12 o'clock. Hit the subscribe button, like and follow, and all those channels as well, and you'll get all those interviews coming to you directly wherever you are in the world. It's coming up to 2 o'clock. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
Welcome back. You're listening to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. It's just gone 11 minutes past 12. Now, today we're going to turn our attention to a significant development that was just recently announced, the arrival of Caucasus Auto Imports. It's a seasoned US vehicle importer with more than 2 decades of global experience, now officially launching its UAE headquarters here in Sharjah. Since its founding back in 2004, the company has successfully delivered nearly 1 million vehicles from the US to markets spanning Europe and Asia, with a workforce of over 700 across 8 countries, from Georgia and Ukraine to Poland and Kazakhstan. It now plants its flag here in the UAE. Why Sharjah? And what does this move mean for the local automotive scene, dealership networks, and cross-border trade flows? Well, joining us on the show is George Makaritze. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
That's the first one. Regional Director of Caucasus Auto Imports. To unpack the vision behind this move, George, and the launch of here in the UAE. So answer that first question, and thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Why Sharjah?
First of all, thanks a lot for inviting and for the interest. Why Sharjah? Because Sharjah, and especially UAE and Sharjah, is one of the largest hubs in the world for such vehicles, such business that we are in, basically. So just to go a little bit deeper, what we do, right? We represent the largest car auction in the United States, partnered them, and we are, as you mentioned already, in 8 different countries. And United Arab Emirates is the largest hub in the world. And why is it so? First of all, this is because of the location, because it's very comfortable to import cars here. Second of all, there are a lot of spare parts, a lot of workshops that you can fix your cars, get ready, and re-export them into the neighboring countries. And so that you are aware, about 80% of the cars, used cars coming from the United States that come to the UAE, end up being re-exported in different countries. And this is all the Arab countries, it can be Central Asia, even Africa. So that's why, because we are growing, we are expanding, and definitely we want to be in the largest hub in the world.
So tell us how it works. Before you came here to the UAE, how does the whole process work of importing cars, and what happens with them when they arrive to some of the countries that you guys were already in?
So basically, we work with car dealers, people that are in buying and selling business of such kind of cars. What we do is we have access to this car auction. So basically, just to make it clear, if, let's say, the car gets damaged in the United States, it's taken by insurance company and ends up in the car auction. And people from all over the world can bid live. They can choose their cars, they can bid. So basically, we have access. We are partners of that car auctions, and we give this access to our clients. Mm-hmm. And basically, after buying these cars, we do all the logistics in between, starting from picking up the car auction, like loading it into the container, choosing the vessel, doing the customs clearance when the car arrives. So everything, basically, our clients can be laid back, and just we do the rest, basically.
So tell us why the UAE, why the Middle East? I know you mentioned some of the points earlier, but do you kind of see Dubai as a hub for this? Is it a kind of wider expansion into the Middle East? Like, how do you guys envisage the operation out here?
I can say that the Middle East and the Central Asia is basically here. So the clients that we deal with are coming from all different countries that I mentioned already, all different regions. They speak the different languages, and basically the team that we have is also very international. We have like people from 12 different countries. They speak all the languages. So we think that we are very close to our clients, and we cover the whole big region basically from the UAE.
And what's so special about the UAE in comparison to some of the countries where you operated previously, like Georgia, Poland, Kazakhstan even, and some of the Caucasus region? What makes the UAE stand out?
UAE, as I mentioned, in terms of amounts, in terms of quantities of cars being imported, is very, very interesting. It's number one as a hub. Georgia is also another kind of a hub, which is around second place in the world, and we cover our region. For example, in Georgia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, even some of the cars are being re-exported to Central Asia from Georgia. But UAE is much bigger, basically, scale-wise. It's much bigger, and then we definitely decided to be one of the players here. Why not?
Do you think maybe you come a bit too late? Is it, or is timing still, is it still thriving? Is it still growing? Do you feel like you've come at the right time? Do you wish you'd come sooner?
Well, you can always think that we would wish to come sooner, but it's definitely not late. The industry is growing. It's a fierce competition, honestly speaking, but I think we bring a lot of expertise, over 20 years of expertise, and we have some very, very unique products that still are unique to this market, and then we believe that we have great potential here.
I was going to ask about that, because what is it about US cars in particular that people out here, particularly out here in the UAE, are so obsessed with? Is it still those kind of beastly SUVs that people love, the Cadillacs and, those big cars, or kind of sedans and electric cars? Are they gaining traction out here in the UAE and the Middle East as well? What are you noticing?
You know what? As I mentioned, we are dealing with people that are in this business. We don't deal with retail customers yet. And the countries that these people re-export cars to have different kind of regulations. For example, some countries accept only engines that are less than 1.6 liters. Some cars have to be not more than 3 years old. So it all depends on the countries that they export the cars to. But in general, I can say that the most popular countries, producers are Korea and Japan, which is, I think, universal now all over the world. And it's mostly it's Hyundai, Kia brands, Toyota, Lexus, Nissan, those kind of brands. But obviously we have a lot of electric cars, we have a lot of large SUVs. It really depends. We have a lot of motorcycles as well. So the cars from US in general are very appealing to clients because they have very good specs and they're much cheaper. So you know what? It's a very common known thing that probably one of the worst financial investments is buying a new car, because as long as you drive out of the car dealership, it loses around 10-15% of value, and within 3 to 5 years, you're on half of the value. So finance-wise, it's really bad.
So George, what do you notice specifically about kind of UAE businesses or customers even, and Middle East customers about wanting specifically US cars? How much of a interest is it to people across the region?
They have a lot of interest, mostly, as I mentioned. Why? Because they are being re-exported. In this country, people are skeptical. There are some kind of legends that GCC specs is more prone for local heat, weather. But when you think about it, in Florida, it's hot as well and humid. So all American spec cars are pretty fine for this weather, I would say. And most importantly, it is the price. I would say it's the price. You can get the same kind of model from US, maybe 20-30% less. So this is really appealing to the people.
It's a big business as well, right? Particularly here in the Middle East. And you guys have shown that. You've got over 700 people working in the organization. You've delivered around 1 million vehicles from the US to markets around the world. It's a big business when it comes to the size of the operation, but then also financially as well. It's a very big business.
Absolutely. It's a really, really big business. It's very fierce competitions, and as I mentioned, because UAE is the largest hub, everybody is here. All the international, all the local companies, they're all here, and competition is really fierce. But we still try to somehow differentiate ourselves. And
how do you do that?
How do we do that? So let me tell you one thing. So when you know, in general, when the companies grow, somehow they lose this human touch at some point. So what we are making sure that every client, every partner that we have 2 people who are assigned to them. One of them is a car expert. And why car expert? Because at the end of the day, they are buying cars from the photos without seeing actual car, right? So we have car experts who have extensive experience. They have bought thousands and thousands of cars. Plus, we give them insurance from the photos. So if the car does not arrive, like you saw them in photos, we're gonna reimburse. The second person that is always assigned to them is a dedicated personal manager, because after buying a car, there might be so many questions. You know, is my car loaded in the container? Where is the ship? What's the deal with the invoicing, etc., etc. So I don't think there is any other competitor who assigns 2 people that are always ready to answer your question. This is probably, together with the technological advancement and development, we never want to lose this human touch.
Why do you think that is so important in this day and age, having that kind of human element for someone to go to and ask questions, you know, not just typing a question and a robot responds, you know, online or on the app or whatever. Why is it important for you to have that human element?
I think this is the nature of the business, because you are buying something which you have not seen. You need a second opinion, you need experts, you need people who have really good experience.
The confidence, yeah.
So, yeah, exactly. Because at the end of the day, it's a risk, right? You're far away, it's a photo, and then we try to mitigate these risks by introducing our experts and, you know, dedicated personal manager, which we think helps a lot and gives our clients additional comfort.
I want to ask you a bit about that kind of idea of confidence and trust as well. I mean, this is it's an industry which, you know, transparency and trust is kind of suffers sometimes from grey areas. You know, if someone goes to buy a car, sometimes they are maybe given false information about where the car's come, or if it's been in an accident, particularly when it comes from imported cars, and especially from the US as well. What kind of work do you guys do to ensure that there is the right information, that right information is shared correctly as well? And how do you work on that trust and that transparency with customers?
Absolutely, such a great question. Again, this is one of the ways to mitigate risk, and we basically have access to the car histories in the United States. This is what differentiates US spec cars from different kind of cars, because in United States you have all the history documented, every oil change, every brake pad change, the whole history is there. So basically you know exactly what you are buying, and we definitely give all this history to our clients. We check all the cars that clients are interested in, and we give our expert opinion basically. So this is always transparent with us. Plus, there are no hidden fees. I mean, maybe it's like such a word that everybody is using, but you know, like we give all the information in advance, so there are really no hidden fees. Plus, what is very important is that we do not have any intermediaries. We deal directly with shipping lines like MSC and Maersk. So with us, it's faster and it's cheaper and it's way more comfortable. So
How do you kind of improve that relationship though between a customer wanting a car? Given, you know, I've had my own experience. You know, I've gone down to a dealership in Ras Al Khor or wherever it may be, and I've gone there and he said the car has not been in any accidents. It's from the US. It's totally fine. You know, it maybe had some paint work done and that's it. And then when you actually do the digging yourself, and because I'm quite thorough, I got the VIN number, I did all the digging and everything, and I found that the car had been in a huge accident. But a lot of people might not do that. A lot of people might just trust the dealer and buy the vehicle. How do you really improve that trust and transparency from the car coming over or the car being advertised to the person who wants to buy it?
you know what? This business is a repetitive business. We deal with people that are buying and selling cars. So it's not like just he bought one car and then we forgot. If he's not happy, if he has problems when the car arrives, if we did not give him correct information, he or she will never buy another car and will move away to the competitors. So this is what we're looking for. We're trying to build the relationship. It's not just selling a service and then forgetting. Because it's, again, if they're not happy, they're not gonna come back. So it's in our interest, first of all, to give them honest and full information about the risks, and then give all the information that we have.
I'd be really interested to know what kind of lessons you've taken from operating in the likes of Georgia, Ukraine as well, and other countries. What kind of lessons have you taken that are really useful from there, the successes that you've had from those parts of the world to navigating what it's like here in the UAE, where it's fast and competitive and it's a really kind of, you know, competitive environment, as we've mentioned. What kind of lessons have you taken?
You know what? I would say it's universal in most of the countries. I mean, people are buying cars, and then you give them all the information. What we have learned during these all years, there are some hidden things in the photos that untrained eye cannot see. And it doesn't matter. You might be a very experienced car dealer, dealing with buying and selling cars here on spot, but it does not necessarily mean that you would spot a problem on the auction photo. So this is where our expertise comes from. You know, buying a car in Ras Al Khor, as you said, is totally different experience, and choosing a car on the photo and then looking at some hidden problems that might be there is completely different. So this is where our expertise comes in.
George, please stick with us. We're going to head to the news very shortly. So much still to chat to you about kind of logistics and supply chain and the future as well of how you guys expect the business to be going. George Makaritsa, the Regional Director of Caucasus Auto Import, with us here in the studio on Mira Business FM. It's coming up to 12:30. We're going to get the news very shortly. We'll continue the conversation with George after that as well. And remember, if you are listening and watching us live across YouTube, wherever you are in the world, leave your comments and we'll try and get some of them across and out the airwaves today. We're here with you until 2 o'clock. This is Daybreak on Mira Business FM. We'll get the news coming up next. Welcome back to Daybreak on Mira Business FM. 12:33 is the time, and we have George Makaritsa, the Regional Director of Caucasus Auto Import, in the studio with us this afternoon. We're talking all things cars and cars being imported, particularly from the US, and the success that Caucasus Auto Import has had over the last few years. And of course now here in the UAE, opening in Sharjah and operating out of the Emirate there. So George, just tell us how long you've been now in Sharjah and what you've noticed the trend is like, and whether it's been successful so far since you've been here.
So we've been in UAE, especially in Sharjah, for about a year, but we have changed our office. We're preparing for an opening, and we moved 2 months ago into our new, very, very nice office. which is in industrial area 4 in Sharjah. And development we've seen here is that people are more and more interested in new things, new products that companies are offering, I mean, in our industry. We have basically experienced quite a robust growth in amount of clients working with us and amount of cars that they buy.
And tell us why a new office. Is it a bigger office? Are you expanding?
We expanded basically. We wanted first of all to be in the right location because location is the most important, and industrial area 4 is known for its used car basically profile, let's put it this way. And we got the bigger office and we were renovating it, and we wanted to be in the main spot. We also have a second location, which is in Sharjah Industrial Zone, where we have a yard where we open containers. So maybe we can talk about logistics a little bit.
Yeah, of course, that moves us nicely onto logistics, because obviously, you're not just moving small items around the world. This is, big cars that essentially you are sending across the world. Just tell us how all of that works. Try and explain to us in the simplest of terms how you get a car from the US over to the UAE.
Yeah, that's like a logistics company. Maybe it's a little bit boring, but it's really exciting for us, you know, how to move this.
You're a logistics nerd, is that what it is? Yeah.
kind of. So basically when the auction is finished and then our partners won the bidding, we start the logistics chain. So basically we send the dispatch to the auction to pick up the car. And we bring it to one of our warehouses. So we own warehouses in United States in several ports. So basically we bring them to our warehouses, and then starts the grouping process, because we need to put these cars into the container, right? So we need to know which car goes with what, etc., etc. After the grouping is done, the loading into the container, which is also not an easy task, basically, because you need to fit those cars into the container so they are not damaged on the way, right? Afterwards, we book the containers, put them on the vessel, and then we wait to the nice winds in the sea so that they arrive in Jebel Ali port. In Jebel Ali port, then we also deal with all the documentation, all the customs clearance and everything. And at the end of the day, we bring this container to our yard in Sharjah Industrial Zone, where we open those containers and the car is out.
There we go.
Call the client, dear client, please come and pick up the car. I mean, this is all the logistics chain. Now I brought it to you quite simply, but you can imagine how many details are there.
I've never seen someone be so excited to talk about the logistics of a car moving from one country, but it is fascinating. It's really interesting. I've got to ask this question. Have you ever had a car or a car end up completely in the wrong place, or a completely different car turn up at the port or on your doorstep?
No, we haven't, because again, there are so many checks and balances that, I mean, it cannot go wrong that way.
Obviously, there is a bigger conversation to be had about logistics and particularly supply chain as well, with kind of global supply chains often disrupted, and particularly, when there's geopolitical issues that are ongoing. How do you kind of guarantee those faster turnaround times that you said that you often have in comparison to many other organizations, and also the predictable costs for UAE dealers as well?
Yeah, as you mentioned, in this type of business, in logistics, there are a lot of disruptions, right? So, for example, we can remember the Red Sea crisis that really disrupted, basically, the logistics processes. But the thing is that the goods needs to be moved, they need to get going. It's not only cars, it's about food, it's all type of products. So these routes find ways to get here. So, for example, because of the Red crisis, the vessels would come all the way to South Africa and going the different route. That's it. I mean, there might be a small disruption, which is really painful, but again, the routes are there, and it can never stop, basically. So, in general, these kind of disruptions are pretty much understandable. It's not that, let's say, we did something wrong. I mean, it's some global issue happening, and everybody is affected by it. So, yeah, we do our best not to make any mistakes, whatever we can, give answer to, right? I mean, if there is a global disruption, it's for
out of your hands.
It's out of our hands. Yeah.
I'd be interested to know. So you mentioned that the cars then come into Jebel Ali and then are taken to your to where you operate in Sharjah. Is there nowhere directly in Sharjah where it can come, or why kind of to Jebel Ali, then all the way to Sharjah? Like, how does the logistics behind that work and operate?
The main port is Jebel Ali, so it's way more comfortable to do it there, and it's pretty simple for the clients because there are so many people working behind it, and we make it look simple for the clients. But other than that, it's really straightforward for them. So good thing is that they also get all the notifications on every stage. Your car has been picked up from the auction, it has been loaded in the container, the vessel left the US. So every step of the way they are being notified, and plus, as I said, they have personal managers that they can call, like, literally. It's not 24/7 because we also need to sleep, but it's very close to being 24/7.
I like that, because that's often when you order something online, whether it's Amazon or whatever it may be, I'm kind of always one of those people that is looking at the tracking update, and I think we've just, as humans, got that kind of ingrained on those who order stuff online. So when it comes to a car and a big purchase, a lot of money, you want that kind of confidence of knowing every step of the way where your car is. Is that something that was hugely important for you guys?
Of course, it is very important. Again, we are responsible for something very expensive, as you said, because if it's like some small thing from Amazon, okay, even if you lose it, you don't care, right? But this is something really valuable, so we definitely give comfort every step of the way to our clients. So is it like automatic notification or giving them a call? Like, for example, a few months ago, there was one of the disruptions as well. And one of the vessels, instead of coming to Jebel Ali, stopped in Oman. And we gave notice to our clients that this is the situation. We didn't wait, for them to call us, because it's like few days disruption. The vessel arrived a few days after. It was not a problem. But it's very important for us to notify and be
proactive.
In touch. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's look ahead now then, George, if I may. I'd love to get your take. I know you've only been out here in the UAE for a year. But I'm sure you would have studied the market very well since the time you've been here. But how do you see the UAE automotive industry evolving in the next 5 to 10 years?
That's very interesting, actually. What I see, first of all, the population of UAE is growing, right, constantly. It means that more and more expats are coming. And what do expats need? They need to move around, right? So the demand on affordable transportation is very important. And here we're not talking about luxury cars. So what I see in 5 to 10 years, I see demand growing in terms of affordable cars and affordable and durable cars, right? And with a slighter more accent maybe on hybrid and electric vehicles, as we also have Generation Z and other generations, like they are more, how to say, environmentally friendly, right? So they look about pollution, they care more about it, and they are also very cautious in terms of spending, right? When I mentioned this, buying a new car is one of the worst financial investments. These guys that are growing up now are looking at these kind of things, let's put it this way. They are taking it into account more than, let's say, the millennials, right? So going forward, I see like stable growth, definitely, and I see more little bit more focus on sustainable cars, less emission cars, and affordability and durability.
And so when it comes to affordability, do you think there will be more focus, even more focus than now on second-hand cars and particularly imports? I mean, I'm just thinking, a few years back when we had the huge car chip crisis and so many people then were looking towards second-hand cars because it was impossible for manufacturers to create brand new cars because of the chip crisis. Are you seeing that trend still increasing, or has it plateaued, or how are people looking at second-hand import cars?
I definitely see this growing second-hand demand on second-hand cars. Definitely, as I mentioned about this generation who is more cautious, and at the end of the day, people try to save more and more because life gets more expensive, and people are learning more about investments. And yeah, I think this is like the bouquet of all those different reasons why this business cannot stop growing and maybe even go faster in the future.
And how do you see Caucasus Auto Import playing a role in the way that the UAE kind of sees second-hand cars and import vehicles, and also just the automotive industry in general out in the UAE? How does your organization fit into that and kind of make waves and changes to the automotive industry out here?
We want to basically be quite strong here by bringing the products that are not available on the market, which is, for example, one of them is like flexible payments, that you can pay part of the car when you buy it, and the second part you pay when the car arrives, which is amazing for our dealers. It's basically helping them finance working capital. Basically, if they're buying, let's say, 5 cars per month, they can buy 10 cars per month by this. So we're going to support them all the way. And there are so many, as I mentioned already, this human touch. So I think there are several things that we learned all the way during these 20 years. What are the problems that dealers experience? And we definitely want to solve these kind of problems. It's not that we're not going to scream and shout, like we're going to steadily grow, hope for their satisfaction, and satisfied client brings more clients, etc. So we're going to build up a very steady business. I can already feel that, and this past year has shown us that, there is no way back.
George, look, thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in the studio explaining how the world of US import cars in the UAE works, and of course about Caucasus Auto Import. Just before you go, do you drive a US import car?
Of course.
What do you drive, can I ask?
I buy Kia Sportage 2023.
Look at that, look at that. Not just walking the walk, driving the drive as well.
Of course.
George Makaridze, Regional Director of Caucasus Auto Import. Thank you so much for joining us on Mira Business FM.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Absolute privilege to have you. It's coming up to 12:50. Faraj and I are going to have a bit of a chat about the blood moon. It wasn't that much of a blood moon. It was more just an eclipse that took place last night here in the UAE. We'll have a chat about that very shortly. And then after 1 o'clock, we're talking about South Africa and the business that South Africa has with the UAE. It's growing. All that to come here on Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Rotana expanding incredibly across the GCC. I think 12 new properties announced across the UAE and Saudi Arabia as well.
And Africa.
Yeah.
Just Africa's my big focus.
Give us an insight into what Rotana is doing in the region for that.
Well, we have a number of different projects underway, but I think what's most important is to give you a clear idea of what our growth strategy is, because I always say to people, we are in the hotel business. And people say, well, so is everybody else. Actually, no, they're not. They're in the business of hotels. So if you've got 2,000, 3,000 hotels, you're in the business of hotels. I'm in the hotel business, so I have to make my hotels successful. So my growth strategy has to be within a geographical area that's going to work for me. And that's Saudi, that's here in the UAE, although obviously to a lesser extent, because the UAE has now got is pretty well suited as far as inventory is concerned. But then Africa is a huge opportunity. But what I want to do is stay within that geographical region that makes sense, where there's a commonality of purpose, if you like, in the fact that everybody knows everybody, they're familiar with the cultures, they're familiar with the way things work. So that's really our growth strategy.
I'll come on to Africa in a bit, but particularly about Saudi Arabia. What is it that you know about Saudi now, you note about Saudi now, which is a very exciting market to be entering and to expanding in as well?
I am extremely bullish about Saudi, and I will tell you why, all right? I was at ILTM in Cannes last year in December, and I was talking to a gentleman called Jack Ezon who runs a company called Embark, and he was standing like this, talking to me, and I said, Jack, where is your focus for future luxury travel? And he pointed behind me to the Red Sea stand, okay? Now, why do I say that? When I first started going to Saudi, which was many years ago, you had to go to the embassy to get a visa. You arrived in Riyadh or Jeddah. It was challenging. You were in the airport for a long time. The whole process of arrivals, which is so key to travel today, was long-winded and challenging. Today, night and day. You get your visa online, you arrive in Riyadh, there's a young lady usually behind the desk, you get a warm welcome. It's a whole different experience. But it's not just that. That's just one component. The other component is where do people travel to today? What is it that appeals to them? Well, there's history, there's geography, there's culture, there's a lot of different components. But most importantly, what people want today is safety, which is why the UAE has been so successful. And Saudi is coming up in exactly the same way. You can walk the streets of Riyadh at 1 o'clock in the morning and you're perfectly safe. In exactly the same way you can walk the streets of Dubai at 1 o'clock in the morning.
And from a business perspective as well, it's the right step for a hotel chain like yourselves?
It is absolutely the right step. And because we are an Emirati brand, because we are from the region, we are very comfortable in going into secondary and tertiary cities throughout Saudi as and where opportunity presents. Because for us, we're from this region, we're not going anywhere, right? And whereas some of the other brands are more concerned, well, we need to be in Riyadh and Jeddah, and all, well, we need to be everywhere, right? Because that's where our successes come from. If you look at the UAE, we are everywhere. Yes, we're in Dubai, yes, we're in Abu Dhabi, but we're also in Ras Al Khaimah, we're in Al Ain, we're in Murfa, we're in all sorts of places that wouldn't necessarily be top of mind unless you're from the region. Our little hotel down in Murfa, for example, which just opened a year ago, they're already expanding because it's been so successful.
Just tell us about the success that you guys have at Rotana in comparison to some of the other big kind of luxury brands out there, particularly here in the UAE. Being a UAE-grown brand, what kind of edge do you think that you have over the kind of big brands coming in and trying to make their place here in the country?
I will try not to say anything rude about anybody, right? But my biggest advantage is we are an Emirati company. We have Emirati roots. Our chairman's right behind me, as you noticed, all right? We are a family business. And if you become familiar with the Emirati culture, you'll know it's all about warmth and hospitality and welcome. So when we do an iftar, for example, which is the end of the day in Ramadan, is the breaking of fast, we do an iftar in a very local way because we're from this part of the world. Obviously, I'm not, but I have a team around me that is, right? And that to me is one of the things that's really important. It's about being authentic, being genuine. And we can do it in a way that other people can't because maybe their corporate office is in Paris or in London or in somewhere in the United States. That's not who we are. And it goes back to my point earlier on about we're in the hotel business, not the business of hotels. I'm not interested in putting pins on a map. That isn't going to help me. I'm interested in having real projects that are part of the community in ways that I don't believe a lot of our competitors are.
You certainly have been in the hotel business for a long time.
Way too long.
You obviously had previous roles with big international organizations like Accor, obviously big part of Fairmont as well. And you moved to this role, I think, 2024, is it?
Yeah.
Is that right? Beginning
March
of
24, yeah.
Why Rotana? For someone like you who's been very much in that kind of international sphere, why then go to an organization which has these UAE roots and is expanding internationally as opposed to internationally coming into the UAE?
You know, I get asked this question all the time. People say, oh, you've had this long background in luxury hotels around the world. How did you end up here? I was literally called by Eddie, my chief operating officer, one morning when I was still in LA, and he said, listen, why don't you come out and talk to the chairman? I said, what about? And anyway, long story short, obviously I did. And this is the piece that to me was the most refreshing. I sat down with the chairman, and for an hour and a half, he talked about quality. Quality of the guest experience, quality of the employee experience, quality of the relationships that we have everywhere within the region. Not once did he ask me about profitability, return on investment, any of the things that you normally get asked about. Now, obviously, those are factors for him. But what he really wanted to know was that whoever was coming in as CEO of Britannia was going to be quality-based and focused to develop the company in the way that he wants and the way that he intended 30-odd years ago.
So do you feel the hospitality sector as a whole is maybe losing an element of that? Do you think there is
Oh, you really
more
are getting me off on a tangent now. Now, I said this morning actually to somebody, and I've said it a lot recently. I think there's a real issue in the tourism industry as a whole right now with mediocrity. And I say that because I spend an awful lot of time in hotels and on aircraft and in restaurants, and prices have gone north dramatically in the last 2 years, and the guest experience has gone south, okay? And I think it's almost a stupidity of the industry to think that people are just going to keep paying when we're not delivering value for money. So to me, that is a huge issue right now, and it's one that I'm very focused on with Rotana to make sure that we do not go down that road. And if we have already gone down that road anywhere, to reverse it. Because I think it's a real issue people are not stupid, right? The consumer is not, and people vote with their feet. So if you go to a restaurant tonight here in Dubai that's expensive and you have a mediocre experience, you're not going to go back. You're also going to tell 10 other people that you had a mediocre experience and don't go there. Now, right now, because demand is so strong, maybe that restaurant won't suffer the consequences of that, but it will ultimately suffer the consequences. And we're in a business that's been all about guests as long as I've been in it. You talk about how long I've been in it, it's always been about the same thing. Take care of your guests. And that to me is the key issue. And if there's a message that I deliver every time I'm out in one of our hotels, it's I don't pay you, the guest does. So look after the guest in every respect. It sounds like one of those things that's sort of like, it's so basic. It's like, well, everybody should surely get that. Yeah. But yet, we're talking about mediocrity. And I'm not just talking hotels and restaurants. I was on a flight recently, a 5-hour flight, and it was... Really?
Memorable for the wrong reasons.
Yes. Yeah. So when you do get on a flight where they do all the things that you would expect them to do, and look at the cost of airfares today. Airfares have gone north dramatically. So when you get on one that's good, it's like, okay, this is great. All right.
Let's very briefly talk about the Africa expansion. This is a UAE brand which is now branching into Africa. How exciting is that for you to be kind of at the forefront of that?
I love it. I absolutely love it. I think that Africa is an untapped resource that is going through dramatic change. I'm not going to see all the change, obviously. It's going to be over years to come. But destinations that were not on people's thought processes are now creeping in, and business is moving down there. There's so many things happening. The Chinese infrastructure, or should I say investment in infrastructure throughout Africa is enormous. So for us, I see these destinations that right now are not on people's screen. The opportunity for investors is to get in and do developments there at a very reasonable prices compared to other parts of the world, and getting a very good return on investment as a result. And so the more of that I see, the more excited I get about it.
An exciting place for GCC travelers as well. You know, there's those GCC travelers that want luxury, but also in new environments. You know, they've been to the Maldives, they've been to Mauritius, they've been to some of these, very luxurious places, but now it's exciting to try something new.
Yes, and and that's a big part of the world in which we live now, because, tourism last year, I believe I'm correct in saying, was a $10 trillion business globally. It grows every year by 3 to 5%. So it's not slowing down, right? Yes, there'll be hiccups along the way, but it's not slowing down. But people are looking for new destinations. And Africa, for me, I took my kids to Kenya 2007, 2008, somewhere like that. And here we are, we're almost 20 years later, and they've never forgotten that trip, right? Because of all the experience that they had.